Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. We are actually back out of recess from our February 8th hearing, which we went into recess. And so I just want to say good morning to everyone. Good morning to who's present. Morning to the Senate President Donna Fred Gregory. I see over there Senator Joseph, and also we are in the process of the testifiers. Good morning to you. Good morning to listening viewing audience as they're going through the process as we've resumed in-person testimony. So at this time, as we get ready for the hearing, I just want to always encourage the public to go to legvi.org, which is the legislature's website, where you can in fact obtain the committee documents. You go to the committee's folder, go to today's hearing, Education and Workforce Development, and that way you as members of the public can be best informed as we go through the process of today. So I will take a brief, about a 5-minute recess as we bring in the testifiers, as I also wait for my colleague for the first measure on the agenda. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for about 5 minutes. Good morning, and good morning once again if you already were tuned in. I want to once again say good morning to to my colleagues. Good morning to the central staff. Good morning to everyone. And good morning certainly to the testifiers. I want to also begin by stating that today's hearing, just for everyone's awareness, we recessed the February 8th hearing. We went into recess and we came back out of recess, and so we're coming out of recess. And this time I'll proceed with my opening statement. I want to again thank just everyone for today. We have our central staff, media, security, facility management, the custodial management staff, journal, Office Legal Counsel for all their hard work in preparing for today. I also want to thank the invited testifiers for their time and dedication today, but I will note that, again, we received testimony at 11:46 last night and 11:47. And I will put on the record, once again, I make it an effort to give Commissioner Barry Benjamin, especially her, enough time. She'd asked me from the beginning of my tenure to give her enough time, to give enough notice, and the notice for this hearing goes back to December of last year, making sure that we give enough leadway. So 11:46 p.m. was the deliverables, 11:47 p.m. The testimony for the two bills in both blocks. My hope is that for our upcoming hearing that we don't continue to receive testimony the night before or the morning of, in fairness to us as legislators, but in fairness even to the public as they get information in the drive. Once again, I encourage you as members of the public to go to legvi.org, go to the committees folder, go to Education Committee for today's hearing, and you'll be able to pull up, and there's some documents that I especially want you to also note. But in the spirit also of what this month is about, March, as we know, is Virgin Islands and Women's History Month, and we take this time to really honor the contributions in the context of Women's History Month, of women, of our past and present, Virgin Islanders of past and present who contribute to history. I want to especially note that this year's International Women's Day, which was March 8th, the theme was gender equality in the context of development, sustainable development. And we continue to honor women for their measurable roles in the community, most notable achievements that are often underscored. And I actually even know that firsthand at times when we talk about women's leadership and the role and respect that women deserve as well as. And when we say gender equality and gender equity, we speak about a balance. During this important hearing today, we still have concerns about school infrastructure as their schools are currently open. Last year, in concert with my committee members, starting also in concert with the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, I led the first tour that was within, I got sworn in. I sent the letter to Commissioner Barry Benjamin that Friday, and by the second week of office, I was already moving forward with that. Not only did I request a school tour, but I also asked from my first week in office, first few days in office, I asked for an actual plan for school reopening, a concrete strategic plan as we're dealing with COVID, and we still are dealing with COVID at this time. But this year was met with many blockades, not the same as last year where requests for information about going on school tours was met with blockades. My staff and I followed the protocol, and basically all of the visits were dishonored. And that's the state of affairs in that context. But today we'll be clarifying as to, today comes with a lot of efforts on behalf of myself and my staff in engaging the Department of Education. However, before I continue to delve into the school concerns, I want to also state that I was really honored last week Wednesday, to be part of Claudia Mark Elementary School's Women's History and Women Wellness event, in presenting to the gifted and talented program classrooms, both the primary and intermediate class. I want to thank Principal Wendy Gonzalez and Assistant Principal Dorima Moorhead for their warm invitation along with Ms. Radian Morris. And I want to say those students, the students were absolutely amazing. They knew when we talked about Virgin Islands history and women's history, it was really powerful that even as young as a 7-year-old boy, he knew who signed the Virgin Islands history law into law. That was former Governor Wesley Turnbull. And also too during the presentation, a student, he asked me who Claudio Marco was. And I said, well, I know he was an educator, but I too have to do my homework. And so he sent me off to do homework, which I did, me and my staff, and learned about who he was. Certainly, we also honor our great leaders during this month. I also want to highlight that when we speak about our Virgin Islands leaders, especially the educators, I mentioned, of course, as I mentioned, Claudio Marco, a lot of his initiatives back in the 40s, way back a long time ago, was to really promote and push for curriculum redevelopment, push for really and true a lot of the things we see today that need work in terms of administration of our schools. I also want to highlight Senator Cleone Creaky Maynard. I met her a few years ago, and the reason why I mentioned Senator Creaky, of course, is to honor her this month as a fierce leader. There was a story in the 2016 Source article really highlighting her as a fierce leader for her years of public service, and I've had the honor to know her and to have her mentorship. And I mention her because she was one of the co-sponsors of Act 4844, and for awareness, I saw in the Daily News this recent, of course, we have the Lumen lawsuit concerning the teaching of Virgin Islands and Caribbean history in our schools. And Virgin Islands history in our schools, is really still an issue. And she was one who testified. Through an affidavit that back in 1983 was her intention, along with other senators, for our children to learn Virgin Islands history from kindergarten to 12th grade. And I will conclude in saying, as we gather for today's hearing, parents in our communities have continued concerns over the quality of instruction. There are also concerns overall in terms of the school infrastructure as we continue to receive messages of issues with the schools, whether it's water issues, air conditioning, the nurse availability, on, and even supplies for COVID to ensure that the schools are safe. We still have unsafe buildings, damaged structures, and the list goes on. So at this time, I just want to emphasize today's hearing and the summary of today's hearing, which will be read into the record. We're going to receive, we have 2 bills in Block 1. We have 2 bills on the agenda, one addressing mental health in our schools, the other seeking to establish a bureau where we have a centralized office for maintenance of our school buildings, and finally Block 2, where we will in fact deal with the issue of school reopening, disposing of the plan that for the last couple of hearings now we've been trying to get full information on, as well as school policies. So at this time, I will have Madam Clerk please read today's agenda into the record. Madam Clerk, thank you.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development has scheduled a hearing for Thursday, March 17, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Loetz Conference Room on St. Croix. In Block 1, the committee will receive testimony on the following bills. Bill number 34-0086, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Section 111A, relating to school health programs to provide mental health education and instruction, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter. Invited testifiers, Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Dr. J. Zen Masavi, psychiatrist, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation; Lori Thompson, PhD, psychologist, Insight Psychological Services, LLC. Bill number 34-0079, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 7, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, amending Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 3092A, changing the Education Maintenance Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund, and making an appropriation of $2,500,000 from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor; Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Emanuela Perez Casillas, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Education, School, Plants, and Facilities Committee. Block number 2, the committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Education regarding the status of State Educational Agency Plan for the American Rescue Plan Outlying Area State Educational Agency Fund as it relates to 2022 in-person school reopening and the overall status of the 2022 in-school reopening to include all school-based policies as well as the status of the dropout prevention plan. Invited testifiers, Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, and Kaiser Calwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Madam Chairwoman, that is the agenda for today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I want to indicate that the Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back officially on the record. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you proceed with roll call?
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, present. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Janelle K. Sarro, present. Senator Kurt A. Violet. Senator Kurt A. Violet, present. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, present. Madam Chair, we have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to the first measure on the agenda? Bill number 34-0086.
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. We're hearing a strong echo on this side. Testing. Okay, I think it's been addressed. I'll go ahead and proceed. Good morning, Madam Chair. I offer colleagues and testifiers, I offer bill number 34-0086, an important initiative that focuses on the expansion of mental health education and instruction in our territory schools. According to the Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, we are seeing a significant rise in adolescent depression, anxiety, and mental health distress. Dr. Murthy warns that young people are facing devastating mental health effects as a result of the challenges experienced by their generation and including our recent bout with the coronavirus pandemic, which we're dealing with right now. And uniquely, people in the Virgin Islands are still dealing with the ramifications of the great hurricanes of 2017. This has really intensified our mental health issues that were already there, already on the rise pre-COVID-19. On the national front, recent statistics that I saw, 1 in 3 high school students reported persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness, a 40% increase from 2009 to 2019. Suicide rates are on the rise in nearly every state in the contiguous United States among youth ages 10 to 24. 70% of children and adolescents who experience mental health problems have not had appropriate interventions at a sufficiently early age. Our children are experiencing bullying, not just in school, but online. They're growing up in a popular culture and media culture that reminds them that they aren't smart enough, aren't good looking enough, aren't thin enough, aren't popular enough, aren't rich enough, frankly, just not enough. Bill number 34-0086 will mandate age-appropriate mental health education and instructions in our schools. The focus will be on developing the students' mental health wellness, social connectedness, coping skills, self-esteem, and a positive school and home environment. Instruction will be in line with the national health education standards. Schools, our public schools, have a unique and critical role to play in supporting student mental health and well-being in a proactive, comprehensive, and collaborative manner. Madam Chair, we have prepared an amendment which will also mandate for basic training for all school personnel who interact with children on a daily basis. The focus of the training will be on recognizing the early warning signs of mental health distress so that early intervention strategies and referrals can be made. Our goal is to eliminate the stigma of mental health and to make our youngsters aware of the importance of preserving their own mental health. A number of states, to include Florida, New York, and Virginia, have adopted similar measures. We have had working meetings with a number of professionals, to include 3 of the testifiers who are here with us today on this bill. Colleagues, at the appropriate time, I ask for your support of Bill number 34-0086. It is not an attempt to fix the mental health problems in our territory, but it's just one additional tool in our toolbox that will make a difference. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Okay, and the testifiers, I see they are present. And so we'll first begin our the first testifier on today's agenda is Commissioner Raquel Berry Benjamin for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Commissioner, you may proceed. The committee takes a 2-minute recess. I don't see the commissioner. She's supposed to be, she was expected for her to be in person, but I understood that she's going to be online. Committee stands in recess for a brief 2 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back out of recess. At this time, we'll go ahead and proceed with Assistant Commissioner Soames, who is here on her behalf, on the Commissioner's behalf. Assistant Commissioner Soames, you may proceed with the testimony on behalf of the Department of Education.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, members of the committee, other members of the 34th legislature, other testifiers, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Victor Sun III, Assistant Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I am here to provide testimony on behalf of Commissioner Raquel Berry Benjamin on Bill number 34-0086, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Section 111A, relating to school health programs to provide for mental health education and instruction. Present with me today to provide testimony are Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner for Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Stephen Jorgen, the Insular Superintendent of the St. Thomas St. John District, Mrs. Erisilda Otley Herman, the Acting Insular Superintendent for the St. Croix District. Presenting testimony virtually will be Dr. Rachel Hastings, the Special Education Director for the St. Thomas St. John District, Attorney L. Vincent Hudson II, Legal Counsel for the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and Attorney Cynthia Moore, Legal Counsel for the Department of Education. According to the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention in 2021, mental health is an important part of overall health and well-being. Mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and act. Mental health is important at every stage of life, from childhood and adolescence through adulthood. As it relates to the mental health of our youth, the United States Department of Health and Human Services, the Surgeon General's report from 2021 advises that protection and promotion of youth with mental health is imperative because mental health affects how our youths feel about themselves and the world. Additionally, mental health affects the way they problem solve, cope with stress, overcome challenges, build relationships and connections, and perform in school and life outside of school. Before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, mental health challenges were already the leading cause of disability and poor health outcomes in our nation's young peoples. There is no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has helped to compound pre-existing mental health challenges. The Surgeon General's report further asserts that because of the pandemic, children, adolescents, and young adults have faced unparalleled and disruptive challenges and trauma. Moreover, we have seen increases in symptoms of anxiety, depression, and other mental health concerns among young people, along with a tragic estimate of over 140,000 children in the United States that have lost a parent or grandparent caregiver to COVID-19 as of June 2021. Bill number 34-0086 presents a great opportunity to begin the comprehensive work necessary to address the mental health needs of Virgin Islands youth. The Virgin Islands Department of Education recommends agencies involved in mental health, such as the Virgin Islands Department of Health and the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, take the lead on this very important legislation, as the Department of Education is not the expert in mental health. It is important to recognize that not all school personnel are designed to engage in mental wellness. No amount of textbooks or training can prepare a person who may also be susceptible to mental wellness challenges to effectively execute mental wellness instruction or programs. To develop sound school health programs, the Department of Education will collaborate with all parties and share expertise from the department's position of strength and allow the guidance and recommendation of the professionals that are responsible for developing mental health programs. Thus, the Department of Education appreciates the effort of Bill number 34-0086. However, we cannot support the bill in its current form. The positive elements of the bill are as follows in our viewpoint. The proposed amendment successfully spells out the development of the desired mental health skills. For example, mental health wellness, social connectedness, supportive relationships, resiliency, problem-solving skills, coping skills, and self-esteem to help them navigate mental health challenges in life. Furthermore, the bill is successful in the combined home and school support to address the varying influences on student mental health. The concerns that the Department of Education has with respect to the bill are, the main concern being with this legislation is that it is vague and too general. Although it relies on the National Health Education Standards, the legislation does not specify the details of pre-K-12 mental health in the areas of the misuse of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs, and the prevention and detection of certain cancers like several other jurisdictions do. Additionally, the legislation does not distinguish between mental and emotional health. The all-encompassing term mental health is insufficient for the varying categories in mental health. For example, Florida's statute provides details that guide mental health instruction in the schools almost devoid of vagueness, which can lead to future misinterpretation of the statutes. Additionally, one anticipated challenge is a lack of funds identified in the bill to hire qualified teachers, counselors, and other mental health professionals to administer and implement the bill. Mental health education requires specialization, especially in dealing with mental health issues like suicide, special education, and behavioral problems. Moreover, due to the long-standing shortage of mental health professionals in the territory, the Department of Education recommends strongly providing funds to invest in educating local residents for sustainability in the long run. Emergency federal dollars will get us started, but local funds must be appropriated to sustain such a program. Training Virgin Islanders to acquire the knowledge, skills, and competencies of the professionals previously mentioned above would benefit the government and the community as a whole. In untrained hands, the results can be life-threatening. The Department of Education recommends the following to strengthen the bill. At a minimum, the following should be considered to strengthen Bill number 34-0086. Number one, the inclusion of a school-based behavioral health assessment and transition team that includes the Department of Education, the Department of Health, and the Department of Human Services representatives to allow for a cross-collaboration of experts. Number two, the implementation of trauma-informed practices and discipline policies. Number three, early intervention approaches to identify not only students, but also staff who are at risk or have been exposed to adverse childhood experiences and trauma. Number four, mental health professionals such as school psychologists, mental health counselors, and board-certified behavior analysts are necessary. Number five, a multi-tiered system of supports. This system identifies how students' immediate behavior needs will be addressed. More importantly, all students will have an opportunity to be supported regardless of their level of need. Number six, annual school-wide screenings, medical, dental, and social and emotional, could be beneficial for all students. Screenings are efficient tools for identifying delays or inconsistencies in development. Screening data may be used to support professionals in their recommendation for evaluation and/or programs to meet the needs of children. And lastly, annual school-wide screening is a positive intervention for all involved. Students and families benefit from having a status report on their child or children's overall development. Wellness and mental health concerns have not gone unnoticed or unattended at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. As such, varied programs which would collectively serve as the basis for school-wide screening, such as vision screening, hearing screening, and a multi-tiered system of supports have been implemented. Such multi-tiered system includes 1, response to intervention as a cognitive approach, 2, positive behavioral intervention and supports as a behavioral approach, and early learning accomplishment profiles as an early childhood approach. The data from these programs collectively would serve as indicators on whether children are typically developing or not. Hence, recommendations for further intervention would follow if applicable. Additionally, programs such as Character Ed have played an integral role in supporting student wellness. As previously stated, Bill number 34-0086 presents a tremendous opportunity to begin the comprehensive work necessary to address the mental health needs of Virgin Islands youth. We strongly commend the bill's sponsor, the Honorable Milton Potter, Senator, for proposing such timely legislation and look forward to seeing the development of the bill to benefit our children. It is important that lead agencies of mental health, such as the Department of Health and the Department of Human Services, are included in future collaborative work to provide professional input and to testify on the bill at a later time when it is brought back to the floor for consideration. The Virgin Islands Department of Education appreciates the intention of Bill number 34-0086 and anticipates meaningful collaboration to develop the bill further. We look forward to supporting the bill in the near future. Chairwoman Whitaker, my fellow committee members, we are deeply appreciative of the opportunity to share testimony on this bill, and we stand ready and available to answer questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Soam, for your testimony. I would like to at this time recognize non-committee member, Senator Novelle Francis, Vice President. Good morning to you. We'll move on next to, and please correct me if I do mispronounce your name, Dr. J. Zen Meservey. Dr. Meservey?
You did great.
Great, thank you. You may proceed with your testimony, and good morning to you and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairman, Honorable Senator Whitaker, Senator Potter, and the other senators present, and all of those listening in. My name is Dr. Zen Meservey. I am the Medical Director of Behavioral Health at St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corp. And I'm also a board-trained and certified adult psychiatrist and a child and adolescent psychiatrist. As an active physician, a mental health provider, and a psychiatrist in the community, I'm really thankful for this opportunity to support Bill number 34-0086 today. As a psychiatrist, I often have heard people struggling with mental health telling us things like, well, I wish it was a scar. I wish I had cancer. I wish I had a broken bone. So others would understand that and see what is happening to me. As it was penned by Laurel K. Hamilton in Minstrel's Kiss, there are wounds that never show on the body that are deeper and more hurtful than anything that bleeds. In healthcare, it's long been established that early identification, accurate assessment, appropriate treatment and interventions are paramount to the outcome of disease and disabilities. When we say that about early identification, assessment, and appropriate interventions, quickly diabetes, cancer, and heart disease come to mind. However, mental health is often ignored, denied, misunderstood, and yet in no other disease or disorder is this more accurate and important than in mental health. It's with this in mind, I want to submit the testimony in favor of Bill number 34-0086, related to mental health education and instruction. Why this is so important is this particular issue in regards to early identification and understanding and a better awareness, both from an early age and throughout the lifespan. To understand this just a little bit better, I wanted to provide some statistical overview on a couple of different areas that I think would give us a little bit better understanding of why such an early intervention, and particularly with our children and youth, is important and for us to be aware. I chose just a couple of different areas for us to take a look at, just to get a better awareness in regards to it. Statistics. Okay, so let's take depression first as an example. Let's look at its longer-term effects, the insidious onset, the timing and development of a mental health disease, and the outcomes. Okay. 1 in 6 people will experience depression in their lifetime. 1 in 13 adults in any given year will meet criteria for depression, and 1 in 17 have severe impairment. That's quite a bit. Now, 1 in 9 of all physician visits are for depression, as well as 1 in 9 emergency room visits are for depression. Depression is one of our most costliest illnesses, and left untreated, it's as costly as heart disease and AIDS on the U.S. economy. Depression costs over $5.1 billion in absenteeism and lost productivity annually. And if left untreated, depression could last a lifetime. It affects more than 264 million people worldwide. Taking a closer look, however, we see how this disorder actually very often begins in school-age children or from a school age. For example, depression can occur at any time, but on average, it first appears in the late teens to the mid-20s. 1 in 7 of young adults 18 to 25 suffer from depression. So that score goes up rapidly. And then 1 in 6 adolescents suffers from depression. Most adults with severe depression can trace back the onset to childhood or adolescence. Let's look at suicide in our school-age children and adolescents. Suicide from depression is reported at a rate of 14.5 per 100,000 per population. For every suicide, also, there are many, many more that are attempts that are never recorded, never brought to light, and don't meet the criteria for suicide because they were not completed. They are also often not disclosed. A person may not even come to the emergency room. Suicide is the 4th leading cause of death in 35 to 44-year-olds, but it's the 2nd leading cause of death for 10 to 34-year-olds. And in children and adolescents, it's the most prevalent form of death only next to accidents. Now that's amazing. Every year, more people die because of suicide than HIV, malaria, or breast cancer, or war and homicide. So if you think about that, how important it is for us to address depression, suicide, and these rates are only going up. There's staggering statistics, and yet we don't give mental health the attention and treatment it deserves. We're all comfortable about talking about and supporting other healthcare initiatives, but find it often hard to talk about mental health, let alone fund it. Yet given these statistics, it should be one of our number one priorities. Early understanding and awareness and treatment can mitigate and change the course of disease in healthcare. And this is especially true in mental health. Furthermore, we often hear about depression and other mental health symptoms in adults, but often are naive to the fact that depression and other mental health disorders have their origins and often present different in school-aged children than they do in adults. There are similar statistics about almost all of the various mental health disorders revealing a presentation in childhood and adolescence and their associated progression into adulthood. Through better understanding and awareness, we can help change the course and outcome. When we don't fully understand something, it can be frightening, and this is especially true for children, but is likewise important for families, teachers, educators, and the community. So often, school-age behaviors are misinterpreted or misunderstood. Let's take this, for example. 1 in 9 children or adolescents will experience a psychotic episode during their school years causing distress. So that's 1 in 9 children. That's an awful lot. Many of these will be misunderstood and misdiagnosed as a behavior problem, childhood onset schizophrenia, which is rare, or similar. And if misunderstood or incorrectly diagnosed, treated, or not treated, this may severely change the outcome and life of a child or an adolescent. In this example, a psychotic episode could be as simple as a child's fantasy life or developing language and cognition as included in an intellectual disability, or it may be more complex, needing differentiation between childhood onset schizophrenia or the more likely diagnosis of a depression, anxiety, ADHD, or a stress-related trauma. Education and awareness can help to disperse myth and frightening misunderstanding and allow for discussion and early support and understanding. When we don't understand something, we often do not discuss it and often are unaware, and such is it also for our children. Substance abuse in children and adolescents has grown exponentially over the past decade. And this bill potentially gives a manner in which there can be greater discussions and awareness and open discussions about substance abuse. There's been an increase in substance abuse among 8th graders of 61% since 2016 till today. Over 21% of 8th graders have used illegal drugs at one time during their lifetime. So that's over 21% by the age of 13 or 14. So as they become teens, have already used a substance. And now when we're talking about these substances, we're not talking about marijuana. We're talking about drugs such as cocaine, inhalants, heroin, methamphetamines, hallucinogens, ecstasy, close to 50%. So we go from close to a little over 21% with our 8th graders. And then by high school, 50% of our high school students reported have ever used these drugs, including, again, injection drugs. And the kicker being, this is not including marijuana. Broken down further by age and use within the last month. So just if we go back 30 days this past month, school-age children and adolescents reported having used one or more of the aforementioned drugs. 5% of 8th graders.
Dr. Maservik, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment, right? What are you reading from? Remember, we are here on record, and for the purpose of not only with the public drive, of certainly my colleagues and those listening, you submitted testimony that was just about a couple pages, and when I just back over it, where are you reading from? And if this is additional, you will need to submit. I'll have you conclude, but you will need to send that testimony as soon as possible to my staff.
I did send this testimony, this exact testimony, to your office back around February 8th. Actually, I sent revised one the day after you went in recess after we were on back then.
Okay, that's fine. We'll proceed.
And it was directly this.
It's substantially different. Okay, thank you. We'll proceed.
Okay, there was 2 copies. The first one, and then the day after I said this was a revised one.
Okay. We'll proceed.
So I apologize. I'll make sure that you see it if you have not obtained it. Going back to this is bottom line is we have this major crisis happening within our schools. We have not adequately addressed it. Accidental drug overdose is the leading cause of death for persons under the age of 45. These are alarming statistics. We can empower our children, youth, families through education around mental health. From a child and adolescent trained psychiatrist practicing in the Virgin Islands, I'm going to give you a few of the awareness of what I have seen in the community. There's been a significant increase in trauma among our children and adolescents, starting with the hurricanes and through currently with COVID. These stresses have triggered an increased anxiety and depression in our children and adolescents who are experiencing feelings of helplessness and hopelessness. Being hopeless and helpless without skills of recovery and resiliency is causing many of our children to entertain and attempt suicide. Often these are hidden from family and others. Many children and adolescents are dealing with increased substance abuse, both amongst themselves as well as their family members. Often the assessment and treatment of our children and adolescents are being provided from an adult perspective. Although our adolescents often consider themselves adults, they are not, and neither are their presenting symptoms nor the interventions the same as those for an adult. This is even more significant and the case for children. Child and adolescent trained providers are needed to support the teaching and evaluation of our children and adolescents. Our children and adolescents often struggle in understanding that is normal or not normal, and are unsure of how to reach out for help and where are the resources. In addition to education in the schools, we must also provide education and awareness for families, educators, and the community. Ultimately, we all need to be involved and educated about mental health and not continue to disregard or think it does not apply to you or me or us. Mental health and wellness affects us all, including affecting our physical well-being. We do have a mental health crisis here in the Virgin Islands and worldwide. Currently, our children and adolescents are being challenged with some of the greatest challenges and potential for trauma due to COVID, isolation, sexting, cyberbullying, and other stresses as never before. It is important to support and teach awareness, recovery, and resiliency. I humbly offer this testimony on behalf of Bill 34-0086. I will again resend this
Well, let me,
as I close out.
We'll make sure you send it to the correct, because I went back into because we have a system, I have a pretty incentive system in place. So back on March 4th, we followed up. It was first sent on March 2nd, and then you did not reply to me or my staff. So you'd want to look for that email from.
Okay, and
and the date
I will send it back, and I did attach it, but I will make sure that you get that.
Okay, yeah, so go back to your March 4th email. That was not responded to. But thank you very much for your testimony. Move on now to Dr. Lori Thompson. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, and good morning, Honorable Senator Potter. Thank you for proposing this bill. Honorable Senators, the Virgin Islands community, and those within the sound of my voice via internet or social media, thank you for inviting me to testify in support of the proposed changes to BIC Title 17, Chapter 10, Subsection 111, which adds mental health education to the school health programs. I am testifying today primarily from the perspective of a clinician who has worked professionally with the people of the Virgin Islands through numerous agencies within the territory, including Schneider Regional Medical Center as the clinical psychologist on the behavioral health unit for 19 years, the Bureau of Corrections, St. Thomas Healthcare Management Incorporated, also referred to as Seaview Adolescent Unit, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation, and Insight Psychological Services. The experiences I have encountered working within these agencies have solidified my belief that we are not focusing enough on the mental health and well-being of not only our children, but also the parents and teachers of these children, as well as the larger community as a whole. I grew up in St. Thomas, went to school here, and returned to the territory 19 years ago because I wanted to provide much-needed mental health services to the people of the Virgin Islands. Since my return, I have found out that the Virgin Islands that I knew and loved as a child has become somewhat non-existent. And allow me to make my position clear. As high school students, back then, we were able to go dancing at night on Back Street or in Canton without fear of getting attacked or shot. Because of the small, tight-knit community, my parents always felt safe with me spending time with my friends, as other children's parents looked out for us and communicated with one another to ensure our safety and well-being. Over the past 5 years, between the loss of in-person schooling because of hurricanes and a relentless pandemic, many children are unable or have been unable to interact with their classmates or teachers, and therefore don't know them well. And parents certainly don't have the opportunity to look after other parents' children, as they have simply been struggling with monitoring their children at home while trying to maintain their jobs. Not only has the stress level of parents increased, but many teachers have come to me because of increased stress, depression, and anxiety because of the changes in the school experience, their lack of knowledge regarding how to teach and monitor children through a computer screen, and their belief that they are not having any meaningful impact on the kids, as well as a perceived lack of support from the administration. Although I strongly support the changes to this bill, as I believe that the children and teachers would benefit from the additional mental health support and education, I'm not sure that this bill reaches far enough to effectuate much needed change in the dynamics of mental health within the Virgin Islands. I believe, and research supports this, that part of the reason children are struggling mentally and emotionally is because of their parents' struggles. Data collected by the 2021 Kids Count USVI data book identifies the following statistics. In the territory, there were 420 reported cases of child maltreatment in 2019 and 273 reported cases of child maltreatment in 2020. Although this data does not specify who the children were abused by, most cases of abuse are prompted by parents or caregivers. What are we doing to prevent these types of incidents from occurring? Although we cannot know definitively or use language in absolutes what prompts the mental health difficulties of our children, data collected from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, key findings from the UVI Caribbean Exploratory Research Center, identifies the following of USVI students. 35.5% of high school students felt so sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 or more weeks in a row that they stopped doing some usual activities. 17% of high school students and 22% of middle school students seriously considered attempting suicide. This is in the territory. Of those high school students, 13.6% made a plan, 10% actually attempted, and of those middle school students, 14% made a plan and 8% actually attempted. Approximately 1 in 5 high school students are currently sexually active, and 43% of those students did not use a condom at their last sexual encounter. 14% of middle school students reported that they have had sexual intercourse, and 44% of those students did not use a condom at last sexual encounter. Additionally, the survey also discovered that 66 juvenile arrests were recorded in the VI in the year 2019, and 129 juvenile arrests were recorded in the year 2020. Those of us who live here in the territory can feel the pain of the children around us and their families by simply reading the news. 2 minors on St. Croix were the first homicides in 2022 in the USVI. An 18-year-old and 3 minors were arrested and charged in connection with the December 4th armed robbery and shooting at Glitter's Fine Jewelry in Havenside Mall. Research and services should be directed towards preventing these horrible incidents from occurring. One way to start is by increasing mental health education and services in the schools. But the problem goes deeper than this. Providing mental health services for the parents of these children and those around them may also prevent these atrocities from occurring. The above distressing statistics indicate that our children here in the Virgin Islands are subjected to physical and sexual abuse and neglect. Statistics from the U.S. Surgeon General Advisory of 2021 indicate that the pandemic has had significant negative effects on the mental health of children, including increased anxiety and depressive symptoms and increased suicide attempts. The violence and sexual promiscuity in our children and adolescents here in the territory, as noted above, are warning signs to us that our children are struggling emotionally and would significant from increased mental health services, not only within the schools, but throughout all of our government agencies. Again, upon returning to the territory 19 years ago, the Department of Mental Health was a well-staffed office with several devoted professionals who went above and beyond to help those with mental illnesses. Some of the people who come to mind include James Smith, Dr. Woodard, psychiatrist Dr. Layman Liu, and Dr. Derek Spencer, respectively. The recent retirement of Lucia Brown, social worker for the Department of Mental Health, brings a feeling of trepidation and palpitant rhythm to my heart, as these positions are often not filled, and the few professional staff who continue to remain are unable to handle the caseload assigned to them. The fact that the Department of Mental Health does not have a psychiatrist is indicative of the declining state of mental health services to the people of the Virgin Islands. But the lack of staff and service in the Department of Health. Speaking to any social worker at the Department of Human Services reveals similar concerns and caseloads rising. Yet these are the same individuals who are mandated to investigate the above noted cases of abuse and neglect in our youth. The Department of Education has suffered similar losses, and the uncertain times signal a further exodus. I often question myself, what are we, the leaders in the territory, doing to discourage good people to remain in or fill these essential positions? If the legislature requires the Department of Education to provide additional mental health education and services, I also question whether the necessary funding and resources would be allocated to hire and locate qualified personnel to meet the health demands. To meet the demands of the varying mental health issues. Currently, most of the mental health services being provided in the territory are being offered by private agencies. As the clinical psychologist at Schneider Regional Medical Center, I am thankful to Dr. Maservi at St. Thomas East End Medical, a full-time psychiatrist on St. Thomas, to accept the referrals from the hospital. But he has a full caseload and an exceedingly long waiting list. There are only so many hours in the day, and the demand for psychiatric expertise greatly exceeds supply. Knowing this, can we follow this model and expand the procurement of private agencies in the territory to assist in providing these services, with a focus on locating skilled licensed professionals with appropriate training and backgrounds who are willing to work with other agencies to provide wraparound services? In summary, I extend applause to Senator Potter for taking this first step in acknowledging the importance of mental health education and proposing to add this to the school health programs under Title 17, Chapter 10 of the VI Code. And I welcome further discussion on the matter. Admittedly, when he invited me to present my support today for the proposed bill to increase mental health education and services in the schools, I was initially hesitant to respond based on the indifference and abhorrent posture given to mental health over several decades. I watched many of my respected colleagues, such as Dr. Olaf Hendricks and Dr. Derek Spencer, give eloquent and impassioned speeches to the legislature and public health officials about the dire need to shift our priorities and fund public mental health initiatives. Regrettably, the facts listed above indicate that all those impassioned speeches resulted in very little substantive action. It is my hope that my testimony before this body today will not suffer the same fate of placing mental health on the proverbial back burner. Finally, I want to recognize and thank my intern, Shakima Plunkett, a UVI master's level psychology graduate, for locating much of the research data used in this presentation. As the mantle is passed to the next generation, I am hopeful in the years to come that Ms. Plunkett will not be requested to make another impassioned speech because nothing has been done in our present day to address the state of the territory's mental health. With the risk of sounding cliche, the time is certainly now to change the trajectory and downward spiral of the overall mental health services in our community. This proposed bill is a welcome first step in shifting our attention to the importance of the mental health of every citizen of the Virgin Islands. And lastly, I want to thank you all for your attention. And at this time, I'm ready, willing, and able to entertain any comment or respond to any inquiry based on my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I'm actually looking straight at Assistant Commissioner Soames, because if you might recall back on the topic of when I mentioned the term psychoeducational testing as a means, and that's something that I think even interconnected with this measure is really important. Psychoeducational testing, where we start the assessment at the early age, it will be a great connection. And I do commend the sponsor of the measure and certainly the testifier. So thank you all for your testimony. And I hope that through this effort we will implement that. I'm a firm believer in early assessments, and I hope that and I look forward to continued efforts. But I want to really hone in on that psychoeducational testing for the children of the Virgin Islands, and I think it's a great connection with mental health. Thank you all. So we'll now proceed with a round of questioning. We'll have 5 minutes for this round. And we'll proceed with our first Senate President, Senator Fred Gregory. You may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. So, of course, I did some research on the National Conference of State Legislators website, and there is so much to talk about as it relates to student mental health and legislative trends throughout the country. But I want to harken back to the testimony of the Department of Education, particularly the Assistant Commissioner Soames. So in your testimony, you made mention that the term mental health is insufficient for the varying categories in mental health. And then you went a step further and you talked about there's no distinguish between mental health and emotional health. So are you recommending that we speak to behavioral health? Because you went further around tobacco use, a number of different uses. So are we speaking about behavioral health? Because that is what is encompassing behavioral health in this particular discourse.
Thank you. I almost called you Commissioner. Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, Senate President Fred Gregory. Drawing on my experience of 13 years as the director of the Alternative Education Program at St. Croix, absolutely, we must consider behavioral health when we talk about mental health in the Department of Education.
So, because you said that you can't support the legislation because it needs additional fleshing out. So I see the extension to behavioral health. I know that we have legislation that the vice president of this institution is working on around behavioral health. It's an extensive piece of legislation, and I'm not sure if there are components in there around behavioral health in our schools. And then you further went on to say that you made some recommendations to strengthen the legislation, and you laid out like 5 or 6 items. Don't you believe that those items should be addressed in the development of your policy? My concern is us over-legislating. So I know you spoke to, I think, is it Florida?
Yes.
The state of Florida and what their statute looks like. But my concern is what prevents the Department of Education from laying out what the policy should be once the legislation is moved?
Presently, I don't see any blockages, any blockades that would prevent the department from doing exactly as you suggest and coming up with policy, rules, and regulations to implement mental health. What I would strongly suggest is that we involve the Department of Health because they are subject matter experts, and the Department of Human Services. They have the expertise on a daily basis to deal with behavioral health, emotional health, as well as mental health.
And I wholeheartedly agree with you that a representative from DOH and Department of Health, Department of Human Services should have been here to talk about this measure. But I'm going to ask you though, so currently, what is the Department of Education doing to address mental health? Or how are they collaborating with those two departments and agencies to address mental health issues, behavioral health issues in our schools or amongst our youth in our public school system?
So I will cite for you an example, and then I will defer to both superintendents. We recently met with the Department of Human Services on something called VI Prep, which is Virgin Islands Preparatory, I forgot what the acronym stands for, but it is a program that addresses sexual behavior towards sexually transmitted disease. And the Department of Human Services has been awarded grant monies to train teachers and counselors in particular to conduct 8-week sessions in VI Prep. I'm racking my mind to think of what the acronym stands for, but it's not coming to me at this moment. So that is one example. Where we've reached out, where Human Services has reached out to us, and we will partner with them to institute VI Prep.
So is there a system though in place within the school system now that identifies students who are experiencing mental or behavioral health issues outside of us saying that those students need to be tested out and move into the special education program, if you will?
Time?
If I may, Senator, I will defer to the superintendents to provide a specific response to that question.
Sure, on my time. We'll proceed.
Sure. Good morning, Senator. Right now in our schools, our guidance counselors would complete like a referral package. They would work internally to really, whether it's with the Division of Special Education or even with the Alternative Education site, to provide some form of intervention or make a referral and suggestion to parents to seek outside services, but in terms of internally, we don't have the capacity to deal with mental health issues as they come.
My time has been called, and hopefully I'll have another opportunity to drill down on this some more. But I think this is a very important discussion. And as we look at what other states are doing, laws that has been passed around suicide prevention programs in the school, the staff training and professional development, the mental health screening. I mean, there's just so much mental health related issues that's tied to absenteeism and how students are excused because of that. There's a lot. There's a lot to contemplate around this and a lot to be included. But like I said, I'm not certain what our behavioral health bill that's before the Senate now includes. So I don't know if there's an encroaching effect, but I think we need to kind of flesh it out in totality. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Carla Joseph, you're up for your 5 minutes.
A pleasant good day, Madam Chair, colleagues, testifiers, and the people of the Virgin Islands. I have really looked at this proposed legislation before us, and I do have some concerns. I think it can do more as far as to flesh it out and to make it more effective. During my previous work experience, I worked with a lot of young people who were at risk in both island districts, and we always had a counselor on board. And when that counselor position was absent, we had already received a capacity building training to identify certain issues, whether it was mental or behavioral, that we could refer them to the mental health specialists in those areas. All of our team members were trained at that level, and more importantly, and I want to really stress this part because it's critical, we all had training that we would go into the various homes of our young people and help them, empower them to make those transitions, setting goals. We did have some young people who had psychological issues where they were receiving medication to address those issues. And I know Mr. Sum from the program he managed for a number of years also experienced that. My concern is the funding. I love that this bill is really strong on putting this and highlighting this issue. Always is be able to provide funding for this type of issues. How are we going to pay people? Because when persons go into a counseling area, a psychiatrist area, they are very passionate about the work, and we should also provide opportunities for them to receive the tools, to receive the necessary support that they need to carry out the work, and also for them to also take some time off to also address it. I'm not sure, like, based on what I'm seeing, if we need to look at what type of funding to put in place, also how the resources that we have, the limited resources that we have here, are being braided to address some of the issues that young people who have been identified with mental issues or their families are being identified can receive those level of training, preventative methods, so that they can help support their children. That is, or their children. That is the key part, because it has to start in their homes, and for us to be able to also provide those types of services. Let me ask you, Mr. Som, what about the parent university? At one point, I know I had a counselor who worked with me, and she was also a providing services, counseling services, and teaching the parents about identifying these mental and behavior issues. Is Parent University coming on board again?
Thank you, Senator Joseph. To the best of my knowledge, in the St. Thomas St. John District, Ms. Jerry Ford, who is the Director of School and Community Relations, she is still continuing Parent University, if I'm not mistaken, and Superintendent Jorgen can correct me if I'm wrong. She has partnered with the University of the Virgin Islands to continue the implementation of Parent University. At this time, I would ask, Senator, that Superintendent Jorgen and Acting Superintendent Atley Herman also add to my response to this question.
Thank you.
We have been able to continue with Parent University services in the virtual world. And so that did occur. We did have a series of about 8 weeks of Parent University classes during the pandemic.
Good morning,
Okay.
Senator.
And what? Good morning. And good morning.
No, I just wanted to add in the St. Croix district, we did not put on specifically Parent University, but our Parent and Community Relations Director did host virtually parent workshops that talked about engaging students, looking at trauma, supporting your children during this time virtually as well.
Okay, now tell me, we're going to drill down a bit. How was the attendance? What were the numbers? How many did you invite, and how many actually turned up and were in attendance and engaged?
So, Senator, I don't have an exact number. Some of our sessions were held via Facebook Live so that it can go out to the masses, and they're still on our YouTube page. So I would have to get an exact number for you, but I do know that it's still virtually available.
Senator, I don't
Okay,
have the exact
but how many did you
numbers, but I
invite?
do know.
How many parents did you invite?
Well, it was
All
open to
parents.
it was open to the entire district. I don't have the exact numbers, but I do know that it was very engaging. Parents had the opportunity to ask questions and also work with other parents on completing various activities.
It was open to the entire
so-
district and territory, and we received feedback from the families as well through our parent and community directors.
My point is, and this is a critical point I want to make, I have known positive outcome from the Parent University that was implemented before the pandemic and before the storms. There were times when the parents were receiving the requisite training and counseling on how to identify certain issues and where to seek the support within our community. Our role should always be, I will conclude, Madam Chair, to provide the monetary supports and to assure that the resources here are being braided properly. I'm interested in getting some of the numbers of how many parents who participated in your program, and as well as what you are offering for your 8-week or 3-week, whatever time frame. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. And we put that down as a request. I do recall last year we talked about Parent University at a hearing, and out of the 15 outstanding deliverables, for which 9 of 15 was delivered at 11:46 p.m. last night. So Commissioner did send 9 of the 15, and we have engaged over that matter. But before I proceed to the next senator, Senator Saru, point of inquiry. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe the bill sponsor could respond via a point of information, but I'm confused with the legislation insofar as it is saying that after environment, you add the following, and you add mental health education and instruction that includes age-appropriate model learning activities. Is the bill requiring a curriculum change? Is it requiring the Board of Education to require the department to have a separate class called mental health education? The verbiage is quite vague as to what we're asking the department to do in Bill 34.0086. So if the bill sponsor can respond to that, it's not clear. It's quite ambiguous. And I look forward to a point of information from the bill sponsor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. And interest enough, the bill sponsor is, well, he's going to be last on because he's sponsoring. But if you would like to respond, Senator Potter, you may proceed.
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Senator Saru. I don't think that the intent of the bill was to really provide a specific strategy or a specific program that the Department of Education will be required to do to address the mental health deficiencies and the mental health education deficiencies at our schools. I think if we're asking for age-appropriate learning activities from K through 12, it is going to require an adjustment to the educational curriculum. So we are talking about developing age-appropriate curriculum from K through 12 that will effectively address some of those key issues affecting the mental health of our children in the Virgin Islands community.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Saru, you're actually next. Yes, coincidentally, yes, you're
Thank
next.
you. So, I get Assistant Commissioner, sorry if I got my salutations. Good morning to all. Good morning to those listening and viewing and the public and to my colleagues. Assistant Commissioner, what does your health curriculum look like right now?
The health and physical education curriculum, we have reviewed the standards. It was vetted by the Core Curriculum Council in the State Office for Curriculum and Instruction. Off the top of my head, I know it does contain some components of mental health and emotional wellness.
So okay, let's go back. How often does a student from K to 6 take health?
It depends on the scheduling. Health is considered, in some instances, to be a special. So some schools do it 3 times a week, depending upon the scheduling as they try to fit specials in.
Let me rephrase my question. Does a student from K to 6 receive health every year?
Every year?
Yeah, a health class, yes.
Yes.
Okay. 7th and 8th, health?
Yes. Because that is a course, a standalone course in the schedule.
Let's go to 9 to 12. What's the requirement for graduation for health? Is it still 2 or 1?
It is 1 year requirement for health and PE, but...
Health and PE combined, or?
I'm sorry, one credit for health,
PE?
1 credit for PE.
Okay.
But ROTC can be a substitute for physical education, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, now let's go to truancy officers. We have any truancy officers?
We have attendance counselors in the Department of Education.
The present Lieutenant Governor was a champion for truancy.
Yeah.
I just want to give a gentle reminder.
Yeah.
So we don't have anybody that's doing truancy right now.
Well, the attendance counselors
Attendance counselor in truancy. Because when I went to high school, Ms. Jackson, rest in peace, but you gave Ms. Jackson a note. It don't matter who write the note, and you go into class. So, truancy is very different from attendance counselor. So is it safe to say we don't have truancy right now?
No, we don't, because we understand, at least I understand truancy officers as having law enforcement powers, and attendance counselors don't have that.
Okay, so truancy is a gap. Let's talk about EWA. EWA is our
Alternative education program.
Alternative education. So we tend to send our quote-unquote troubled students to EWA, those who've gotten in some trouble. When they get to EWA, is there a pre-assessment that those students take?
I'm going to defer to Superintendent Jurgen because he works with that program in his district.
You could take your mask off, please, because I struggle to hear you through the mask. Time.
Good morning, Senator. There is a pre-assessment for academic purposes.
That's it.
That's correct.
Okay, so therein lies the problem quickly that, and then we passed the Women, Children, and Families Act in the 33rd that in section 1 of the bill, subsection Title 19, Part 1, Chapter 7, subsection 154, that calls for behavioral screenings for students or children ages 3 to 18, and based on that assessment, the practitioner would then realize that there's a speech impediment, there's an ACER happening, there's something happening, and they would recommend that child for further evaluation. So I don't know if we have a legislative or appropriation issue here, because we've appropriated money for mental health, and Lord knows we continue to pass legislation on mental health. I believe that we have, on a granular level, we have an implementation issue. I think that's the issue that we have today, implementation and execution. And I think if we fill the gaps, we send our students to EWA. EWA is the alternative school, but we do not provide the services for them. And then we turn around and we see them, the instances like what Dr. Thompson explained in her testimony. They would have been in EWA anyhow, and we didn't provide those services to them. So it's not an attack on education, it's just identifying the holes that we need to fix. And I don't think that more bureaucracy or more legislation is going to fix that. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Rue. Point of inquiries, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, based on the commentary from the last speaker, so as I read this legislation, it is basically saying to provide for mental health education and instruction, right? So the question that I have, because I think that we having an all-encompassing conversation around this, and to your point, it needs to be all-encompassing. But for what we have in front of us, the inquiry that I have is, we have PE and we have health classes, correct?
Yes.
Those are separate courses.
Yes.
So within our health program course, in our school system, our public school system, is there a mental health component or behavioral health component in those courses? Because that's what this is asking for, I think. I mean, you could kind of read it two ways. You could read that it looking to do something separate and not within health. I think my colleague who spoke before my inquiry kind of said that in her inquiry. So I need to be clear on, I think there is some clarity that's needed as to whether or not we're looking for a separate mental health education, or we're looking for the health curriculum to be, for this mental health component to be included in the health course, the health curriculum course. What's your take on what you've read? Because you kind of said you can't support it and you lay out a whole lot of different things. But this was specifically around school health programs to provide for mental health education and instruction. So, and again, the bill sponsor, you know, he did give an explanation that it's just focused on that, but based on your testimony, I think it kind of expanded things for us to talk about a whole lot of other behavioral health type matters.
I agree, Senator, thank you. And I'm going to say a few words and then have our Deputy Commissioner for Curriculum and Instruction add to this discussion. I think I want to thank the sponsor for mentioning, including the fact that training needs to be done for all school-based personnel. If you're working in a school, if you're working with training, at a minimum, you should be able to identify students who are experiencing emotional, mental, or behavioral stressors or challenges. So I think that's really important. With respect to your specific question, I think that it is necessary, if not a fact, that when we talk about health education, mental health is a component of health education. To what extent it is offered, I am not certain, but Senator Serow talked about EWA, the Edith Williams Academy in St. Thomas, St. John. I can't speak to that, but again, having spent years in St. Croix, mental health is a daily, hourly component of the alternative education program at St. Croix. We do an intake process known as a functional behavioral assessment as students come into the alternative education program here. So I don't know if Deputy Commissioner Charleswell has any other information to add to your question, Senator Fred Gregory.
Good morning.
Also, be sure to give your title as you answer the question.
Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. So to add to the conversation, when I look at what's being proposed in terms of mental health, we do have mental health instruction that's taking place. Again, looking at the level of implementation and execution, that left, that's a discussion that needs to actually happen. What I'm concerned about with this particular proposal or with this particular bill is exactly how in depth or what the curriculum should look like from our end, because it is taking place on a certain level within our schools. However, again, what do we need to be addressing that's different from what we're doing now? What needs to happen, and if it's on a level where it requires folks to be diagnosing or identifying students on a certain level, then that speaks to the experts within the Department of Health, the Department of Human Services.
Thank you, Dr. Charleswell. Before I move on to the next speaker, I want to say that it's not in this. This fits into what we haven't received from this committee, right? The dropout prevention plan is at the core of this discussion, which has been part of previous hearings. It's an outstanding document owed to the Education Committee, to the legislature. Within the dropout prevention plan, we get into learning loss, we get into what we're talking about here today, as well as health education. So I know that as a department works to, and I know that's in the commissioner's testimony, that you all have made plans to meet with stakeholders. I would suggest, as you're putting together the dropout prevention plan, that you add, such as we have testifiers today, to when you talk with stakeholders, you're going to definitely want to also delve in, because at the core of this is learning loss and even the impact. So everything goes together, and that's why I continue to ask for the plan, and I have to turn the question onto the department, because that's something you all should be working on concretely. Senator Viale, you're up for your 5 minutes.
Point of inquiry.
Noted. Thank you. Yeah, for Senator Potter, you may proceed with your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, the issue of mental health education, mental health instruction, and I just think there is no question in my mind that what we are doing in our school system with regards to mental health instruction, I don't think it is even debatable that it is inadequate. It is inadequate. I mean, we're not saying, the bill isn't asking for individuals to be mental health diagnosticians. That is not what the bill is saying. It is saying that we need to provide reasonable mental health instruction in our school curriculum from K through 12. That is what it is saying. It is not saying that it should be a chapter in a department of, in a health textbook that you may or may not reach, you may or may not address. We're saying that the issues regarding mental health in our schools are real. They are extremely serious. And I think for us to sort of just be very casual about it, I think it is doing significant harm to our children. But that's just my 2 cents. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Viale, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. I agree with the intent of the bill. However, as I've said many times before, I don't believe that the legislature should be in the business of mandating curriculum. That should be going through the Board of Education. We are already in court because of a previous mandate. I think you had that case last week, Monday, and it all speaks to whether or not it is Virgin Islands history was fully implemented in respect to the bill. So we don't want to create any other legislation that could result in future court cases. I honestly do believe that we need to deal with the mental health issue, and we need to deal with a lot of what is in the bill, but we need to discuss a different manner in which we'll be able to implement it. We know that kinder to 6, health is a separate subject for elementary students, so we can incorporate that in elementary school. We know that 7 and 8, physical education teachers are made to teach health, so it could be implemented in 7 and 8. And in high school, you have 1 PE class, which I didn't agree with that change from the board. I don't know why they reduced physical education, but it could be taught there. And then you have 1 health requirement, and there's definitely a component there. But they have a 2 years gap, because if the student take it in 9 and 10, then they have better requirements. They don't need to take it in 11 and 12. So if you mandated K to 12, you're really adding on an additional subject for both of those grade levels, which is going to throw the whole graduation requirement out the window. And that in itself needs to be addressed, because the board have 4 years of math, and the only math taught at Central High in the 4th year is trigonometry, which is unfair to the children. A lot of the students are failing. They have just eliminated speech. So we need to get a grip as to what we're doing for these high school students, because in our quest to create requirements and our quest to make everybody, I guess they're thinking college ready, we're losing the true gist of what requirements for graduation should actually be. You know, there's no need for students to take 4 years of math, and I'm a math major. You want to get students career ready, and those that want to become college ready, you have those elective classes in math that you could take a 4th and a 5th. But every time we add on requirements, we make the job of the Department of Education a lot harder. And we open up the Department of Education for lawsuits. Now, this particular issue, I honestly believe that you're not the only group that should be here. Department of Health should be here. Department of Health, the mental health component falls under Department of Health. And when we diagnose a child, we can do one thing in the school, but ask the parent to go to Department of Health and report the issues that they're having, and 8 out of 10 times the parent refuses. And then we have the problem right back in the school. Now we have to develop a component of being able to assess and survey. We had a Department of Health commissioner before us. We asked were any surveys completed for behavioral health. When the students went back to school after being virtual for 2 years, they're working on it. So they said they're working on it. But this is 2 years out. I would suggest to the sponsor that a collaborative team be formed within Department of Health, Human Services, and Department of Education, and you develop a plan as to how you're going to be able to deal with behavioral health of students K to 12, to include assessment, etc. I would suggest that those grade levels that already have health as a requirement, which would be K to 8 and 2 years of high school, that we mandate that a mental health component be taught. But in terms of the overarching language, I don't agree, and I don't think that this body should be adding any requirements on the educational system. School psychologists, how many do we have?
Senator, I'm going to have the districts respond to that.
Good morning, Senator. We have 1 school psychologist on staff, and the others function through milestones for special education.
Good morning, Senator. I believe we have 1 at the alternative education site. We have 1 at the district office of special education, and the others function through milestone.
Time?
How many function through milestone? Milestone is just connected to special education?
Yes, Senator. School psychologists, based on their job description, really perform functional behavioral assessments. They help with the education diagnostician in terms of making referrals. So presently we have 5.
Hold up there.
Okay.
Madam Chair, with your indulgence.
Yes, you may proceed. My time, ma'am.
based on their job description, they only deal with modified instruction students, correct?
Well, how they function right now, they function in terms of doing referrals. That's a major part of the school psychologist's role within the Department of Education.
And referrals are for the modified instruction program?
Correct.
Okay.
However, at the alternative education site, that school psychologist not only does referrals, but she works within the functional behavioral assessments. And for clarity, we have 5 within special education, 2 are local, and 3 are tied to the milestone contract.
Okay. It is time for us. I always believe that school psychologists should not have been tied to just modified instruction. The school psychologists should be tied to a particular school. And I know that we had a program once where we actually paid for a number of educators to become school psychologists. And we have a shortage now, so I think we need to resume that program. And then we need to have a school psychologist at every school to deal with the entire school body and not just referrals. You'll have that set that deal with referral for modified instruction, but you'll have a school psychologist at every single school that would be able to address some of the issues that is in this particular bill. I'll end with saying the lady that from St. Thomas, what was her name? Dr. Thompson. Thompson. She read a part about psychological damage and to students. Most students that are acting out have some serious deep-rooted issues, very, very serious deep-rooted issues. And suspension ain't necessarily taking care of any of those deep-rooted issues. Is we need school psychologists. These children have been traumatized, some of them from birth. And what you're seeing in school is they're just acting out. So I think it's a good start for us to have a discussion. But I would recommend to the sponsor that we make this become a measure where we'll be able to really see some systemic change in the way that we are addressing students as a whole. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. And before I pursue with a point of information, I want to say that with the last speaker, I agree in many ways. The only thing I do disagree is on curriculum. Curriculum throughout the country, throughout the world, the best practices are where the legislature, the parliament, they set the tone for how their Department of Education, the Board of Education, and what curriculum is connected to a lot of their industry and so on. So we still have disconnect in that way, connections in some other ways. But I want to turn Title 17, Section 823. I know I'm going to drill down. I think by end of today, everyone should be an expert on the Dropout Prevention Plan Act. But if you go to subsection B, it speaks to teenage parent programs, and subsection C speaks to substance abuse programs. So that's what I'm talking about. As we work together, whether this measure is passed or not, we work on that ecosystem. In the Dropout Prevention Plan, there are elements of what we're talking about today. The impacts of mental health as they're connected to teenage pregnancy, substance abuse. So that's why plans are so important, and I'm going to continue to drill down on this plan. Senator Fred Gregory, you may proceed with your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just thought it was important for me to share this information based on what the previous speaker, a former educator, indicated. I don't think that we're saying that, I don't think that he's saying that we shouldn't include it in the curricula. It's how we do it. So I'm reading this from the National Council of State Legislators. And it says, student mental health has continued to be a focus for policymakers across the country, including states connecting physical and mental health through mental health curricula. And it says, for example, in 2019, Maine enacted Senate Paper 303, requiring K-12 health education curricula to address the relationship between physical and mental health to reduce the stigma and enhance students' understanding of attitudes towards behavior relating to mental health. And then in 2020, South Carolina enacted House Bill 3257, which requires state educational agencies, which is the SCA, to revise existing age-appropriate standards and concepts that address mental, emotional, and social health, which also relates to coursework and adds additional requirements for 7th and 9th grade students. And I think that's what the previous speaker was trying to get at, that instead of us saying that we expect or moving legislation that says we must implement X, Y, Z in our curriculum, I think our wording is what we really have to work on to ensure that there is that collaboration between the respective agencies, as well as the collaboration and understanding with the curriculum and not being so hardlining. We have to have XYZ in the curriculum because that's what creates the issues that we're seeing now, right now, with our Virgin Islands history conversation that's occurring. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record. So I don't know that we're saying that we are not interested in seeing it from a legislative perspective, but I think it's how we ask, is how we lay out the legislation for the department to implement. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I pursue the next, I just wanted to highlight too that we've, the legislative body for a very long time, because we know the VI history case is 39, same age as me actually, and I'm going to be, and it's basically that the body has set the tone for the infrastructure. So if we're going to mental health, and we're going to put that in the curriculum, and our law is no different, our statutes are no different than other states, that some states have long lists of curriculum areas. You know, so really and truly, as we look at this discussion, is we can decide to, as this body, to set the tone for the parameters of what the board and the Department of Education are going to work on. We can't have this discussion about, at one point we're saying that we're not going to address the curriculum, that we're going to address it. Again, this legislatures of the past have in fact put in the code what areas to have the Board of Education and Department of Education focus on throughout the country, throughout the world, and we just heard an example from another state where they want it in the they have it in the curriculum, or pushing to have it in their curriculum. Senator Saru, you may proceed. What's your point of information?
Thank you. Can I be heard? Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel compelled to respond because education is probably the one area where non-educators continue to craft policy for educators. And it is frustrating. We are going to run teachers out of the classroom. And we're sitting here, curriculum this, do that. By the time a teacher is done, when I used to teach, I had 27 students, and then I have 14 IEPs, and then something else to do, and then CRIS strategies, and then and the No Child Left Behind. I mean, by the time we were done with the salary you're paying them, you leave them exhausted. So this discussion about curriculum, we have to bring educators to the table before mandating, and this is not just to this legislation before us, but before we start to mandate all of these things. And I go back to the whole VI history discussion. VI history is taught cross-curriculum. If you're teaching U.S. history and you get to the point in U.S. history where the nation is formed, they liberate themselves from Great Britain, and comes the Articles of Confederation, how do you form a government? What are the 3 branches of government? What does each article say? That is civics incorporated into a U.S. history class. And we become so isolated all the time that we're not understanding cross-curriculum. So I am not against the legislation before us today, but this needs to be a cross-curriculum discussion. When you get to science, when you get to health, what's a good touch? What's a bad touch? What is good stress? What is bad stress? How do you interact with a student in your class that may have a learning disability? How are we becoming more accepting? Bullying, that's still mental health. Mm-hmm. But to just sit here and I see it year after year in this body, we keep coming with this instruction, that instruction, then you wonder why education can't find employees. We're going to run them out of the classroom. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Senator Bailey, point of inquiry? Point of information, Senator Bailey.
And thank you so much. What I'm trying to say is that be careful with the wording. Mm-hmm. Do not allow the wording to become an additional graduation requirement. exposure to the material, fine. The curricula, fine. But the wording says K through 12. So you have just made it a requirement that in each of the 4 years of high school, you must have mental health education. That changes everything. So I'm just trying to be careful with the wording. This body does not make graduation requirement. We are not supposed to be in that business. We have an entity that does that. We should not, what makes us professionals as to what should be taught? This body. You read the code, you have about 10 things right now in the code that we don't even touch. Because various legislatures added this, added that, added this. Whatever is a hot topic at the time, it was added. So let's just be careful. Let's address this, but let's address it in a comprehensive manner. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Senator Francis, you may proceed with your 5 minutes. And before I proceed, Senator Gittins, my apologies, Senator Francis, Senator Gittins, welcome. Committee member Senator Gittins, good afternoon to you. Senator Francis, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've been listening to the discussion here. Let me say good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. And I've been listening to the discussion here, and it's one that continues to intrigue me. And everyone knows of my passion for this behavioral health and mental health. And by the way, the industry continue to move away from the wording of mental health and really using behavioral health a lot of times is used interchangeably, but there is a difference between them. Young people's mental health is a major public health concern, is one of the articles that I've read on this particular issue as we prepare for this hearing. We have declared a state of emergency of mental health for quite some time now, and we'll continue to see legislation that's trying to piecemeal this. And I know that there is a behavioral health piece of comprehensive behavioral health reform legislation that will be coming before us in the very near future, but we can't continue to run from this monster. You know, we're going to continue to see piecemeal as we go along to be able to address this issue. And I'll tell you that I agree that the wording of this particular piece of legislation requires some belt tightening, you know, but we have to come together as a community in all components. You know, when you look at the University of the Virgin Islands, Department of Education, Department of Human Services, Department of Education, Department of Labor, you know, there needs to be a conversation about how we're going to address this particular issue. Early detection, early intervention. You know, but we can't just have the conversation about behavioral health or mental health without looking at what's causing, the causes of it, the impact. What's happening in these homes? When mommy is saying that, you know, that they're waiting for human services to do certain things, when certainly, you know, they have issues where unemployment checks are not being cut in a timely fashion. You know, we have a lot of underlying issues that then manifest itself into our children when they get into the school environment. A lot of these issues start from the home. And I truly believe that the Department of Health you know, needs to develop a health policy in respect to this. But we have to have the conversation. And we can't continue to just spin wheels on this particular issue because we continue to lose people day in, day out. Last night I attended a town hall with DLCA over at the Emancipation Garden. And after dark, the place is taken over by individuals that's having behavioral health issue. More than a dozen individuals there. And yes, they're on the older side of it, but I can't help to think if there was some early intervention, if there was some early detection, if there's some assistance in this matter, what could have been different about them today? We keep talking about breaking the school to prison pipeline, and we know that a lot of this is as a result of behavioral issues. Mental health issues that manifest itself where, again, a crime is committed or the individual students are exiled from our school into alternative or into the prisons justice, criminal justice system, the juvenile justice system, and they don't ever come out. So what is this bill? Some other bill, I believe that it's critical that we truly have that earnest discussion by how we're going to address the state of emergency and behavioral health, state of emergency and behavioral health comprehensively. Because no one agency, Department of Education can't do it by themselves, Human Services can't do it by themselves, Department of Health can't do it by themselves. There must be a comprehensive approach to this particular issue, and we have to take case by case. When I was with the police department, we formed a task force that look at these students when they're demonstrating their behavioral health issues or behavioral issues within the schools. And we brought in all of the components at the table to be able to have this discussion about, well, how do we resolve this issue? And a lot of times it goes back to the home. It go back to issues that's happening in the home. And once we're able to navigate that, we see some improvements in that area. We've seen all of these fights in our schools. Somebody's going to be seriously hurt. When is it that we're going to really get serious about this? And if it's not this bill, let's throw this one out and start fresh if we need to, but we have to address this problem because we keep using our youngsters day in, day out. Mr. Soames, good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
So my time has been called, but I just really wanted to ask you real quickly, if you could just put on the record, what's being done in respect to patterns of behavioral health right now in the schools? How are you addressing that besides just exiling our students to the alternative school? What is the wraparound that's provided, at least in the school environment, before they move on into some other school outside of their current school environment? Can you speak to that real quickly, please?
Thank you for that question, Senator Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. Primarily because of COVID, we are rapidly moving into SEL, which is social emotional learning, and that is the umbrella, if you will, towards which a lot of the issues regarding mental and behavioral health are being addressed. I also want to sideline, before I turn it over to the superintendents for additional response, is that the health and physical education standards curriculum speaks to mental health and emotional health under Domain 2. So we are addressing mental health and emotional health in the health and physical education standards. We are addressing things like promoting safe and healthy relationships. We are addressing those things that lead to extreme mental health issues such as tobacco and alcohol use. That's found in Domain 6 of the health and physical education standards. So at this point, Senator, other than the social emotional learning, I think the superintendents can add to that response. Superintendent Otley Herman and Superintendent Jorgen.
Good morning, Senator. I'd like to clarify. So the Department of Education operates within the Board of Education School Discipline Policy, which outlines the level of infraction and what would be the consequence thereof. For example, if a student commits a level 4 infraction, they immediately receive a 10-day suspension with the option for a recommendation for expulsion depending on the infraction that was committed. If there is a student who has repeated behavioral issues on a school campus, the district has a procedural listing that includes the schools have to document a level of behavioral interventions completed at the school level before a student can be referred to the superintendent's office to be transferred to alternative education. Many times, the services that are within alternative education are identified as services needed by that student, which are the intense wraparound services. So to answer the question, at the school level, they must provide evidence of behavioral interventions, whether that's weekly counselor meetings, parental meetings, referrals to outside agencies prior to a referral to alternative education.
And Senator, if I can also...
Be sure to put your name, your full title, and name on record.
Dr. Jorgen, Superintendent of Schools, St. Thomas, St. John, School District. I just wanted to clarify that although we don't have many school psychologists assigned in our schools, we do refer our students to psychological services so that they are receiving those services. So the void is not there. Yes, we would like to have more psychologists in our schools. However, we do make referrals, and we are in partnership with several agencies to be able to provide that service. And many of our schools have not been sending or referring students to the alternative program. So there's a lot that's taking place on the campus, and I know that we'll get to some of that in a comprehensive manner when we discuss our testimony later on today.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. A question I have for the department, in terms of data, how have you all compiled the data for how COVID impacted both the students, teachers, administrators? Have you all done any kind of internal assessments of your own, as administrators, down to of course students? Have you all done an assessment and have any numbers to share concerning the impact of COVID just on whether, just in different challenges, seeing more aggressive behavior, things of that nature?
The data that we're collecting, I don't think it goes to what you're suggesting. Most of the time, the data we collect with respect to COVID are COVID cases or COVID exposures. But in terms of the impact that the data collected has on what you're suggesting, I don't think we go that far. If I'm understanding the question correctly, Superintendent?
I would like to expand. Is your question, how do we track behavioral concerns in the districts?
Correct, but I want to just put into perspective the impact that COVID, the pandemic, everything has had on the students. They've been through a lot, right? We've been through the pandemic itself, hurricanes. There's a lot of stress, a lot of, So how has the department dove into getting that data, the impact of the pandemic as well as the storms?
So I can start, and Dr. Jurgen can continue. Aristotle Herman, acting Institute Superintendent, St. Croix District. Presently in our Power School database, we do track behavioral incidents, and that was prior to the pandemic. What we've started to do is, again, we've continually tracked it in Power School. However, what we are developing now is a system to actually look at the data collection that we're collecting and determine if this child is a previous offender from prior to COVID, or is this a new instance? What are the referrals looking at? So we are creating a comprehensive picture in our push to determine what are the social emotional impacts of the pandemic as well as the hurricanes.
Thank you for that, because I will say, not for this particular block, but out of that 138 million that me and my staff dove into, we definitely know the social emotional wellness is even budgeted in various categories and areas. So I expected to hear something. Dr. Jurgen.
Dr. Jurgen, Institute Superintendent, St. John School District, I just wanted to mention that social and emotional learning is a big thrust in both districts. And so we've spent a significant amount of our money on those things so that we have a continuum of services, so that if we don't catch one student with one program, we can catch them in another area. And so that's what we hope to also lay out today.
Thank you, Dr. Jurgen. I kind of tested that. There's significant work. While I do have concerns about the briefing of the plan, you have a lot of work to do to get it out to the public. Having actually briefed and read and done some really in-depth analysis of the report, I know for a fact that this is happening. So this is why we have to work on, when we talk about these stakeholder relations, I continue to push from all of last year into this year that we have these stakeholder engagements, we meet, this measure is being offered, but I'm gonna continue to pound one senator who believes in the statutory guidelines. It guides us, it helps us, because either we're amending the statute, but if we come here with plans, if you even had a draft plan, going back to the dropout prevention plan, where we can even make edits to that plan, right? Maybe there's some, and we will build to craft legislation. I will also want to point out too that there have been times in our history when a legislature has enacted law, even mentioning via Caribbean history today, that 3 years after the law was passed, they got together, all the stakeholders, and crafted a 300 and something page outline. So they did that in 1986 with typewriters and more limited resources. So I know today haven't also been aware that you all have crafted plans in order to get federal funds, that I know this can be achievable. And that's where you send, so we as legislators should be, when we have these hearings, not just listening to your testimonies, but we should be actually getting more and more plans so we have more holistic conversations. Senator Gittens, you may proceed with your, oh, my apologies, Senator Saru, your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a two-pronged question because the mention was made to Emancipation Garden, and about 4 of the people in Emancipation Garden are my classmates. And in school, we knew they had learning disabilities. And then after they leave our public education system, that's it. And then they end up in Emancipation Garden with no skill, nothing. So for education, are we doing like an exit IEP? I think that gap needs to be bridged as well. Are we doing an exit IEP with those with learning disabilities? And I'm very sensitive to it because I have an employee that has a learning disability, but should be afforded a right for gainful employment. And I enjoy working with that employee. So, I have an autistic employee and staff. So the question would be, are we doing the exit IEPs? And then Dr. Thompson, from your end as well, since we don't have Health or Human Services here, what does that advocacy look like from the private side? Because I think that we're talking about mental health and all of that is incorporated here. Because when we finish with them in school, that seems to be it. And then they congregate in the St. Thomas St. John district where they have like people like them at Emancipation Garden, and we tend to say, oh, they're homeless, it is or that. But they were really my classmates in school that are coherent, not drug abusers, but had a learning disability. And as a society, we discarded of them upon graduation. So Dr. Thompson and I guess Dr. Charleswell, if you could help me understand that that stopgap measure in this whole discussion.
Good afternoon, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. So yes, we do conduct exit interviews with all our students with disabilities. More so, we actually have individuals representing from the Department of Labor, as well as work rehabilitation for Department of Human Services. And the connection between all these 3 agencies is to ensure that that gap does not happen, that these students, once they exited, have programs or supports so that once they're out of school, which they can exit at age 21, they have that support with either Department of Labor or with voc rehab. So we actually, it's not where we just end it there. We make sure that these supports are in place. And once they're in place, we have parents actually take their students or their youngster, well, at this time, they're actually adults at this time, to these programs. However, we do realize that many times they drop off. It could be for instances where they're not following up with the Department of Labor or they're not following up with voc rehab. And there are programs within these entities that do support these students. However, there's the fall-off happens once they're not followed up on.
Dr. Thompson, is she still on?
Let me see. No, I thought she.
Dropped off?
Senator Gittens, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Welcome to all the doctors in the house, all the scholars and everybody, Department of Education. Welcome to the People's House.
Thank you.
Colleagues, as I was listening to the discussions and whatnot, we do a good job at throwing jabs at ourselves. If I could remember clearly, I think the previous administration, sometime in about 2016, declared a state of emergency on mental health. It was declared again in 2019 by this administration. And we haven't really seen any real movement in that area. And now one of our colleagues is doing his best to try to bring something forward. Let's have meaningful discussions rather than going at each other's throat on this, because this is a problem throughout our society, especially every time I open up WhatsApp and seeing all these school fights taking place on our campus. Something is truly wrong in our community today. Dogs, cats, and chickens are living together in harmony these days. Y'all don't see that? But man and woman can't live in harmony today. Something is truly wrong in our society. I'm just saying, let's take this in a different direction and try to work with each other in getting something done, especially for our young people. What I would ask is, I've seen, I believe, what's the difference in the Department of Education between your counselors and I think I saw an advertisement for school social workers?
Yes.
Can somebody, Assistant Commissioner?
You want to take that, Dr. Chalva? Okay, so the school counselors are assigned to students by grade level. They primarily work on academic issues, although some school counselors have done individual and group counseling. The school social workers do exactly as the name implies. They deal with social issues, emotional issues, family issues that students would have. For example, at the alternative education program on St. Croix, and at one point in the St. Thomas, St. John district at Iwa, there were school social workers that would address family issues, that would address social work issues. Social workers there are essentially two types. There are those that are case workers that manage cases for students, and then there are clinical social workers.
Right, I understand that, but I want to know what's the one that you all are looking for. I think you all have the advertisement out. I agree that missing from the table here is the Board of Ed and Department of Health and the Department of Human Services. And while I know Human Services, though they're always talking about these vacancies and need people, I don't see anything posted for them. I think I did see something with a school social worker. That's what I want to know, what that position entails. What's the duties and responsibility? Anybody here in charge of HR?
I believe at one point our director of HR was online. I'm not sure if she still is.
I'd like to expand on the, because I have the school social workers, and if Director Bailey is on, she can jump in. Our school social workers actually work with our students to provide individual and more so family-related treatment. They conduct the FBAs. They work and provide
Speak English
functional
to us.
behavior assessment. So they administer that assessment in addition to the school psychologist, and they're able to create a behavioral plan for students.
So you do currently have school-based social workers, is what you're
We
telling me?
do not have school-based social workers.
Okay, so you're telling me what you want to get and what their duties and responsibilities would be then?
We have school social workers within the system. We have at the alternative education site, and we have within special education. We do not have school social workers district-wide. What we do have is a social emotional wellness manager. She is, by trade, is school social worker. However, we do not have school social workers district-wide. We have guidance counselors at all of our schools.
Okay, but we can't overwhelm one person.
Correct.
So hopefully before this segment is over, y'all can get back to us and let us know what's your intent going forward with these school social workers, their actual duties and responsibilities, and when the position opened and when is it closing?
Time.
Because this is desperately needed. And Madam Chair, if I may close out with one more.
Sure, you may proceed.
I wanted to ask about the data. Have we seen an uptick in the number of reports of students with mental illness in any form, in any district. And given COVID and the hurricanes, you know, they were working remotely. How is this being documented?
Senator, as I previously explained, our behavioral instances are tracked within our Power School system. We cannot say specifically, and let me explain clearly. During COVID, we still have behavioral issues, but because of the way how school was operating, it showed itself differently. We had children using Microsoft Teams to bully, to call into other classes. We had students in the St. Croix district disrupting classes in the St. Thomas, St. John district. So what we ended up recording was infractions that happened in a digital realm. Now that we are within...
Can you slow down there for me a second?
Sure.
And just give me some clarity. How did a student on St. Croix disrupt the classroom in St. Thomas? Was that my understanding just
correct. So it's digital. It's a virtual realm. We operated within Microsoft Teams. And,
right, but I thought you operated by districts. That's why I'm trying to excuse my ignorance.
No, but it's one Virgin Islands Department of Education. It is one.
No, I understand that. I'm saying excuse my ignorance and explain for me.
I'm explaining. So I'm saying in VIDE we have one Microsoft platform. So our students are able to access the database to see and interact with classmates and colleagues. They're able to type in a name and make a Teams call or share information. Very similarly to GVI, how if you needed to send me something in Microsoft Teams, you can send me a message. And so students were able to use that. They're digital natives. This is what they operate in daily. And so they were able to use that to call a class. They see someone from STTJ, they call STTJ. And so those are the behavioral issues that we addressed and we worked quickly to resolve. And so that is what the digital behaviors look like. When we're talking about in person, we're now looking to see how or what the impacts of students returning in person, especially our 4th through 12th grade population, because they have been home for 2 years without any in-person interaction.
Right.
So that is what we are tracking currently.
Okay.
If I could just add, just for clarification,
yes, please.
That though we have 2 separate districts, the pandemic has made it very possible for us to be connected. And so if you have an English 10 class in St. Croix, we have an English 10 class in St. Thomas, we put those children together in the same class now, taught by one teacher to be able to maximize resources.
Okay, excellent. I didn't know that. So that's why. I understand. I don't remember everything. So that's why I asked, and excuse my ignorance again, but
that's fine.
Thank you for that. And I'll just say, while you're looking for those school social workers, if my memory serves me correct, those salaries were like low salaries. If we really want to attract professionals, it's time for us to start paying people. This is why we have nurses and other professions leaving the territory and going elsewhere. We have to be able to pay our professionals. So please look at that as well. Thank you for the leniency, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may respond to the Senator's question regarding the school social worker. The position was posted on March 10th, and it will be closing on April 20th of this year. The duties and responsibilities in brief is they provide competent individual, family, and group treatment services with a minimum of supervisory contact. They assist in needs assessment, designing implementation of staff training relative to the provisions of treatment and vocational rehabilitation service. They interpret and disseminate laws and regulations affecting the client population. They participate in development and administration of programs in the department. Senator, I will be more than happy to email you the job description as soon as this is done.
Well, specifically, because you know I'm really rigid about my deliverables for this committee.
Okay.
I'm very rigid with it, and I hope it doesn't. I hope this year, because last year, y'all, again, I got going back to June. I track every month. You all get my emails, my phone calls, constant. 9 of 15 delivered at 11:46 p.m. last night. Senator Giddens has a clear request, and I would hope, soon assume that we get that document as soon as, that's a pretty straightforward request.
I'm going to send you the link for that job description right now.
Sounds good. We'll get it to all the committee members. Thank you, Assistant Commissioner.
You're welcome.
So appreciate that. We'll now proceed with Senator Potter, bill sponsor. You may proceed with your 5 minutes, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again, colleagues and testifiers before us today. One thing that I've learned in this body for the short time that I've been here is you can never really predict how things are going to go as far as just the tone and tenor of the conversation and, you know, when you're talking about a bill. And I honestly did not see this one coming with respect to the challenges in getting this bill to move forward here today. But I've heard you all. I've heard your points. I've heard your concerns, and I will definitely take them to heart and listen. I've heard comments from, well, this is just another thing for teachers to do. And clearly, in terms of priority, in terms of what matters, okay, I'm not saying that we want to overburden teachers, but I'm saying that our number one priority should be what is in the best interest of our children. Our children are suffering in silence when it comes to mental health issues. It is serious. It is a trend that we're seeing. All of the experts everywhere, our local experts are telling us that we need to do something when it comes to mental health, the mental health of our children. Okay? We're not dictating how this, and I think the bill was purposely not very specific, because I don't think we are the subject matter experts here. We're not. Subject matter experts are in the community, at the Department of Education, the Department of Health, Dr. Masove, Dr. Thompson, etc. When we put the bill together, it wasn't done in a vacuum. We had sit-down meetings with many of the experts. We did, and we heard some of their concerns. We made adjustments accordingly, which we were going to address with regards to our proposed amendment. We're not telling education how to develop this curriculum. We're saying within the context of what you do, within the context of the training hours or the training program, we want you to ensure that our young people are infused with the knowledge of mental health so that they can recognize some of the signs and symptoms when they see their friend who's just looking different for the last couple of weeks. They're not diagnosing, but they're saying, I see something and I can report this to someone who knows. Far too many of our young people fall between the cracks because they quietly are sitting there. They're not being disruptive. They're not causing trouble. And we all know in our school system, once you're quietly behaving, you are moved on. Our attention is focused on those folks who are being disruptive. That is the program. Yes, we may have some instruction that we're focusing on in the alternative ed program, yes. But the instruction should begin before we have to place these students in alternative education program. It cannot be just an occasional dabbling in a health course where we're going to give we can fulfill the responsibility of educating our kids about mental health by talking a little statement or two about mental health. What we are seeing in our territory is dire. It is critical. It is much more than just a behavioral problem or students just occasionally acting out. It is deep and it is very serious. My hope was that this bill would not solve everything, not turn water into wine, but be a first step, okay, in adding another tool in our toolkit, okay, to identify some of those issues that our kids, our children are suffering from on a regular basis. Colleagues, it is something that we must do, and perhaps the bill may need some tweaking. And I will be willing to revisit the bill. Assistant Commissioner Solms mentioned some areas that he would like for us to consider, and I will definitely consider it. But our expectation isn't that the Department of Education is going to sit in a silo and develop this bill. I know they're not the subject matter experts in mental health, but they are the Department of Education, like they did in Virginia, who has a very comprehensive mental health bill. The educators tapped the mental health resources in the community to develop a strategy for implementing mental health education in the schools. That is how it was done there. We're not doing another graduation requirement. That is not the intent of this bill whatsoever. The intent of this bill is to ensure that our children have the support that is necessary, that is critical, because their lives are in they're dealing with a very serious emotional mess. Many of our children are struggling. They're not bleeding, so they're being overlooked. Colleagues, thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much to the testifiers who are before us today. And perhaps this is round one of this bill. I will take your concerns to heart and make some adjustments to this bill in the future. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter, and I agree with you, and hence also why, as the chairwoman of this committee, I continue to drive home, hoping to get also collegial support, because I do believe, again, if they start to send us, the Department of Education, Board of Education, CTEC board start to send us plans that they have concrete, when we have these hearings, they're going to be a lot more strategic, and when we offer legislation, we'll be able to tweak things properly. But I definitely support the tenets of this measure. I just want to ask Assistant Commissioner Sohm, professional development. I'd asked during the budget hearing of last cycle, I specifically asked Commissioner Barry Benjamin for the specific budget for professional development in this area. Have you crunched any numbers with respect to the cost for professional development? I'll also add, as I'm going to continue to drive home psychoeducational testing, I don't think I have to legislate this. I believe that it can be done without legislation. The tests are average between $2,000 to $5,000. I did want to ask Dr. Thompson, but I believe she's not on, to get her expert opinion about that. But to Assistant Commissioner Soms, what do we have laid out for professional development in this area, or just if you want to also give the professional development number that you have. And when I say professional development, outside of actual coursework, not attending conferences. So what does that budget look like for actual professional development for teachers, and particularly even the counselors who are doing this work?
So you're speaking with respect to mental health, not professional development overall?
Professional development overall, because the social workers, the counselors, the teachers, everyone needs professional development. But in this particular area, I would argue to say, what funding have you allocated, if anything, for the counselors, for the psychologists? What monies have been allocated to them so they can continue with their training that they need to remain current with what's going on in their particular fields?
Before we get to the superintendents, professional development is actually contained in our consolidated grant applications for federal funding. Both districts have professional development. Well, in the St. Thomas district, it's a director. In the St. Croix district, it's a coordinator. And they deal with professional development for all staff, professional staff, school-based as well as non-school-based staff. So I'm going to ask the superintendents to provide you with that detail in terms of what the budgets are, but I do know we have persons dedicated just for professional development in each district.
Senator, in order to give you a comprehensive answer, I would like to say one thing. The first thing is various divisions put forth professional development within their budget. For example, the Division of Special Education has a budget for professional development through our consolidated grant application. So to give an estimate, I would say we estimate as a district over $1 million, but a specific number I cannot give it. And our professional development goes across not just by cohorts. For example, we give counselors professional development, but we also look at the topic or focus area for the district based on our needs. So our professional development plan is outlined the previous year. and then we allocate funding, and each division, based on their needs and their data, develop a professional development plan.
Thank
Senator,
Dr.
if I
Jogan.
can add to what was already mentioned, we do have also state-sponsored professional development, and as well as subject area sponsored. And also, we've partnered with other agencies to be able to provide, as other agencies also have funding for this time. And also some of our ARP funds we've used to grow our staff in many areas. And guidance and counseling is one of them, right at the University of the Virgin Islands. So we've paid for our staff to acquire additional degrees also in the area of library and science, teaching degrees, guidance and counseling, etc.
And I would like to add, Senator Gittins, one of the programs in our ARP funds is school social workers. So we have identified the need, and we've created the opportunity through our ARP to have our individuals, whether it's teachers or other individuals, gain the degree to be social workers within the Department of Education.
Thank you for your responses. I will still say, though, the understanding of professional development is still not fully understood. I'm not talking, professional development, yes, it includes getting a degree, but it really requires your HR director to have a real regimen where every single teacher will actually have, over the course of, as you do the evaluation process, they're gonna literally have a document that shows their progression, whether the courses they're taking, and so on. And we're far away from that. We gutted the merit system of the Virgin Islands late 80s. We haven't brought it back. But when we do, one day, that's the hope, have a merit system of the Virgin Islands whereby we are not just focusing on getting a degree, not just focusing on just annual evaluations without an actual structured, budgeted professional development. And I will be asking from the commissioner to receive a detailed outline. I asked for it since last year, in fact, since the budget cycle season. And I'm asking now through this committee, I would like the actual allocated amount broken down by district, the costs, because as we prepare for this next budget cycle, let us see if we can truly, because we need to also increase the salaries of the teachers, but we also need to address the funding for professional development. $1 million is not going to cut it.
Senator, I think you have a misunderstanding of what professional development looks like. Professional development comes in the form of providing training and support in not just content area or a specific focus area. So for the Department of Education, we have instructional models that we implement. What that may look like in terms of professional development may be a teacher-to-teacher small group PLC, a professional learning community, where at the school level, they engage in professional learning. They work together, they study something. We have a frontline, what is called frontline systems, where teachers are able to go in and create and complete self-paced modules. They look at videos around instructional practices that they want to improve themselves upon, and that tracks their professional development hours. From the school level, school administrators implement professional development and support. So I think that in terms of the definition of professional development, what we at the Department of Education look like is building the growth practice of all of our employees. And that, I did not say it is only $1 million. I said the base. We spend more than that because each division, whether it's the state or the district or a specific school, they allocate funding for professional development as identified through the need. We're seeing that students have an uptake in behavioral issues. We are providing professional development around social emotional learning, behavioral interventions, restorative justice practices. So to be clear and to make sure the community has a clear picture, professional development is not just someone come in and talk. It's not talk and chalk. It comes in different forms within the Department of Education.
And if I could just add one thing, as a part of our current evaluation system, teachers have to identify, or professionals have to identify where they are in terms of needing professional development, and they work through this with their principals so that as a part of the guided plan, they purposely go after certain professional development to hone and increase their knowledge base and craft as a part of the evaluation system.
And I think both of you, Superintendent, I appreciate what you're both are saying. and now it would be actually in document format. What you're saying in an actual professional development plan submitted to this body, which clearly identifies what is the cost ahead of the season, because what it really is that departments have benefited from these lump sum budgets, but an actual cost as it pertains to what the costs were last year going into this next, coming up next year. And that's something that I would like to receive, to know that, and also working with the Division of Personnel to actually really execute this. And hopefully one day we'll have a more holistic approach to professional development. I do know what it is, because I won't get into that right now, this hearing, but I do know what professional development is, and I'm certainly willing to see, once we receive it, working collaboratively with the Division of Personnel so we can see what we can do for the Department of Education. Okay, at this time, at this time, I will have you, as we close out this, before we close out this block, we're going to take I'm going to let you conclude. I'll have you conclude, Assistant Commissioner Soames. I don't see the other two testifiers, so Assistant Commissioner Soames, you may provide your closing remarks.
Again, Senator Whitaker, I just wanted to thank the committee, and in my response to Senate President Fred Gregory, I mentioned VERPREP, which stands for Virgin Islands Personal Responsibility Education Program, that we are partnering with the Department of Human Services to bring into our classrooms, to bring to our schools as we expand that program territory-wide. But I just wanted to thank this committee and the bill sponsor, Senator Potter, for this opportunity. This is a tremendous opportunity to address mental health. Having worked at alternative education, I understand very clearly that we live in a community that unfortunately doesn't take mental health and behavioral health very seriously. But we see the impacts of that in our children. And so it behooves us as educators, it behooves us as responsible individuals in our community to do those things that seriously address, seriously impact, and seriously help to resolve mental health issues, particularly amongst our children. And the Department of Education stands committed to work with anyone from Senator Potter to the Department of Health to the Department of Human Services to bring resolve, to bring attention, to bring assistance to our children, to our students, to our community in this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Soames. The committee, you may be excused, I know you're up for the next block, but I will at this time, we're going to proceed. We're going to move to a brief 5-minute recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now back out of recess. Do I hear a motion? Please recognize Senator Potter's mic.
Motion.
You may proceed. You're recognized.
Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0086, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Section 111A, relating to school health programs to provide for mental health education and instruction, be held in the Committee on Education and Workforce Development at the call of the chair. I so move.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved and seconded by Senator Gittens. Roll call on Bill number 34-0086.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes. Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Janelle K. Sarro, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
Okay, the motion passed. Bill number 34-0086 will be held at the call of the chair. We now move on to the next item on the agenda. Madam Clerk, if you would to read that into the record. Thank you.
Bill number 34-0079, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 7, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, amending Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 3092A, changing the Education Maintenance Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund, and making an appropriation of $2,500,000 from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund, and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Who speaks to bill number 34-0079?
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Colleagues, I offer bill number 34-0079, the Schools Construction and Maintenance Bill, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 7, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. This proposed legislation was initially introduced in the 33rd legislature as a schools construction and maintenance authority. There was extensive discussion around this measure, and the recommended changes were made from senators, the Office of the Governor, and Education, all of which are incorporated in this measure, which changes it from its original version significantly. So what you see here today is a collaborative measure. The primary concern raised back then was the creation of a separate entity, a separate authority with a governing board, which has now been addressed in the new the legislation that's before you today. So let me just share that the impetus for this measure is to ensure there is a focus and concentration on how we maintain, build, and rebuild our schools in the territory. We can ill afford to continue to wait to address our facilities and wait for natural disasters to develop plans on repairing, maintaining, and constructing new schools in the Virgin Islands. This proposed legislation seeks to remove the responsibility of maintaining and building new schools from the Commissioner of Education and the district superintendents, the local education agencies, and place it under an entity whose primary focus is just that. This is not a new concept, nor are we reinventing the wheel. States throughout the country have long moved in this direction. New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., just to name a few. We cannot and shall not continue to be left behind and have the same conversations year in, year out without action. We cannot continue to chide our educational leaders on what's not getting done in this area. It is our responsibility to lay the framework to get it done, and the time is now. Year in, year out, our educational leaders, for example, our commissioners, superintendents, attempt to balance the academic needs of our students with the needs of our facilities. And this institution holds the Commissioner of Education accountable for the slow and, in many instances, of inactive movement on major and minor facility improvements. There's no debate that what we have done here with our educational facilities has not worked, and the time has come for our educational leaders to focus on maximizing on student achievement. Many of us are apprehensive about moving in a new direction because naturally it will upset the norm, but it is time for us to get uncomfortable to ensure that we become comfortable and take a chance on this new approach. There were concerns raised in the 33rd when I brought this bill at the end of the year, which was December of 2020. I brought the bill so that we could hear it and make the necessary amendments. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance will fall within the Department of Education for budgetary purposes only. This is important as the Bureau will have the authority to perform the functions prescribed in the proposed legislation. As we did for other entities, qualifications have been outlined for the head of the Bureau, and this is important because we want to ensure that duly qualified persons are selected to oversee and manage the construction and maintenance of our school facilities. Further, as it relates to the school master plan, I remember when I came before this very body in 2012, I made a passionate plea to the legislators to require the Department of Education to come up with a 20-year plan to address our facilities. As it relates to this master school plan, we have amended to remove the advisory panel and allow the Board of Education to review. We must plan for the future and not wait for natural disasters to strike to develop this plan. Over the last year, I've been working on identifying additional resources to additional funding sources to direct towards school construction and maintenance, and I've done so, I think, with 3 pieces of legislation. Before I wrap up, I think it's important that I note that we've made changes for various entities, and the Department of Education should be no exception. I can't remember the exact year, but I know that there was a time when we spent hovering around $800,000 to $900,000 for our carnival activities. And now we are spending upwards of $3.2 million, $3.4 million, because of a change that was made in this body to place carnival under the Department of Tourism. And I say that if we are going to take the education of our students seriously, and that was good enough for Carnival, then this is better for our children. And I'm going to close by saying something that Dr. Thompson said today, and I thought it was profound. And she said, and I'm going to have to change it up just a little bit because she was speaking to mental health. She said, as the mantle is passed to the next generation, I am hopeful, and in this instance, Donna, I am hopeful in years to come that a senator or a school leader will not be requested to make another impassioned speech like I am making today, because nothing has been done in our present day to address the state of our school facilities. The time is certainly now to change the trajectory and the downward spiral of the overall maintaining of our schools. The time is now to ensure that we are providing the appropriate support to the Department of Education as they traverse the landscape, the critical and crucial landscape, to address student achievement in our territory. It doesn't look the way it looked when I went to school, and many of us went to school. Times are very different, and we need to make change. We were elected to make change. We were elected to recognize the things that are not working, and I'm urging my colleagues to recognize this as an important measure to begin to address reform in our educational system and allow our leaders, our instructional leaders, to focus on just that, the instruction and academic achievement of the children in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fred Gregory. Thank you. We will now proceed with the testimony of Assistant Commissioner Soames. You are here again on behalf of Commissioner Barry Benjamin, but I'll also this time also have testifier for the Board of Education, if you would make your way to into the well. And we also have, we had Carl Knight on behalf of the Office of the Governor, who was also invited to testify, but we did not get any confirmation or any excuse. So I don't know if anyone is online on behalf of the Governor. And then we have additionally Mr. Vance Pinney, who's also a testifier who I received yesterday afternoon to testify in support of the bill. Assistant Commissioner Soames, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, the Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, other testifiers, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I am here today to present testimony on behalf of Commissioner Raquel Berry Benjamin on Bill number 34-0079, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapter 7, by designating the existing provisions of Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Amending Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 3092A, changing the Education Maintenance Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund, and making an appropriation of $2,500,000 from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund, and for other related purposes. Present with me today to add testimony are Dr. Stefan Jorgen, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John, Mrs. Eriselda Atley Herman, Acting Insular Superintendent for the St. Croix District. Participating virtually is Ms. Chanel Colwood Daniel, the VIDE architect, Attorney Al Vincent Hudson, legal counsel, Attorney Cynthia Moore, legal counsel, and other supporting testifiers. Within the last decade, the Virgin Islands Department of Education has provided testimony before the legislature of the Virgin Islands, informing of the rapid deterioration of its learning and working facilities. The lack of adequate funding and a master plan to properly maintain and upkeep Department of Education schools and facilities contributed to the rapid decay of our current school buildings, which range in age from 18 to 177 years, with an average age of 54 years. As such, I appreciate the efforts of Senator Fred Gregory to address this issue. Any attempt to reform the current structure of maintaining the department's school buildings and facilities is commendable. The Department of Education agrees with the idea that school maintenance and facilities should be structured similar to that of a semi-autonomous unit in order to allow the Commissioner of Education and the insular superintendents to focus on curriculum, instruction, and student life while getting well-rounded support of public and private professionals. At a minimum, the daily maintenance upkeep for all sites and school facilities requires an allocation of over $20 million annually, as determined in an assessment by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. The daily unexpected challenges due to the aged facilities reduces the amount of funding available for preventative maintenance. Although we have hopes of repairing and rebuilding, we acknowledge that will not occur immediately. So it's critical that we maintain our existing sites to an operable state, addressing those safety concerns first. And now, all COVID-related recommendations from the United States Center for Control, the CDC. In addition to the devastation caused by the 2017 hurricanes and the recent COVID-19 pandemic, the conditions and physical infrastructure of our schools have overshadowed critical conversations around student achievement. The Virgin Islands Department of Education looks forward to supporting a new approach to maintaining public educational facilities, and as such provides the following recommendation for improvement on Bill number 34-0079. The department recommends the following for change. In light of the Bureau operating within the Department of Education and utilizing its human, financial, and operational resources, updating the language to indicate that the director of the Bureau will report to the Commissioner of Education as opposed to the Governor of the Virgin Islands. This person will be responsible for all things maintenance and facilities and will update, advise, report on, and speak on behalf of the Commissioner of Education. Provide adequate funds to hire boots on the ground, skilled personnel to execute the work on school campuses, as well as to hire the necessary personnel to procure goods and services up to the $1 million threshold without the need to comply with Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23. Moreover, the Virgin Islands Department of Education has 3 million square feet of building space, which would require $15 million per year at a minimum for essential maintenance. Based on this data, the maintenance cost per square foot is $5. It is our recommendation that, at a minimum, the $2.5 million be used to fund the maintenance needs of the department on an annual basis. Also, with respect to implementation, the department humbly requests that this bill take effect in the 2024 budget cycle, as we are already in the midst of preparing the 2023 budget cycle. That the bill provide language that clarifies how the leasing proceeds will work. According to the bill, the Bureau would be eligible to negotiate with the Commissioner of Property Procurement for a percentage of the leasing proceeds. However, it is unclear from the leasing proceeds how much revenue will be generated to support the Bureau's budget. Further, it is unclear whether that budget will sustain the Bureau. Update language that properly defines the role of the Bureau and the duties of the job titles mentioned in the bill. Update the language to show how decisions to address the daily maintenance will be addressed swiftly at schools as opposed to waiting on a board to meet quarterly. Also, include how the maintenance and capital projects of non-school buildings where employees work will be addressed daily, monthly, annually. The Virgin Islands Department of Education's Facilities Unit has done tremendous foundational work to transform the maintenance structure at the department and to advance the conditions of our schools. The Bureau will have a jump start as the facilities master plans, industry standards, and maintenance management system through the Office of the Interior, among other great work, are already in place. In closing, the department supports the concept and the intent of the bill, which seeks to address the long-standing challenges of the educational facilities at the department. No bill is perfect, and we look forward to collaborating sincerely to see the advancement of Bill number 34-0079. I am certain that the solutions derived from our collaboration will augment and strengthen the hard work of the construction and maintenance professionals at the Department of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony, and we are prepared and remain ready to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Soam. And the testimony you provide, and certainly this is a very, very commendable measure. I commend the bill sponsor. And if we reflect on the last year, we received a numerous, in connection to the school accountability report, which embedded in that are elements of maintenance, as well as even specifically the Department of Public Works. I, up to a few months ago, sent Commissioner Gabriel a letter about how he's coordinating with Commissioner Barry Benjamin on school maintenance, because there was a time in our history when Public Works was more at the forefront of maintaining our schools. So I didn't get a response to that, and certainly over the last year have definitely, this committee hasn't, despite requests, because that's another element of our role as oversight. When we have a law in place, we have the school accountability report whereby we should be on an annual basis, which we do through the Board of Education, receive a comprehensive report. We still find ourselves with a lot of maintenance issues, and I've routinely, as chairwoman of this committee, asked again and again how, as we prepare for this next budget cycle, we're going to receive a comprehensive report from the Board of Education in collaboration with the Department of Education as it pertains to maintaining our facilities. As we speak now, there's not a lot of clarity because the last year's report that the board sent to the committee, to the legislature, there's still a lot of holes in there, which there's missing information and gaps with respect to maintenance of every single school. We have another opportunity this year, and we just continue to get better and better. That's the hope that we can have. We move now to Dr. Stephanie Berry, who's here on behalf of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, in behalf of Chairperson of the School Plans and Facilities Committee, Ms. Manuela Perez Cassius. Dr. Berry, as the Executive Director, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Genevieve Whitaker, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members, other members of the 34th Legislature present, and the listening and viewing audiences. My name is Dr. Stephanie Berry. I'm the Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Board of Education. We appreciate the opportunity to provide general comments on the proposed bill number 340079, an act amending the VI Code Title III, Chapter 7 by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2 establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, hereinafter the Bureau, within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, hereinafter the Department, and amending Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 3092A, changing the Education Maintenance Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund, and making an appropriation of $2.5 million from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund and for other related purposes. The board believes this legislation has merit and supports a targeted focus on school maintenance. As it pertains to establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the department, the board provides the following comments. Specific language be included regarding the jurisdictional authority of the VIBE, the department, and the Bureau. For example, the VIBE maintains its authority to confirm school site readiness. Similarly, the board conducts walkthroughs and develops the school management and accountability report. The Bureau should be directly involved in the collaboration process through its annual status reports and by including the board in its evaluation and determination process regarding the quality of existing facilities, facilities renovation, facilities expansion requirements, or new construction required. The board suggests revision page 3, lines 14 through 15, subsection 2B1, quote, determining which schools will no longer be used as schools, end quote. The Bureau should have the sole authority to deem a building unsafe, with supporting input from departments including Fire, OSHA, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the Department of Health's Environmental Health Unit, and with timely notification to the VIBE. Please consider adding language that integrates sustainable accountability across each function under the purview of the listed leadership team to include school construction. For example, school construction. During the design and construction of a school, outside agencies or organizations should be encouraged to provide input and resources to help the Bureau, or utilizing technology subsequent to a renovation or new construction, allow the public to check online for the energy saved by the building's solar panels or an aerial view and comparison of the old versus the new campus. The board would support a 10-year master construction and maintenance plan and agrees that it should be updated every 5 years given changes in our school population, the competing demands, and various funding sources being earmarked for school maintenance with deadlines and use restrictions. The plan and subsequent status report should be provided to the VIBE pursuant to its authority under Title III of the VI Code, Section 96A5, to receive reports on expending federal monies. The board supports a plan that would allow for long-term continuity of projects irrespective of changes in Bureau leadership team members. The board agrees with consideration of qualifications beyond an architect and an engineer. This Bureau could benefit from persons with education and experience in project management, mechanical and electrical engineering, planning and logistics, construction management, maintenance, and facilities management. Given its authority through Title 17 VI Code Section 21A4 to provide for the proper administration of federal funds granted for any educational purpose, Title 17 of the VI Code Section 21A1 to recommend the establishment of public schools, and Title 17 of the VI Code Section 21A2 and 3 to cooperate with the U.S. Department of Education and administration of federal laws related to general education and approve plans for the same. The board supports having us to the table. As it relates to the language in the legislation related to the Bureau's placement within the department for budgetary purposes only is just one example of us supporting our involvement in the Bureau. Additionally, we remain conscious of the need for the Bureau to include in its budget ongoing relevant training for critical maintenance positions beyond the federal award periods and any extensions, and the board would support such a request. In conclusion, many have said that learning does not occur in a vacuum. We must plan for school facilities maintenance and ensure that our school buildings are clean, organized, safe, cost-effective, and instructionally supportive. As such, the board supports the intent of this bill and thanks the Honorable Senate President Donna A. Fred Gregory for bringing forth this meaningful and forward-moving legislation. Chairwoman Whitaker, thank you so much for allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide testimony. I stand ready to answer any questions you pose.
Thank you, Dr. Berry, for your testimony on behalf of the Board of Education. I'll now move to the next testifier, which I do indicate they're not on the agenda. Received it yesterday afternoon, and like most know, I like to have my agenda out ahead of time, way ahead of time, and but certainly we do welcome anyone who is interested in coming to testify in support of any measure. So at this time, Mr. Vance Pinney, you may proceed with your testimony, and welcome and good afternoon to you, Mr. Pinney.
Good day.
Yes, good day.
Good day, Chairperson Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of the 34th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Vance E. Pinney. I am here in support of Bill number 34-0079, which proposes to establish a Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I would like to commend Senator Donna Fred Gregory for her foresight in sponsoring this bill. I was privileged to serve in the capacity of Director of Capital Projects for Department of Education for a little more than 5 years. During my time at Department of Education, I was faced with three main challenges, which this bill addresses in a resourceful manner. Firstly, I sat in meetings which dealt with curriculum issues of the Department of Education, which had little or sometimes nothing to do with my job. Secondly, I had no direct control of scheduling the movements of the different projects from an architectural, engineering, construction standpoint. Instead, decisions were often based on public works and or school curriculum perspective. Thirdly, I had to deal with a shortage of qualified staff members to accomplish the many tasks at hand. I was never able to outfit the office with adequate staffing to properly and professionally complete the amount of projects that existed. To conclude, I must emphasize, however, it will be impossible for this proposed Bureau of School Construction and Education within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, which is Bill number 34-0079, to exist successfully without constant communication with the Office of the Governor, Commissioner of Education, Department of Public Works, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Department of Property and Procurement, Board of Education, with the Office of the Governor, and other related governmental agencies striving.
Oh, Mr. Penny, hold for a second. Someone is speaking over you. Please, as you join, make sure your line is muted. My apologies, Mr. Penny. You go ahead and conclude your testimony.
Let me go back to conclude.
Yes.
I must emphasize, however, it will be impossible for this proposed Bureau of School and Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, which is Bill number 340079, to exist successfully without the constant communication with the Office of the Governor, Commissioner of Education, Department of Public Works, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Department of Property and Procurement, the Board of Education, and other related governmental agencies striving for the common positive result. Thanks for the opportunity to present my testimony. And again, I strongly support Bill number 340079.
Thank you, Mr. Penny, and I really appreciate your testimony. It was succinct but very powerful, especially the component about constant communication. You took, if I go over some of the numerous emails I've sent over this matter of school maintenance, you took some of the words right out of one of those letters and emails, and I look forward to your stakeholder in this matter. And we find that even despite oversight efforts, myself and others on this committee and other senators, those communications still are not where they need to be. Title 17, Section 24, which outlines the school accountability report, in fact speaks to that needed communication by way of bringing together all the majority of the entities you've described, in addition to certainly the Department of Health and environmental health and so on. So yeah, we have to, as we move this measure forward, if, it depends on where it goes, I would argue to say we still have to work on, I would like to get a response from Commissioner Derek Gabriel about, because I asked him about this next coming up report, is he going to participate in it and have the Public Works truly participate with the Department of Education? Because he was one of the, out of the stakeholders, was one of the only ones that certainly hasn't provided any direct information to the body. So again, Public Works plays a big role in this school maintenance. It did once before, and certainly perhaps we might need an entity that's going to deal with it. At this time, we're going to proceed with our round of questioning. We'll do, and yes, we do have a letter of support that we will have read into the record. Madam Clerk, please read the correspondence for Bill number 34-0079.
Correspondence from Jeanette Smith-Berry, dated February 8, 2022, to the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI 00801. Dear Senate President Fred Gregory, as a former principal and district superintendent, I write in support of Bill number 34-0079, which establishes the Bureau of School, Construction, and Maintenance in the Department of Education. I believe this proposed legislation is a giant step in the right direction to better address long-standing and vexing repair maintenance issues at our schools and on a larger and more permanent scale to establish an entity whose sole focus will be on planning, managing, executing, and evaluating the tasks required for school construction, as well as regular upkeep. I have seen up close the challenges we have faced in this territory trying to effectively maintain our school facilities, and the needs and expectations have been compounded over the years, not just due to neglect, wear and tear, but also due especially to devastating impact of hurricanes and the chronic shortage of qualified and available personnel. The inadequate staff and maintenance to quickly address emergencies and daily maintenance is an issue that needs attention. Senator Fred Gregory, I commend you for your leadership in creating a systematic and proactive way to meet the demands and daily challenges in our school facilities. Bill number 34-0079 is also timely, recognizing that the department is involved in the building of new school and acknowledging the daily challenges that arise in our educational facilities. It is wise and necessary to establish a management structure that can ensure our students and personnel have safe, clean, and functional spaces in which to work and learn. Respectfully, Jeanette Smith-Berry, former CAHS principal, former district superintendent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I also want to acknowledge that we do have online the chairperson for the Virgin Islands Board of Education for the School Facilities Committee. And welcome, Mrs. Emmanuel Perez-Cassius. Okay, we will now proceed. Good afternoon to you. We will now proceed with a 3-minute round of questioning. Senator Fred Gregory, you may proceed with your round of, oh, yes, that's right. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
A pleasant good afternoon to the testifiers, of course, our people of the Virgin Islands. I do have some probing questions, and I was hoping that Dr. Dion Wells Hendrickson would have been in presence so she could answer some of these questions, because I believe some of this bill actually addresses her department and where she has oversight. I know this bill comes as a result of the hurricanes. That's what it is trying to answer, what has happened because of a lack of maintenance over the years of our schools, and was compounded by the 2 back-to-back Category 5 hurricanes. And also, at its root is that we have not done a really good job with the vocational educational part. That's the CTE, as the chairwoman has been championing, and I have always stood fast and agreed with her that is a need. Because if we are not having the requisite laborers, the people who could actually do the work in place and train them properly, then we're not going to see any change. I also wanted to know, because, and it goes to the vetting of this legislation too, and the comments made by Mr. Vance Pinney that they being the Department of Education, has to work in collaboration, and the decisions are often based from a public works and or school curriculum perspective. So I will ask the Assistant Commissioner of Education, Mr. Som, how many employees right now do you know perform this function? One. If you could tell me, administratively, I'm not looking at the laborers and the persons who will be required to implement, because that's what is really necessary. How many persons administratively perform this function? And then I have a question for the bill sponsor as well.
Commissioner of Education. If I understand the question correctly, my response.
How many maintenance mechanics, persons who are the laborers, who are actually going out there doing the hands-on electrical maintenance, plumbing maintenance, masonry, carpentry work?
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood the question. I thought you meant the people that administer the program. I don't have that information, but I will before the close of this session today, Senator.
I'm sorry, Senator
Madam
Joseph.
Chair.
I'm sorry, Senator Joseph. This is Vincent Hudson, legal counsel for the Department of Education. I just know that AC Sum is not, since he cannot see who is on call, that we have we have individuals from the operations division so that could answer that question. So perhaps maybe Ms. Callwood or some of the other individuals, they would have that information. Since I know AC some can't see.
Thank you, Attorney Hudson. Ms. Shanil Callwood
Madam
is
Chair,
the...
would you, Madam Chair, would you allow?
Yeah, because we can't speak all at once.
I'm asking your permission respectfully.
Yes, Senator
Thank you
Joseph.
kindly.
Yes. So who would you like to speak? Assistant Commissioner Soames?
Shanil Callwood,
Yes.
the department's architect.
Yes, she was signed on from earlier. You may proceed. Good afternoon to you.
Good morning, Senators. Approximately, and this is approximate, I would need to confirm with the maintenance directors on each island, but we have approximately 16 maintenance staff on St. Thomas, and we have more on St. Croix, but we do not have enough. So we do need to level set expectations as to what staff can do. Much of the work orders that we receive is done by staff, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done by outside contractors. We do not have a large supply inventory of supplies to even go out and do work because of our very limited budget, and we need that expertise of outside contractors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could you place your name and title, Ms. Callwood, on the record for the benefit of our stenographer?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry I did not do that. Shanil Callwood Daniels. My title is architect. Thank you.
Thank you. My time has expired, Madam Chair, and I want to be respectful of the time. I do have some other questions I need to ask, but the time has expired. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Saroon, point of information.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. I heard the previous senator asking for Dr. Wells Hendrington to be here. It's important to note that Dr. Wells Hendrington, her father passed away, and so did Mr. Allen as well. So 2 employees of the maintenance division are on bereavement leave. And the second thing I want to ask you is that you reconsider the time given to us for such a critical bill, because we spent an exorbitant amount of time this morning on mental health, and you've given us 3 minutes at this block. So I'm requesting that you reconsider the debate time.
Thank you, Senator Saroon. And I just wanted to highlight that I know that I just want to highlight that throughout this, and cautious of time, but also to this in recognizing that as a chairwoman, I always respect additional questions, point of information, and I'm very open to that, to do another rapid round. Okay. Senator Fred Gregory, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're having this discourse about who and who's not on the line because we neglected to identify who from the Department of Education are on the line and ask them to give their name, put their name and title on the record, so we can in fact know who we should be directing our questions to, because there are other individuals that I'm seeing as I look up on the screen. Mr. Shalaman, there's other people that's there that can answer these questions. So I think it's important that we allow them to at least put their name and title on the record so we can have an appropriate conversation around this. This is a huge piece of legislation, so I think it's important that we do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and that's also why, in part of getting ready for today, as I engaged the Department of Education, what I did was in asking for who's testifying, and then them also introducing their staff. So what I'll do now is I'll start off. Assistant Commissioner Sohn, you want to lead in introducing the members of your team who are online?
As a visually challenged person, I'm not sure I can see them, but I would ask them, Senator, if they could turn on their cameras, and then I would be able to see who it is, and I can identify them or have the superintendents identify them. But they would need to turn on their cameras.
So we start off first. We have Miss.
That is Miss Wendy Bailey. She is our Director of Human Resources. We also have Deputy Superintendent Simra D. Brown from the St. Thomas St. John District. You have met Ms. Shanil Callwood Daniel, the department's architect. We have Mr. James Benair, who's celebrating his 16th birthday today. He is the department's engineer. Ms. Giselle Shang, if I'm not mistaken, she's a holdover from the previous session this morning. And we also have Attorney Vincent Hudson, one of our legal counsels.
You also have Mr. Charlemagne as
We
well.
have,
We can't see them on the screen.
No, Director Davidson Charlemagne for maintenance in the St. Croix district is present on the screen as well.
And I earlier recognized Emmanuel Perez. I did it earlier, and she's also on she's representing the Board of Education as well. So we have everyone now aware of who is on. Okay. And that's correct. We need, once you're testifying in the spot, be sure to leave your cameras on so we can easily identify you. Senator Potter, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Am I being heard now? Yes, I am. I wanted to just address my first question to Director Sum and ask him to elaborate on his recommendation that the head of this entity report to the commissioner versus the governor of the Virgin Islands. Do you think that her role as an ex officio member of this board would be sufficient? Or please elaborate on your thoughts.
If I understand the amendment correctly, Senator Potter, the commissioner is not included as a part of the master construction and maintenance plan review panel. It includes the insular superintendents for both districts, members of the Board of Education, and the quorum number would be 6, but there's no mention in the amendment that the commissioner is, or would be rather, a member of this review panel. And I believe one of the reasons why the department is recommending that the executive director for this entity report to the commissioner is because the day-to-day maintenance issues go hand in hand with instruction. And so and I'm sure we can work this out, but there's a lot of concern about, as you indicate, as a testimony has indicated, what is the day-to-day interaction between the Bureau when it comes to maintenance issues at schools and the department? Who do principals report, or who would principals report their maintenance issues to? How quick would be the turnaround? Who would be responsible for resources to bring redress to those maintenance issues? I think that was a concern indicated in the testimony.
Additionally,
I think that's a legitimate issue. I think it's a legitimate concern. I think as the head of that entity, as the leader of the organization, I think the commissioner should have a role to play in the process. Attorney Hudson, you had something you wanted to say.
Yes, thank you, Senator Potter. What I was going to say is I just wanted to bring our attention to Title III, Section 96, also references the commissioner's authority and responsibility over the school facilities. So, and there's several portions of whether Title III as well as Title 17 that speaks to the commissioner's statutory responsibility over the facilities. So there has to be, even if you're making a change there, this new recommendation has to be in concert with what is already written.
Right. I concur with that. I wanted to get a picture in my mind as to how it would work, how the flow would be if Department of Education has a maintenance crisis at a school. How would it work with this board, with this maintenance board? How would something trigger a move from this new board, this new entity? How would it work on a day-to-day basis? And perhaps the sponsor can share with us her vision as to logistically how that would look.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Fred Gregory, point of information.
Thank you. Oh, he finished?
Oh, my part.
Finish.
Was my time called? Okay. Thank you for your time.
Time call?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
You did.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a point of information, and I will continue my point. So let me just speak to the Board of Education and their comments. They have like six bullets. Under bullet number 1, we did file an amendment, and that will be offered
Thank you.
in rules. Bullet number 2, we can discuss further. Bullet number 3, I think is an excellent suggestion, and we can definitely amend that further to include. Bullet number 4, the bill speaks to providing reports to agencies, and if further amendment is required, it can be added, but we have to discuss it. Bullet number 5, we already made that change, it's already in the bill. Bullet number 6, the scope can be broadened, but the building construction experts are in fact needed. And based on the discussion that we're having, the Board of Education is is a part of the review panel. I have an amendment to bring, so the Board of Education is included in the review panel. To answer the question of the, I think the previous speaker asked how I envision this working, and for the most part, it will work no different from how it works in other states. What happens is, if there is a maintenance crisis in the schools, there must be that collaboration between the Bureau. That's why it still remains under the Department of Education. Of course, it's for budgetary purposes, but that landscape will be laid out as to who the schools will communicate with, and that's why the commissioner and the 2 superintendents are part of this advisory board, so they will work along with the Bureau's chief to address exactly how they want that workflow to go. For us to sort of discuss what that process will look like, this is a measure to establish a Bureau. Those individuals that lead the respective agencies, inclusive of the Department of Education leadership, meaning the commissioner, the head, and the 2 LEAs, which is the 2 superintendents, they will decide what that flow will be, whether the school needs to call. I will call directly to the Bureau, but there must be some notice that's provided to the superintendent. So it is workable. Let's not have the perfect be the enemy of the good. This has been a long-standing issue. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record. Thank you. I hope that answered your question, my good senator in the Thomas St. John district. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of inquiry, Senator Viole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of information. From reading the bill, to me, this is creating an executive level position. It clearly states that the executive director shall report to the governor and work at the pleasure of the governor. So that is a cabinet level position. It also says that for budgetary purposes, it is established within the Department of Education, but only for budgetary purposes, similar to the Taxi Commission, budgetary purposes under DLCA. So this is a cabinet level position. This is a position reporting to the governor and not reporting to the commissioner. That's my interpretation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viole. Senator Saru, you're up for your 3 minutes. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
I think a cabinet level positions become a cabinet level position when they come to the legislature for the advice and consent of the legislature. I mean, we have the Bureau of Economic Research that's under the office of the governor. While they may treat it, a governor may choose to treat that position how he or she sees fit within an administration. But that does not define this bureau leader to be a cabinet level position. And it probably should be a cabinet level position as we are having this discussion. It probably should be. So that could be fleshed out a little further. I'm in concurrence with considering that. But we have other entities within this Virgin Islands that report directly to the governor that do not come before this body for advice and consent. Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Viole.
Thank you. Subsection 104. The Bureau is managed by an executive director appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the legislature. So they're coming before this body. Advice and consent for the executive director, which in my estimation, based on the language, we could come in for advice and consent, that it is a cabinet level position. Okay, it's in the bill.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
We haven't done this in a long time. I'm loving this. This is what we're supposed to do. Okay, so the senator is correct, and it was discussed, and we did discuss removing it from being a cabinet level position. So there is an amendment that was drafted to actually remove it from the advice and consent of the legislature. So that's why I said what I said, because when I opened, I did not share that there were 2 amendments that were coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Saru, up for your 3 minutes. What before? Senator Viole, point of inquiry. Well, it's a debate. It's important. Senator Viole.
We have the assistant commissioner here and the Board of Education and director here. If this bill was supposed to pass, would you want that individual to report to the commissioner or report to the governor?
Good afternoon. Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner of Education. The testimony indicates that the director should report to the commissioner.
Dr. Berry?
Assistant Commissioner Soms, can you repeat what you just said?
No, I said the testimony indicates that it is the desire of the department for the executive director to report to the commissioner.
Understood. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you. So then your testimony is contrary. You're bumping up on your testimony. In your original testimony, or in your opening testimony, you indicated that you agree that the leadership of the Department of Education, to include the commissioner, superintendents, etc., should focus on academic achievement. So which one is it?
As I had stated earlier, academic achievement is often impacted by school structures. There are time and time again where, depending upon environmental issues, schools close, classes have to be relocated. And yes, the department wishes to focus on academic issues, but it is extremely difficult to focus on academics when we don't have safe and secure environs.
Senator,
and I
please recognize.
concur with your statement. I concur with your statement. I'm going to ask you one more question in this inquiry. Have you looked at other states to see how their structures are set up? And what is the need for education to hold on to maintenance if there will be a focus? And this body has appropriated only but $2 million per year for maintenance. The impetus here is to drive the leaders in this territory to focus on our buildings. So if we continue to bury it within education, we're going to continue to get what we get. So you guys decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Oh, and Dr. Berry, would you please also put your answer in the record? Yep. Dr. Stephanie Berry.
Thank you. The board, I cannot speak for the governing board with regards to that because we have not discussed it. I can only give my own personal opinion with regards to whether or not it should be a standalone. As the legislation and as I understand the amendments are going to be put forth before this body for consideration, I would ask that it not be under the Department of Education. Because of the historical nature of this maintenance, challenges that are longstanding and the funding that's being associated with the millions of dollars that have been provided to the board with regards to maintenance and demos and new construction, et cetera. So that is my personal opinion. I cannot give an opinion, Senator, on behalf of the governing board because we have not discussed this.
We do have online the chairperson of school facilities, Mrs. Emmanuel Perez Cassius. Would you like to place your response on the record to Senator Villa's inquiry or point of information?
Good afternoon, Emanuela Perez, Chair of the School Plans and Facilities Committee. Like Edie Berry stated, we have not discussed it as a whole board. However, the discussion within the committee has been around separating the person who's in charge of maintenance from the commissioner in regards to funding, because when things are prioritized, usually school plans and facilities are separated or brought to the bottom of the consideration when they're thinking in regards to academic versus school plans and facilities maintenance. So in the committee, the discussion was that the person should remain reporting directly to the governor versus reporting to the commissioner, just because of the prioritization of school plans and facilities versus academics when it comes to funding.
Thank you. Because I will also note that in the school accountability report, it ties in both facilities and administration, right? And oftentimes as we go through the report, it's muddled together, and it's really been hurting us actually, because it's still, as much as I do respect the work that's been done for the report, it still is not leading us to improve school conditions.
Madam Chairwoman, Attorney Hudson had mentioned, had cited several statutes that speaks to the commissioner's responsibility for facilities. I would ask, with your permission, that he reiterate them in response to the position posed by our Honorable Senate President about the department and the commissioner specifically having this executive director for this unit or this entity report to her. If I remember correctly, the attorney's position was that there were several statutes that specifically tied the commissioner with respect to responsibility for school facilities. And if that is not the desire of the legislature for the executive director to report to her, then I would think, in my humble and limited knowledge, that then the commissioner needs to be separated in other legislation that ties her to that. Okay.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Sohm. Attorney Hudson, will you proceed with reiteration of the statutes as it pertains to school maintenance and the role of the commissioner?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll make it quick. As I mentioned before, that there are different statutes within Title III. Namely, I mentioned Title 3, Section 96, that speaks to the commissioner's responsibility to operate the school facilities, maintain the public school facilities, as well as other portions of 96. There's also portions of Title 17 that speaks to that same responsibility of the commissioner over these facilities, whether it is the operators or renting them out to individuals. There's several things there, as well as if you look at it from this perspective, again, in Title I, it speaks to the superintendents that have the statutory obligation on the day-to-day operations of the school districts. And in that same section, it speaks to the fact that they are working at the direction of the commissioner. There will have to be a clear delineation of responsibilities if you are parsing out some things that you're saying that the commissioner will be responsible when it comes to the facilities, and you're saying that that should be going to somewhere else. I don't think that that is clear at this point. Additionally, what I will mention here, and I do understand that Senator Gregory mentioned that in many other states they're going in this direction. I think she namely mentioned New Jersey, New York, and Massachusetts. To point out New York and Massachusetts, in their operations, those entities are only over capital projects. They're not over day-to-day maintenance, which is critical here. I think that those are different distinctions. And I agree this is an important bill that we need to spend the time and drill down on, because the concept is different than whatever statute we adopt. And if there are inherent conflicts with other sections of the code, it is going to create more issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hudson. Just one thing on, and I will acknowledge you, Attorney Hudson, on the matter you said about how that the law includes leasing of the facilities, because I know one of the issues a constituent brought to my concern was they desired to use to rent a facility, and it was based on not legislation, but rather based on, well, they still haven't received it actually, based on the policies of the department with respect to leasing the property, using it for events or what have you.
Well, Madam Chair, the law, Title 17 specifically allows the commissioner to use, and it's actually also in the rules and regulations, facility use forms. And it says the code says that the commissioner is able to charge a reasonable fee for individuals to use the facilities. This is not a lease, not a short-term lease that we're talking about that is under the purview of property procurement. And that is, so if you're talking about land uses or lease of real property, that is there. But facility use forms, that is a part of Title 17. And if you need me to, I can spend some time and pull out the specific one. But those are two different things. I want to be clear.
Correct. So the leasing and the use, and one of the things that they were challenged with was the insurance element. I've actually gone through the process in my previous capacity and filling out all those forms for every school. But what I'm highlighting is that we have some constituents who brought concerns to my attention, which was not in the code, which was the element that they had to provide insurance in order to use a facility. And so I just wanted to highlight that, and that's still a challenge, and hopefully I'll get the answer for them, because they did ask that question a few months back.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying that the issue is that you have individuals that are planning to utilize one of our facilities that does not have general liability insurance.
That's correct.
And you're questioning the department or the government's request of that. What I would say is this, I mean, whether it is, we can talk offline about that, as well as we can pull in property procurement. But I think that should be clear is that people understand that property procurement has a limited insurance portfolio for all of these buildings. And because of the statutes that speak to torts claims and the Torts Act, there is limited money that they can recover in the event that you do have a tortious claim. So what I understand and what has also been encouraged is that for the protection of all those individuals, that they have secured a general liability insurance policy. So in the event that something happens or there's legal action, that there is something. So I understand that is consistent with practice and what is consistent with contracts that we have and guidelines that we have from property procurement. So we can continue that conversation offline if that's what you would like to do.
Definitely to drill down deeper, but our schools were once places where people had different events and dance and music and all that, and we can't expect even some of those nonprofits to have general liability insurance. They want to come onto the campus and build that sort of ecosystem in the community where they can come and do educational efforts, that would put a huge burden actually on a number of our grassroots organizations if they have to provide such insurance. Senator, I think who was the first? Senator Fred Gregory, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, of course, I just want to make myself clear. So, I did not put this legislation together in a vacuum. I've been working on this for 3 years, okay? And I have met, my team and I have met with the Department of Education on more than one, more than two, more than 3 occasions. We've also met with the Office of the Governor around this. And I do agree that there is an issue with Title III and Title 17. And that's a simple amendment to those 2 titles that don't have anything to do with where we're trying to go. That's the issue here. It doesn't have anything to do with where we're trying to go. If there's statute that this bumps up upon, then we fix it. But we need to stay focused on what the issue is. The question on the table is, do we have an issue with maintaining and addressing new construction in our schools outside of hurricanes? That's the question on the table. It ain't have nothing to do with what bumping up against, what bumping up and all those other things. It is, if we have that issue, then I make the amendments on the next level. But that's not the issue on the table. The issue on the table is, do we have an issue? And have we had this issue for as long as I have been a Virgin Islander? And the answer is yes. Thank you.
Senator Veely, point of.
Thank you so much,
information.
Madam Chair. The New York City School Construction Authority manages the design, construction, and renovation of school facilities. The issue that I have with this particular measure is the maintenance component. Maintenance needs to stay with DOE. New school construction, renovation, design can go with an authority, but the maintenance component needs to stay with the Department of Education, and that is the concern that I have. You look at most of those other authorities that were spoken about, they're specific to certain areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Veely. Where am I now? Senator Potter. I lost my train there. No, look, I'm looking over. Okay, there he is. Senator Saru, for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon. The amendment of the legislation has that we're establishing a review panel. Assistant Commissioner Sam, is there a review panel already? An advisory panel? The bill is establishing one. Do we have a panel right now?
No, we don't. No, we don't, ma'am.
Dr. Jorgen, is there a panel on new schools? For the construction of schools. You sat in a meeting with me.
Well, there's a no.
Is there an advisory panel?
There
where
is
we
an
sat?
advisory panel, yes, ma'am.
So there exists a panel
Yes,
already?
yes.
Okay, good.
And that panel, Senator, has come up with the master construction plan for the territory.
So we're in the right direction?
Yes.
Okay, good. Based on the legislation before us, Assistant Commissioner Sum, do you believe that the bill advises on the limits, authorities, responsibilities, and powers of the review panel? Do you understand what the review panel's role is, or is it seen as a broad scope?
At this point, I think it's seen as a broad scope, and I would hope and pray that as we develop rules and regulations, that would be very narrowed.
Okay. Does the bill, in your opinion, address the relationship between the Bureau, the school administrators, and the school administrators for day-to-day maintenance? Does it?
No, it doesn't, but again, I believe that the intent of the legislation is to be broad, and then the specifics would be, again,
I don't want to talk about the intent. I want to talk about what's in black and white.
Well, it is my position that those things would be narrowed in rules and regulations.
Okay. In this, the executive director is to report directly to the governor, and the ED will not be reporting to the Commissioner of Education. Do you believe that a potential conflict can arise from this relationship? Yes or no?
I'm not sure it's black and white. There is, may I offer compromise?
Because you know why I get frustrated a bit? Because I know that we have assignments to do, and you read the testimony on behalf of the government, but I need you to explain to me, do you believe or do you think that a conflict does arise with the current structure?
With the existing structure, the one that's proposed?
In the bill, the one that's proposed, if the executive director does not report to the commissioner?
There does exist that possibility.
Okay. Now, Ms. Calwood, can you tell me the difference between what is in this bill and what currently exists?
Well, Senator, I can explain what currently exists. We currently do have an advisory board. It's called the New Schools Construction Advisory Board. They are advisory. They do not usurp the authority of the commissioner regarding how the department is run and how the division is run. With this bill, I do see that the Organic Act outlines the roles and responsibilities of the Board of Ed, and this bill looks like it gives them additional authorities and responsibilities outside of what is in the Organic Act to actually run a division of the Department of Education. I think that could be remedied by having them in an advisory or recommending capacity as opposed to an approving capacity. The facility master plan that we developed, it was unprecedented in terms of the way any state or territory approached disaster recovery. And it was something that is currently being touted on the FEMA website as a good example of a partnership between FEMA and a local municipality to actually plan how recovery dollars would be spent and to maximize. One of the good parts of the plan was one of its strengths, I believe, was the broad range of folks who participated and how they embraced what was being recommended by VIDE leadership and supported it and helped to make it better, particularly on the island of St. Croix, where they proposed their own consolidations and recommendations. We have 3 million square feet of space. That's a lot of space. We don't have even 10% of the money required to maintain that space, assuming that space was in good condition to begin with. With the average age of our buildings being more than 50 years old, we're looking at facilities, most of which need to be replaced. And it's akin to somebody having a broken leg and trying to see how many Band-Aids can we use to fix the broken leg. We can't do it. I don't care how many Band-Aids you bring. The leg has to be reset. It has to be put in a cast, et cetera, et cetera. It's a very serious situation with code compliance. We've done assessments. Those have helped us in the master planning process in even knowing how to negotiate with FEMA. To give us an example, the Arthur Richards, FEMA's first proposed amount was $72 million. Is that a lot of money? Yes. When asked by the Office of Disaster Recovery, what do you think of the offer? I responded with a question. What do we need to rebuild Arthur Richards School? And we went about the process with the committee. They recommended to move to another site because of tsunami zone concerns and because of where the majority of the students live. They selected the Evelyn Williams site, and members of the Board of Ed were involved in that. We had a separate meeting with the community in Paradise to thoroughly vet the idea. We looked at other sites as well. The decision was made, and we went through the process of getting environmental and historic preservation review through FEMA. FEMA also is reviewing, well, they're reviewing the sites in accordance with the priorities in the plan, which they have paid for and are touting it on the site. As we went through the negotiation process with FEMA, the amount increased all the way to 192 million. Then the amount was dramatically reduced to $142 million. And because of the advocacy of Dr. Wells Hedrington, we were able to get the amount, get them to come back to the table. We actually refused to sign, and I learned a new word. It's called toll. They told the deadline, which basically they put a pause on it. They went back to the table. They looked at the concerns and the conditions that we have to build under just to meet hurricane wind load and other requirements. We got all the way up to $240 million. That type of teamwork and concerted effort, it stemmed from the committee and it stemmed from the advocacy of those people. We need to continue that forward momentum.
So, Ms. Calwood,
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
My please wasn't for you. That wasn't here. Madam Chair, with your indulgence, because Ms. Coward gave a very thorough
Yes.
response. And so is it safe to assume that everything that this bill is saying now we are already doing? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. We are on this course. The autonomy that we need is fiscal. We need control of the money. We need to be able to use the funds to carry out the projects. The process of actually saying we're going to do this and then actually doing it is very cumbersome. It involves so many other entities and other agencies. It takes a long time. So we need to be agile and nimble, and we need a financial control. That's what I would say.
Okay, and I just, thank you. And just one more quick question. Dr. Jorgen, let's have a conversation briefly. Before being a superintendent, what was your role in education?
I was principal of Ivana Udara and before that, principal of CHS.
Okay, and have you looked at section 6 of the legislation, page 10? Do you know what fund is being used to fund the proposed bureau?
The Education Initiative Fund.
Okay, and in your role as a principal, was the Education Initiative Fund critical to your school operations?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, do you agree? Talk from your principal hat for me today. Do you agree with the Initiative Fund monies being used to establish the bureau?
Senator, I think that we have some real issues now, and if we, regardless of where the Bureau goes, if we don't look at how we procure, how we get our hands on the funds, how we go through that entire process, no matter where you place it, it's going to have the same issue.
Okay, so but the question was the initiative fund. I totally agree with you, but the initiative fund as a principal, was that fund critical to your school success?
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay. It's very critical to school success. We use that money to run the schools.
Okay, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rue. Senator Fred Gregory, point of information.
Point of information. Thank you, Senator. So let's just jump back on the first question. The point of information around that is everybody knows that my background is finance, and I'm very responsible. I did my research, and there's excess dollars in the Education Initiative Fund for the startup. So there will be no monies removed from any of our schools to address this particular measure. I guess I'm going to wait for my questions to ask the additional questions, but I wanted to make sure that I put that on the record, that funds will not be removed from schools because of this. This is excess dollars that's sitting in the Education Initiative Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Viale, you're up for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New Jersey school construction, fully funding and managing the new construction, modernization, and renovation of schools. So most of the school authorities that I'm researching does not deal with the day-to-day maintenance. It deals with projecting out the plan, just like the good senator said, being able to project out new projects, major renovation, major capital projects, but the maintenance component is the part that have me worried. The department prepared a testimony, but to me the testimony didn't exactly address what you're presently doing. Did you speak about the new school advisory council that you have?
Not in the testimony, no,
okay,
sir.
And that should have directly been in the testimony, because a portion of this bill kind of codifies what you have already done there, with the exception of the maintenance component. The issue that I have, because the intent of the bill is excellent, but the issue that I really have is, will it change anything? You just taking one set of employees from here, and you carrying them there. We have an architect on board right now, which is Ms. Calwood. So we're taking one set of employees from here and putting them there. Is it the next level of bureaucracy, or will it really drive change? Maintenance work years ago, when maintenance workers were in the school, when you had a maintenance engineer, a laborer, a groundskeeper, directly reporting to the school every day and reporting to the principal. And the principal then could say, you need to do X, Y, and Z. Now our maintenance workers are in clusters. Some days I don't even know where they are. As to exactly what duty they perform every single day is subject to whatever feedback you get. The day-to-day maintenance needs staff in the school. You need individuals who are going to be walking around every single day looking at the wear and tear, being able to see a drip and fix a pipe, being able to make recommendation. A urinal is gone. It takes sometimes 2 months to get somebody from maintenance to come and fix it. If we're going to do an authority, let the authority be new school. Major projects. We have asked the Department of Education on more than one occasion before the Finance Committee, how can we bump up skilled workers to come to the maintenance department? How? Can we make them all exempt and pay people what they really deserve to come into those skilled positions? Because we create a new authority and have maintenance under it. If it's the same mindset that you're paying bare minimum to come on board, you're not going to expand your ability to maintain the schools. So until we're really creative and we say, hey, maintenance, we have an issue with union salaries, etc. So we're going to go outside the box. We're going to hire plumbers. We're going to pay them 60, 70,000. We're going to hire carpenters, AC, 60, 70,000. We're going to charge Department of Education to do that. We have an issue. We bring on individuals for $30,000 and call them a plumber. And then we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in plumbing contract.
Time.
We bring on an AC person, we pay them $33,000, and then we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in AC contract. Isn't it better for us to fund maintenance at the school level and then fund those specialized positions? And then the good senator could have a new school construction and renovation? Not all. Department of Ed need to say what it is. Say what you got. Put it on the record. Do you a bit timid? Well, don't let the sponsor make you timid.
Senator,
say what you have to. Let me finish. Say what you have to say. The good attorney said it. Ms. Calwood talk until she can't talk no more. Say what I got to say. Don't be intimidated.
Senator, we're not.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You may proceed at my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is not that the department is intimidated or timid. The department was invited to come and speak on the testimony, and that's what we did. We gathered our personnel together who work in this area, and we provided what we believe to be an honest assessment of our position. Are there maintenance issues? There will always be maintenance issues in the Department of Education. We have old schools, and the senator is exactly correct that we need additional maintenance personnel. I would argue that we need additional professional and licensed individuals. And the problem with that is they're subject to union wages, negotiated through unions, and those wages are held down. So unless we can overcome, whether we keep maintenance in the department or whether maintenance goes to this bureau, wages for certified, skilled, licensed individuals will always be an issue. By the way, Senator Whitaker, I did email both you and Senator Joseph the response to her question in terms of the breakdown. I just emailed that. So there are, in the St. Thomas district, there's a total of 19 maintenance personnel, 13 laborers, 5 maintenance mechanics, and a director. In the St. Croix district, there's a total of 43 maintenance personnel, 35 laborers, 3 maintenance mechanics, 3 maintenance engineers, a director, and an assistant director.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Sohm. So it's a new year. We're getting documents rapidly, right? Not months and months. Good sign. Thank you for that. Okay, we move now on to, let's see who in the room. Senator Gittens, you're up for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm grateful for the 3 minutes, which you know is never enough. But this discussion, as we go forward, do we have a school maintenance problem? We certainly do. We don't do a good job in maintaining our properties either. And I am looking at this measure before us as something that's trying to be set up to address the problems that we currently have. Initially, it did sound like another layer of bureaucracy. However, I could see the intent of it. One of the things that I wanted, we had a discussion on this before, and I looked at the bill where it required that no later than 120 days after enactment of the bill, that the Department of Education's engineering and maintenance employees must be placed under the purview of the Bureau. And then it goes on to say that within 180 days of enactment, which is only 60 days in between the 120 and the 180, that within that 60 days, that a plan must be presented to the legislature with regards to the master school construction and maintenance plan. I'm not sure if this will be sufficient time, because we've been waiting for a plan for how long now? And if we're going to say that we're going to put this new entity in place, is 60 days enough to do a master school construction and maintenance plan? Anyone?
Senator, thank you for the question. The department contends in its testimony that we would like to see this happen in the 2024 budget cycle so that we could use all of fiscal 2023 to prepare for this eventuality. With respect to your specific question about a plan, I would argue that that plan is done. That plan has had massive community input, and I would ask Architect Carlwood to speak on that. But before she does, I want to recognize the presence of our Deputy Superintendent for Schools for the St. Croix District. And then if Ms. Carlwood, our department's architect, could speak to the new schools construction plan.
I only have 3 minutes. But my question to you was whether or not 60 days will be enough for you to submit such a plan. And is it your testimony that you're telling me that yes, 60 days is sufficient? Because if you're telling me that, I expect that we have a plan in 60 days.
So what I'm telling you, Senator, is that the new school advisory panel and the facilities unit have indeed come up with a plan for new schools and modernization of existing schools. And if I may ask Ms. Carlwood to speak further on that.
Yeah, but the speaking further, I just want to know if the 60 days is sufficient. Your answer is yes?
No. My answer would be that if the legislation takes effect, that it become effective for the 2024 budget cycle.
And with the same wording, then the 60 days will be
that would give us time
sufficient
to prepare for the transfer, tie up any loose ends with respect to the master construction plan if there are any.
Okay, and who is the person you wanted to?
Chanel Carlwood, the department's architect. Carlwood Daniel.
Okay, if I may, good afternoon, Senator Gittens. We held a total of 26 meetings with the advisory board, and we held several workshops, topic-specific workshops that included principals. It included our superintendents and deputy superintendents. We had the leading educational facility planning firm in the country lead those workshops. And we also had public hearings to present the plan in outline form in October 2019. And then we had public meetings, a series of public meetings. They were done via Zoom because of COVID in June 2020 before the plan was approved by the department and the governor.
Tell me quickly, how many schools are public schools on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John? Just give me the numbers.
We have 43 schools and facilities, sir.
I wanted St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. How many schools do we have?
I would have to look that up. Approximately.
Okay, hold on. If you don't have it, hold on. Superintendents, how many schools are in your district?
So in the St. Croix district, we have 10 schools, and we have the Career and Technical Education Center.
St. Thomas, we have 11, and then we have Edith Williams Alternative Academy, the Doba facility, and Day Adult, along with the Skills Center.
So you're going 11 plus another 3 facilities. Now, these facilities, you're talking about all of them that are actively being used?
Yes, those are active.
What about those that you're not utilizing at this time?
So currently in the St. Croix district, the facility that we are not utilizing is the Arthur A. Richards modular campus. The Alexander Henderson is no longer in our care, or the Charles H. Emmanuel building. Those have been turned over.
Can you repeat that for me, for St. Croix?
The only facility that we are currently not using is the Arthur A. Richards modular campus as it is under repair. The other buildings that are known as school buildings are no longer in our custody.
Right, which are?
Alexander Henderson and Charles H. Emmanuel.
So Henderson and Charles H. are turned over?
Correct.
Already?
Yes.
What about the Old Elena Christian Junior High
That
School
as well,
in Princess?
I apologize. That as well, Senator.
So who has it been turned over to?
DPP, Department of Property and Procurement.
Property and Procurement.
Back to GBI, correct.
And that's, I think they are missing here from this conversation as well. Because while we're talking about, we had a conversation the other day about dilapidated buildings and whatnot in our historic districts and whatnot. We can't have our schools looking the way that they're looking. I passed it the other day. I was waiting for this conversation to take place in the next block, which we will. But I truly don't believe that we need to have our school campuses in those conditions, especially with the names of these people who we have honored on these buildings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. And even on that note, when we start to rebuild the schools, it's really been important that the children do identify with who's there. I've been to schools, particularly in the Caribbean, actually, where you see you go into the campus and it's clear who the school is named after, whether by imagery, and information as part of their, of course, doing their, have them understanding who the person is, and it'll be really important. So I like the last comment by the last speaker.
You don't need to change it, because if he's saying that...
We'll now proceed with the bill sponsor.
That would be sufficient time.
Senator Frank Gregory, you're up for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So very quickly, Mrs. Calwood Daniels, and just give me when it was created and why. Quick, not the long litany. The new school construction board was created as a result of FEMA. Is that correct? Ms. Calwood? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, Senator. Yes or no, it would be yes. It was spurred by
Thank you. Thank you for your response. That's a yes. Thank you for your response. The new school construction board was created as a result of the hurricanes of 2017. I need my colleagues to understand that this conversation that we're having is not about hurricanes. This conversation is about the future of the U.S. Virgin Islands. This conversation is about where we are and where we need to go. We cannot wait for another event to talk about how we create new schools. My good educator colleague said something very important. He said that in New Jersey, they have a school construction authority. We don't discuss no news. Have you heard any discussion in this institution? I've been here, this is my second time. Have you had any discussion in this institution around building a new school outside of a hurricane? The answer is no. We have to get to the point where we do assessments not around hurricanes in the territory, but around what we know is good for our children. That's what needs to happen. The superintendent, the assistant commissioner Soames talked about how many schools are offline, with, I think is a deputy superintendent for St. Croix. All of us, most of us in here were born in the 60s. We only have a few millennials. And we know how much schools we had. We know that we had, how much schools it was? 22 schools in St. Thomas and another 20-something schools in St. Croix. What it is we talking about today? We having a hurricane discussion? I am talking about the future of the Virgin Islands. I'm not talking about what FEMA gives us. And as we are stuck in time. And we talked about, one of my colleagues, my millennial colleague, talked about conflict. Conflict is imminent. Conflict is part of progress. That's what conflict is. We don't sit in here and agree on every single thing. Conflict is important. So that will happen. The Commissioner of Property and Procurement and the Commissioner of Education, they have conflict when things don't go their way. I've sat in the seat, so I know. Madam Chair, can I continue? Can I wrap up? And I have one more thing to say, and then I'm gonna be quiet. So all I'm asking for is for us to make the maintaining and construction of new schools a priority outside of hurricanes. That's what I'm asking for. Some of us have sat in this body before me, and all we appropriate to the Department of Education is $2 million for 40-something schools. That has happened over the years. I sat in the seat. I get it. And this is not a new conversation for me. When I sat in front of this body in 2012, that was one of the things I asked the legislature. So this has been on my mind. I'm not making this up. So talking about hurricanes and all those things, that's not what we're here to talk about today, colleagues. That's not what we're here to talk about. So usually iron a sharpened iron, but I think my conversation to the far left today a little weak. So colleagues, I'm asking you to support this measure. If we need to work on it, let's work on it. But I've been at this for a long time. This is an issue. And while education will sit here in front of us and talk about wanting the Bureau to be under them and report to the commissioner, then we just need to leave it how it is. Because that's the same thing. So I don't understand what we're saying. We either fish or we foul. Allow the process to run its course. We did not have an issue when we removed Carnival from a Carnival committee, put it under the government, and now we're spending $3 million as opposed to $900,000. We didn't have an issue then, but we have an issue because we want to ensure that the roof don't fall on and a teacher foot. It happened when I was there. That's what I'm trying to avert. So if I have not made a passionate enough plea, then I don't know what else to say. What I'll say, though, I'm going to close because I know I'm abusing my time. What I will say, colleagues, is I don't want, and I'm sure none of us in here want, to see down the road that this same very conversation comes up 10 to 20 years from now. God ain't going to ask us for anybody other than ourselves. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. And that will be, and we're going to close out Senator Saroon.
Thank you. Again, some big stone through across the aisle today, but it's Division of Festivals, and I want to make it abundantly clear that Carnival and education, night and day. And then when we established the Division of Festivals, there was no monetary amount that we stuck in, and we didn't take fund from any place for that. We enhanced we enhanced the Department of Tourism, and today the Department of Tourism is funded through the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, $0 from this government. So I wanted to explain that poor comparison that has been made this afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Gittins, point of information and point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, you know, it doesn't seem like anyone was perplexed today. Although we had those for and those who sound like they're not so for. But no one was perplexed. So I want to say today, colleagues, this is how we're supposed to deliberate and move forward without being perplexed. My point of inquiry is, so with the transfer of the Alexander Henderson Elementary School, my alma mater, the Charles H. Emmanuel Elementary School, and the old Elena L. Christian Junior High School here in Princess. With the transfer of those properties, what become of the honor of those stalwarts that we have named these buildings in? Because I didn't even know as an elected official that those buildings were actually transferred. Assistant Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Senator Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner of Education. I agree with you. As we transfer those buildings back to the property owner of the government, which is the Department of Property and Procurement, I think it is incumbent upon this body and also the Department of Education to still continue to honor those people that those schools were named after. And although there is no building for them, certainly as we look into other schools, just as we did at the educational complex and naming the gymnasium there after Timothy Duncan, perhaps we should do the same thing with those schools that have closed and name facilities or structures in other schools in honor of those individuals so that we continue the memory of the contributions of those great educators.
And I ask this because going forward, if this measure was to be passed and we start building new schools, we need to keep in mind of these three names. And while you're at it, I will ask you if would you support the amendment to name your executive office building
Absolutely.
in the honor of Gloria H. Canigata Waterman?
Absolutely.
Thank you. The amendment will be on the floor next session. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Powerful, and what a befitting VIN Women's History Month. That'd be a very powerful move. Thank you. That's right.
Right, Dr. Berry?
Well, before I entertain a point of inquiry, I would like to ask my questions to Emmanuel, to Board of Education, School Plans and Facilities Committee Chairwoman, Manuel Perez Cassius. Can you highlight a couple of the questions I have? One is, one of the questions concerns the monitoring plans that's including in this legislation. What guidelines do you think are going to be followed, in your opinion, in your capacity, in terms of monitoring? How would we effectively monitor school maintenance?
Emanuela Perez, School Plans and Facilities. Senator Whitaker, I thank you for asking me that question. I think part of the challenge that we have now is that there's too many different levels in maintaining and monitoring our school structure. And if we're able to directly go to someone who's in charge of just that area without them having to go to other areas, I think maybe we might be able to have a better communication and a more open communication. What happens a lot of the times is that I feel they're not completely open because of other areas of education that it might affect. And so if this bureau is established, it would make a focus established primarily just on school plans and facilities. And therefore, when we're having conversations around structure and building and monitoring, it would be everyone on the same page versus people with split agendas or split answers that they have to give. So I think this would help streamline the monitoring process. It would make us more open and accessible to direct people who directly impact. My concern, however, Senator, and I want to make sure that this is on the record, is that we continue to be able to fund this. We're using funding now, but I want to ensure that we're able to continue funding this bureau if it is established, because funding is primarily the problem with what's happening with school plans and facilities. Monies don't trickle down to them. It's a situation where if we have enough, then we'll give it to school plans. And then they end up having to redo the type of plans that they had in place and being able to execute the contracts that they wanted to execute.
Thank you, and you actually answered my second question, was ask a question concerning how would this legislation cure what is taking place right now. Thank you for that. Thank you for your answers. To Assistant Commissioner Sohn.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that, as I've engaged several principals throughout the territory, is that when it comes to school facilities, when it comes to what's going on in their campus, they are not empowered by the scope of work or the contractor coming onto their campus. And I know for sure you're aware that as we did our school tours, especially Acting Insula Superintendent Ursula Otley, when we were at various schools over and over again, even as this goes into a bureau, how would you facilitate ensuring that the principals at our schools, administrators, are empowered? Because it really is really difficult to be a principal with persons coming onto your campus, not knowing the scope of work. And so the role that a principals and administrators should be able to play in empowering them as they administrate their schools.
Difficult question, Senator. At the end of every school year, principals are to submit their maintenance list. They submit that to the insula superintendents, and then that goes to the Division of Maintenance. And not everything on the list gets done. I would argue, however, that in order to empower school administrators, that they be given a seat at the table when we're selecting contractors to deal with leakage problems at the St. Croix Career Technical Education. I would argue that that principal should be a part of that discussion because he's at that school. He lives that school for 6, 8, 10 hours a day. And so that goes a long way to giving them a stake to make sure that they're involved in contractor selection. Some people may say that goes too far, but as a former school administrator, I know that anybody that came to my campus, what are you doing here, who sent you here, and why? And I think that we need to take those next steps.
Thank you, and I hope you can spearhead that, because as we know right now, that's not the case. Right now, they work is being conducted. They're not able to monitor what's going on, and so there are several, which we'll get into later on in the next block.
Senator, can I clarify?
There are several instances where, in fact, you have lack of information, work not being completed. And the final question I have for the Department of Education.
I think, excuse me, Senator, but I believe Acting Superintendent Otley had something that she wanted to clarify very quickly.
Okay.
So I wanted to clarify two things. Just for correction for Senator Gittins, we have not fully turned over Henderson as yet. And then the second thing, in regards to the principals and their participation with what happens, there is a procurement process that we follow in terms of the scope of work going out to bid, the vendors walking the campus and providing their bids for the services, and we go through that process. What I will say that the principal voice is heard is we have updates weekly as a district, but once a principal identifies, they also have updates with the operations division. They meet frequently with Director Charlemagne to identify their priority projects within the district. So the principal voices are in the room. I think that the conversation around the scope of work starts from the principal identifying key areas that's needed, or areas that needs to be maintained and is affecting the daily operations of schools.
That's ideal, but what you just expressed is not happening.
That is the process.
I understand the process, but if we were to poll and we were to bring every principal here, swear them in and sworn you in, we know that's not the case. It is that while they've submitted their various issues on their campus through work orders, when it comes to who is the contractor, as Assistant Commissioner Sohm says, he's going to work and take his leadership, take on the role of empowering the principals so they're part of the selection process. So that means it's not happening. Let's not do a smoke and mirrors here. The reality is that we need to empower the principals, and we know for a fact we can even call any of them right now and ask them, do you know who's on your campus, who was a contractor, the work's been complete? And the answer will be they don't have full knowledge. Do they know the work is being done? Yes. Full knowledge, no.
But Senator, if I may, it doesn't exclude a principal from calling the director of maintenance, the director of procurement to find out who is this, why were they selected. That, it should require some leadership in that direction for them to, if they're unsatisfied, if they are uninformed, and I'm not saying that the entire responsibility is on them, but I can only use myself. We had, after the storms, we had several people come on campus, and I told the monitor to stop them at the gate. They come to my office, they're not just walking about the campus. Who are you here? Who sent you? What are you doing? What is your plan? So I took that upon myself to do that, because at least I thought I was a strong administrator.
I'm going to stop you right there, Mr. Commissioner Soms. I myself have tried to track down Mr. Charlemagne, so let's not do that today. I myself call, text, email, and so on, and to date, I can tell you that any request to come onto campus has not been honored. But that also leads me to the final question I was going to ask. When is the last time, as a leadership team, have you all toured the schools as a team, going especially to the schools that are in most need of repair? When is the last time you've been on a school tour?
Collectively, or we go to schools all the time?
No, collectively as a leadership team by district.
Superintendents?
Dr. Is this district leadership? Because district leadership, we tour schools, we're in schools, we touch our schools almost, repeatedly. So if you're asking, is as a territorial team or a district team? Because the district leadership is consistently in schools.
Talking about for maintenance, so you were going into the schools and the last tour that you did and going facility by facility, school by school.
Senator, when we walk the campus, we observe instruction, we observe operations.
I'm asking the last time you've done that. I get that you do that. When's the last time you've done that as a group?
Yeah, but there's no need for me to do that collectively with my entire team if I'm going to the school, addressing other matters, and the principal is pointing out, I need you to see this because this is a problem area. So that's happening all the time, Senator.
So, Senators, as recently as yesterday, I was in schools. As recently as Monday, I was in schools. Dr. Bastian is in schools frequently. Mr. Charlemagne, as of this morning, was in schools. As soon as I'm able to leave here, I'm going to go do a site visit because I need to go check on work that's in progress. So we are always in schools, whether, like I said, when we touch a school campus, we address the operations as well as the instruction on a campus. We monitor projects, and we go and we check on the projects as they're moving as well, because we are aware of what's in process. So for you to ask when, as a collective unit, there's multiple leaders and we have multiple schools that need our attention, and so we do it together or we do it separate and apart, but we put our feet into schools and we work with our leaders
And we're there as part of the process, so that when, if a principal brings to our attention that she's been in contact with a vendor or maintenance or whatever, we pick up the phone and we call them, and we expect that they come and respond so that those matters are taken care of immediately.
Thank you, Dr. Jurgen. So that would now conclude. So if you would now close out. Assistant Commissioner Soames and Dr. Berry on behalf of the Board of Education.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 34-0079. I think this is monumental legislation, and not because of who the sponsor is. Having spent the last 22 years out of 32 years as a public servant to the people, the government, and the children of the Virgin Islands, I have seen firsthand the impact that maintenance has had on our schools. As the director of the alternative education program, I was proud to say that one of the buildings on my campus, which was built in 1741, is the oldest active Danish school in the territory. And to this day, it's still used for instructional purposes. It needs repair. It needs centralized air conditioning. It's an old building built with molasses, sandstone, and other materials of that time it was constructed. So I have lived and I have seen the impact maintenance has. It consumes a tremendous amount of time, a tremendous amount of energy and effort for any school administrator, because you're battling maintenance issues and your attention is distracted from instructional matters. So this bill goes a long way as a start in trying to relieve the department and trying to relieve school administrators of having to deal with day-to-day maintenance issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Soames. Dr. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the 20th Governing Board of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this bill. I especially want to thank the bill's primary sponsor, Senate President Donna Gregory, for including us in the process and for the future amendments that we look forward to being able to review. I would also like to take this time, if I may, just one small privilege of the board to notify everyone in the listening and viewing audience that we are currently involved in our territorial scholarship program. Application period, the deadline is April 18th. And I also want to remind, especially in line with what we're talking about, developing our workforce, especially in areas of licensed professionals, that the Virgin Islands Board of Education Scholarship does include opportunities for those who are pursuing vocational technical areas. So please feel free to visit our website or call us with regards to those scholarships.
Thank you, testifiers. So we will, thank you very much. We'll now take a brief 2-minute recess so that the testifiers can leave the well, and we'll move on to our voting. Thank you very much. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for just a brief 2 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now back out of recess, back on the record. And do I hear, we have amendment on the floor? We have amendment on the floor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move, did I say amendment? Amendment. I move amendment number 34-433 to bill number 34-0079. Bill number 34-0079, section 1 is amended in the following instances. Internal section 102 is stricken and a new section 102 is inserted to read. 102, there is established a master construction and maintenance plan review panel. The review panel consists of the St. Croix Insular Superintendent, the St. Thomas Insular Superintendent, and the members of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. A quorum can consist of 6 members, with 1 being the Insular Superintendent. Internal section 103 is amended in subsection A by striking Advisory Council and inserting Review Panel in its stead. 2, in subsection C by striking the language in its entirety and inserting the following in its stead. The review panel shall convene no later than 45 days upon receipt of the Master Construction and Maintenance Plan from the Executive Director to evaluate and approve the Master Construction and Maintenance Plan. Failure to convene within 45 days or to vote on the Master Construction and Maintenance Plan constitutes approval by the review panel. 3, in subsection D, by striking council and inserting review panel in its stead. I so move.
The amendment has been properly moved and seconded by Senator Gittens, objected to by Senator Vialet. Sorry, properly moved by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Gittens, objected to by Senator Vialet. Roll call on the amendment.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Not voting.
Senator Carla J. Joseph not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Not voting.
Senator Milton E. Potter not voting. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Janelle K. Sarro, no. Nay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Kurt A. Vialet, nay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yay. Madam Chair, we have 3 yeas, 2 nays, 2 not voting.
Okay.
Motion.
Amendment passes. Do I hear a motion? Oh. The amendment passes. Do I hear a motion?
I move that bill number 34-0079, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title III, Chapter 7, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, amending Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 3092A, changing the Education Maintenance Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund, and making an appropriation of $2.5 million from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Authority, and for other related purposes as amended, be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. I so move.
The motion has been properly moved by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Gittens.
I did. Favorably approved.
Roll call on bill number 34-0079.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Not voting.
Senator Carla J. Joseph not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter.
No.
Senator Milton E. Potter, nay. Senator Janelle K. Saro. Senator Janelle K. Saro, nay. Senator Kurt A. Violet. Senator Kurt A. Violet, nay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yay. Madam Chair, we have 3 yeas, 3 nays, 1 not voting.
Okay, bill number 34, bill number 34-0079, as amended, has failed. The committee will now break for a 15-minute recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back out of recess. We are back on the record. Madam Clerk, please read the item in Block 2 into the record.
Block 2. The committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Education regarding the status of State Educational Agency Plan for the American Rescue Plan Outland Areas State Educational Agency Fund as it relates to 2022 in-person school reopening and the overall status of 2022 in-school reopening to include all school-based policies as well as the status of the dropout prevention plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And today, and if you're just joining, good afternoon to all. And today we have, on behalf of Commissioner Barry Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner Soames, as well as the members of the leadership team of the Department of Education. So we'll have you proceed, Assistant Commissioner Soames, with the testimony on behalf of Commissioner Raquel Barry Benjamin. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you for this invitation. Good afternoon, Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, other testifiers, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Victor Sum III, the Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I am here to provide testimony on behalf of Commissioner Raquel Barry Benjamin on the overall status of the 2022 in-person school opening. Here with me to provide testimony are virtually Kimo Smith, the Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Renee Charleswell, in person, the Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Stephen Jorgen, the Institute Superintendent of the St. Thomas St. John School District, Ariselda Otley Herman, the Acting Insular Superintendent of the St. Croix District, Al Vincent Hudson, Esquire, Legal Counsel to the Department, Cynthia Moore, Esquire, Legal Counsel to the Department. There are other members of staff, Senator Whitaker, that are online, and at the appropriate time, I would ask that they turn on their cameras so that they can further be introduced. The COVID-19 pandemic prolonged school lockdowns that started in early spring of 2020, dismantling children's routines and basic supports that schools provide, including organized recreation and face-to-face contact with teachers and peers, both of which are fundamental to a child's development. Today, however, I am pleased to report that students in grades pre-K through 12 in the Virgin Islands public education system have returned to in-person learning in the territory, some using a hybrid schedule to adhere to COVID-19 protocols. Invitation to testify today asks to provide testimony on the State Educational Agency Plan for the American Rescue Plan, or ARP, outlying area state educational agencies fund as it relates to the 2022 in-person school reopening. However, ARP funds were not used to reopen schools for in-person learning. Let me repeat. ARP funds were not used to open or to reopen schools for in-person learning. This information was shared with Chairwoman Whitaker in January 2020. Opening schools for in-person learning using ARP funds were not possible as the VIDE began preparations to return to in-person learning before ARP funds were approved by the federal government. The Virgin Islands Department of Education ARP grant was approved by the United States Department of Education on November 23, 2021. However, the department's plan to safely return students to in-person learning on January 10th was communicated to the Virgin Islands community during a press conference on November 8, 2021. However, due to the impact of the virus in our community at the time, students returned on January 24th, with pre-K 8 attending full-time and high school students attending days in and 3 days out, attending 2 days in and 3 days out. On March 14, 2022, all pre-K-12 students returned to 5 days in person. Since March of 2021, the Virgin Islands Department of Education has been utilizing Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or CARES funds, to prepare schools to reopen for in-person, as our pre-K through third population of students were the first to return during this time. The act of reopening schools, including procuring goods and services, as well as retrofitting the schools with what was necessary to ensure adherence to COVID-19 guidelines and student safety. For the latest updates on facilities and maintenance, please see Appendix C. To see the programs that will be funded for the remainder of the 2021-2022 school year, please see Appendixes D and E. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has been leading the way during the COVID-19 pandemic. The department has been flexible throughout the entire pandemic and has demonstrated its ability to immediately adjust operations and adopt best practices to respond to the continuous changing conditions due to the pandemic. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has managed to keep the No VI Child Goes Hungry program operating by testing employees and consolidating sites when heavily impacted by the virus. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has provided bus service when it was safe to do so as per the CDC social distancing guidelines. The Virgin Islands Department of Education, even when it was no fault of ours, the department responded swiftly to provide immediate updates to students and parents. The bus companies informed they were short bus drivers. We immediately posted online and call registrations to inform parents of the challenge. The Department of Health said the COVID-19 conditions have changed and all school-based employees must test before in-person learning. We immediately developed a plan in accordance with the Department of Health and successfully had students and school-based personnel tested. After receiving students on the campuses, some school principals informed of the need to make changes to their schedules to increase safety measures for students and employees. We immediately announced the changes to students and parents. From the start, the department has asked our community to be understanding, patient, and flexible in this very fluid situation. Thank you, thank you, thank you to the Virgin Islands community for your support. The department's COVID operations are described as follows. The Virgin Islands Department of Operation has assertively approached its response to the coronavirus in several ways and with several strategies. Firstly, the department has successfully partnered with the Department of Health for COVID-19 education, testing, and vaccination. The Department of Health has the expertise and resources for testing and vaccination. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has also partnered with the American Federation of Teachers, Local 1825 and 1826, on a vaccination campaign. Secondly, the VIDE COVID-19 Task Force was created to address case management, policy development, staff training on COVID-19 protocols and safe practices, and testing and vaccination. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has developed a written policy on COVID-19 to inform employees about departmental protocols and practices relative to the pandemic. This policy is revised and updated as COVID-19 wanes in the Virgin Islands. We continue to follow the guidelines of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in conjunction with the Department of Health to reduce the further spread of the COVID-19 disease. With respect to case management, this occurs when school administrators, supervisors, managers, and directors inform the superintendents or their division leader of a COVID-19 positive case or close contact exposure. Case management procedures at the Department of Education are as follows. Step 1, employees report positive or suspected positive cases to a supervisor or their school administrator immediately. Step 2, the supervisor or school administrator contacts the superintendent or the superintendent's designee or division head immediately. Step 3, which is optional, the superintendent or the designee or the division head contacts the human resources director and or the assistant director for instructions, as each case may have varying circumstances. Step 4, the division head, school administrator completes the COVID-19 contact tracing spreadsheet of close contacts, and close contacts include the COVID-19 status, whether positive or exposed, the full name of the employee that was positive or exposed, that person's title or position, their location at or their location within VIDE, what facility they're located, their vaccination status, the name of their immediate supervisor, and cell phone and other contact information. Step 5, the Human Resources Director and or the Assistant Commissioner sends the contact tracing spreadsheet to the Department of Health and communicates with the Department of Health for additional contact tracing and or next steps. Step 6, the Human Resources Director emails written instructions to the employee or employees about quarantine, testing, and contact with the Department of Health. Step 7, the superintendent or designee or the division head supplies the letter to the school administrator or the supervisor. The school administrator or the supervisor then distributes that written notification to the school faculty and staff or the activity center staff that there was a COVID-19 case and the steps that were taken. And finally, step 8, if applicable, the public relations director will post notification to public and or internal departmental staff. And I must note that the department uses the definition of close contacts as provided by the CDC and the Department of Health. Close contacts are defined as individuals who were within 6 feet of a positive case, and they were within that individual, in contact with that person for 15 or more minutes, and they were without a mask over their nose and mouth, whether they were vaccinated or not. As of March 11th, 2022, COVID management reports as follows, and it is depicted in Table 1A. In the St. Thomas District, we have 96 cases of individuals who were COVID positive. On the island of St. John, we had 3, and on the island of St. Croix, we had 165. And as of March 11th, that totaled 264 employees at the department who were COVID positive. COVID-19 training. Training has been a successful collaboration between the Department of Education and the Department of Health. The purpose of collaboration is to educate and guide students, parents, faculty, and employees within the public and non-public sectors of the Virgin Islands. The training goals were and remain to prevent the spread of diseases and protect vulnerable students and staff, to help ensure students have safe and healthy living environments, to advise and inform parents on next steps necessary to safeguard their children and others. Training essentially covered 4 areas. There was a COVID-19 overview. Various cohorts of department employees and stakeholders have received ongoing training since August 12, 2020 on COVID topics such as coronavirus overview, hand hygiene, the proper use of personal protective equipment or PPE, and workplace disinfection. These training cohorts have been led by the Department of Health, the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, Affinity Empowering, which is a United States Department of Health and Human Services subcontractor, and the Virgin Islands Fire Services, and have included school nurse with ongoing training by the Department of Health, the Center for Disease Control and Affinity Empowering, school bus drivers and ferry operators, school monitors, food service personnel and school custodians, teachers, support staff, and administrators. The next table, table 3C, for the committee's purpose, it shows all of the training thus far from August 12th of 2020 to January 14th of 2022. COVID-19 testing. The first step for the Virgin Islands Department of Education to test students and/or employees in school was obtaining a CLIA waiver, C-L-I-E. And that stands for Clinical Laboratory Improvement and Amendment from the United States Department of Health and Human Services. Approval of a CLIA waiver provided the department with a single certificate for multiple sites. In this case, those sites were schools. Approval of CLIA waivers provided the department with a single certificate for multiple sites by district to engage in limited public health testing. The CLIA waivers, 1 per district, were granted on September 9th, 2021. Prior to obtaining a CLIA waiver, students and employees were referred to the Department of Health or private providers for testing. With the CLIA waiver, the Department of Education developed an internal capacity to test and get results directly and quickly without having to wait on the Department of Health or a private provider to provide that information. The department's approach to testing students for COVID-19 is twofold. The first approach is diagnostic or symptomatic testing, and this is intended to identify current infections in individuals and is performed when a person has signs or symptoms consistent with COVID-19, or when a person who's not fully vaccinated is asymptomatic but has recent known or suspected exposure to SARS-CoV-2. The BinaxNOW rapid antigen test is used for diagnostic symptomatic testing. This test is performed by school nurses with prior parental consent as a nasal swab and provides test results within 15 to 20 minutes. Table 4D depicts the number of students who tested positive in school utilizing the BinaxNOW rapid antigen test since obtaining a CLIA waiver. The second approach to testing is screening or surveillance testing. This test is intended to identify infected people who are asymptomatic and do not have known, suspected, or reported exposure to SARS-CoV-2. Surveillance helps to identify unknown cases so that measures can be taken to prevent further transmission. COVID-19 surveillance testing uses a PCR or polymerase chain reaction test to track trends, assist with contact tracing, and for monitoring purposes. Results will be available 24 to 36 hours after testing, as test kits must be sent to a laboratory. PCR testing will be conducted once to twice monthly on 15% of students in each school. The department did partner with Affinity Empowering, a subsidiary of Eurofins, which is an international clinical enterprise and federal contractor with the United States Department of Health and Human Services. This was part of the national Operation Expanded Testing. However, as of November 30th, 2021, Affinity Empowering no longer provides clinical lab services for PCR testing. And thus, the Department of Education, once again, has partnered with the Department of Health for PCR testing. The Department of Health was extremely persuasive that the Department of Education tests faculty, school-based staff, and students prior to school reopening on January 24th, given the Christmas break, persons traveling out of the territory, etc., in order to minimize the spread of the coronavirus and identify and isolate COVID-19 positive individuals. Table 5E represents the number of students by district and school who were tested to return to school. And again, in this table, you'll see all of the schools listed by district. You will see the number of positives and the number tested, and then the total. As the recent testing prior to school reopening was the first time the Department of Health and the Department of Education conducted mass testing, and as testing was voluntary, both departments are examining methods to increase participation, efficiency, and effectiveness, especially after major or extended holidays and school breaks. Table 6E represents instructional school-based personnel tested to return to school. School monitors, custodians, and school lunch employees were first tested or were previously tested on January 10th to the 12th, 2022, because they were scheduled for training and or kitchen preparation between January 12th to the 14th, 2022. Faculty and other instructional staff were tested January 19th to the 21st, 2022. COVID-19 vaccinations. The Department of Education, the Department of Health, and AFT, again, both locals 1825 and 1826, and Walgreens we continue to conduct webinars designed to bring community awareness and encourage COVID-19 vaccination in our community and our schools. Leading experts in COVID-19 and vaccination education, leading experts in COVID-19 and vaccination educate, correct misinformation and myths, and encourage COVID-19 vaccination in our schools for our students, parents, educators, and stakeholders. The webinars are conducted the second Wednesday of every month. We just had one last week, Wednesday, during the semester of this school year. The webinars are done via Zoom and live streamed on the department's Facebook page from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Again, I want to repeat that because this education campaign is very important. The vaccination webinars are conducted the second Wednesday of every month from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. via Zoom and live stream on the department's Facebook page. Vaccination campaigns. The department's vaccination advocacy and campaign is again a partnership with the Department of Health, AFT, and the Office of the Governor. A vaccination campaign task force was created and is led by yours truly. The first vaccination campaign targeted departmental employees overall, with special emphasis on AFT members. It started in earnest September 20th to the 24th, 2021. Outreach vaccination clinics were conducted on all 3 Virgin Islands as shows in Table 7G. St. Thomas at the Chantamali High School, St. Croix at the Charles Howard Hospital on September 20th. On September 22nd, we then moved to the Port Authority gravel pit in Cruz Bay, and on September 24th, we returned to St. Croix at the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. We also conducted the first vaccination campaign at the Ivana Eudora Ken High School. During this first campaign, a total of 21 individuals were vaccinated during the campaign. The results from the inaugural VIDE DOH AFT vaccination campaign revealed an extraordinarily strong hesitancy at the department towards vaccination. This is further evident in the information provided by the Department of Health Epidemiology Division below. And so this table is a status analysis conducted by the Department of Health of VIDE employees in September 2021, October 2021, February of 2022, and it shows those employees within the Department of Education that are fully vaccinated, partially vaccinated, and those not vaccinated at all. This table does not show employees who were vaccinated outside of the territory, as the Department of Health does not have that information. All the data clearly proves the need for continued vaccination education within the Department of Education. This effort is needed tremendously, as the Department of Education conducted a recent survey in January 2022, in which 269 respondents, and those respondents were parents and employees, continued to show hesitancy combined with a lack of knowledge about the vaccination. The survey posed 4 general questions with responses shown in Table 8H. In the first question, I know more about COVID-19 vaccines now, and I feel comfortable with the idea of being vaccinated. 159 of the respondents indicated that they were not. I would be interested in taking the COVID-19 vaccine if it were offered at school where I work or at school close to my work site. 148 of the 269 respondents said they were not. I know more about COVID-19 vaccines now and feel comfortable with the idea of my child being vaccinated. 173 of the 269 respondents said no, they were not. And lastly, in the survey, the final question was, I would be interested in having my child take the COVID-19 vaccine if the vaccine were available in school, and 175 out of 269 respondents indicated no. Despite the poor vaccination rate amongst departmental employees and the dismal responses from the recent survey, our partnership with the Department of Health forges on tirelessly with a second vaccination campaign for students, parents, faculty, and staff that commenced on Valentine's Day, February 14, 2022, in every public school in the territory on a rotating 21-day schedule until May 4th, 2022. The next diagram shows the department's schedules for vaccination. Let me take a moment to explain. So we started at 4 schools on February 14th, 2 on St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas. This is the Department of Health mobilizing its team to go to those schools for 2 hours in the morning and then another school in the afternoon. This continued until all schools were completed for the first dose, and as of today, we're completing the second dose. Once that is done, we will start the cycle again for another 21 days using the same schedule. The result of the first session of the vaccination campaign concluded yesterday. It concludes today, March 17th. The data is being collected and analyzed, and it will be publicly shared once it is completed. Personal protective equipment, or PPEs, and mask distribution. The Department of Education received reusable face masks as a one-time donation from the United States Department of Health and Human Services and the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA, between November and December 2020. 35,000 face masks were received, adult and children sizes combined. The masks were distributed to public schools and school bus companies. As PPEs become available, the department distributes these PPEs received from VITEMA to faculty and staff. This includes masks, face shields, gloves, and gowns for special populations such as food service workers, school nurses, and the school monitors. Both school districts have also purchased PPEs for employees. On a priority basis, PPEs are provided to school nurses, school lunch employees, especially as it is difficult for them to social distance in small school kitchens, custodians, school bus drivers, and school monitors. The Department of Education is also soliciting PPEs from a Law Enforcement Planning Commission grant. Please note that face masks or face coverings are a part of the student uniform. The department is proud and will continue partnerships with stakeholders such as the Department of Health and the AFT to ensure the safety, health, and well-being of students, faculty, and staff. Whether it be through provisions of PPEs, testing, training, the Department of Education will do all that it must to retard the spread of the coronavirus in our schools and offices. The leadership of the Department of Education understands the importance of ensuring safe working and learning environments for our staff and students. As such, COVID-19 safety resources and protocols have been developed, adopted, and implemented. It is now up to students and employees to practice the safety protocols and for supervisors to enforce such protocols. Learning loss. Learning loss is a reversal of academic progress, which is often caused by extended gaps in instruction. Learning loss implies a deficit and can be misinterpreted as those students did not learn anything or did not retain what they previously learned. Students in the Virgin Islands experienced considerable interruptions in formal education because of Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017 and the COVID-19 pandemic. The Department of Education describes the impact of the gaps in instruction as a shift in student learning trajectories. Over the past 2 years, students continued to learn and develop, although their learning experiences were drastically different before the pandemic. Students refined other skills and demonstrated 21st century competencies such as flexibility, communication, technology literacy, resiliency, problem solving, independence, and creativity. They are experienced at online learning and using web-based tools to collaborate, have interactive discussions, and conduct research. While students mastered many skills through their virtual learning experience that will prepare them for college and careers, the department recognizes that the pandemic has disproportionately affected many of our students. particularly students with disabilities and English learners. At the end of the 2018-2019 school year, pre-pandemic, 24.8% of students met or exceeded the standards in English language arts, and 10% met or exceeded the standards in mathematics. In spring 2021, 20.6% of students met or exceeded the standards in English language arts, and 11% met or exceeded the standards in mathematics. The territory-wide assessments were not administered during the 2019-2020 school year due to school closures as a result of the pandemic. To assess the impact of the pandemic on student learning, the department compared students' average growth in scale scores in the spring of 2021 with the performance of similar students prior to the pandemic. It is important to note that the department administered the spring 2021 Smarter Balance assessments as one of several strategies to better understand how students performed academically as part of our COVID-19 academic recovery efforts. The spring 2021 Smarter Balance summative assessments were unique because of the mode of administration, remote testing, adjusted blueprint, and test in priority differences. Information gleaned from the test scores will help us create a more robust and equitable education system by identifying areas where we most need to accelerate learning opportunities for all of our students. The Smarter Balance assessment results for each student are reported two ways: scale scores and achievement levels. A scale score is a student's overall numerical score. These scores fall on a continuous scale from approximately 2,000 to 3,000 that increases across grade levels. Scale scores can be used to illustrate students' current level of achievement and their growth over time. When combined together across a student population, scale scores can also describe school and district level changes in performance, as well as reveal gaps in achievement among different groups of students. Data analysis. In English language arts literacy, the average scale score decreased between 8 and 40 points when compared with students tested at the same grade level prior to the pandemic. And the table below will show you that analysis. The following graphs display the average scale score in English language arts for each grade span, elementary, middle, and high school across years. The trend indicates that the average scale score increased over time with significant growth after the hurricanes, but a decline during the pandemic. In mathematics, the average scale score decreased between 13 and 30 points when compared with students tested at the same grade level in elementary and middle school prior to the pandemic. On the other hand, the average scale score for high school students increased in 2021. The following graph below displays the average, and I'm now on page 21. The following graphs display the average scale score in mathematics for each grade span, elementary, middle, and high school across years. Similar to English language arts, the trends indicate that the average scale score increased over time with significant growth after the hurricanes, but again declined during the pandemic in the elementary and middle school grade spans. However, at the high school level, the average scale score declined after the hurricanes and increased during the pandemic. At this time, Acting Insular Superintendent at the Herman will provide updates from the St. Croix School District. Acting Superintendent Utley Herman.
From a hybrid instructional model of 2 days in-person instruction with 3 days remote learning at the secondary level to having all students in pre-kindergarten through 12th grade in school in person 5 days a week with all necessary precautions. We have recently completed the third marking period of the 2021-2022 school year, and I would like to highlight our recent academic, social, and emotional successes across the St. Croix district. As we transition to in-person learning, the district's year-to-date attendance rate increased from 88.1% at the end of the second marking period to currently 91%, with the highest attendance rates in 6th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grades. On October 20th, 2021, official notification of accreditation was issued to Principal Eves Abraham and his leadership team at the St. Croix Central High School, awarding 7 years of accreditation from October 1st, 2021 through January 1st, 2029. Go Caribs! Presently, the St. Croix Educational Complex High School is diligently working to achieve reaccreditation, which the final stage is slated to begin next week. I have no doubt that we will soon be celebrating reaccreditation of Barra Nation as well. 1,284 out of our 4,647 first through 12th grade students achieved honor roll status by having a grade point average of 84% or higher at the end of the first semester. On February 8, 2022, Mrs. Zara O'Reilly Bates, 2021 Virgin Islands State Teacher of the Year, was the recipient of the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching by President Joe Biden. Mrs. O'Reilly Bates continues to make the St. Croix District proud through her innovative instructional practices, dedication to student growth, and her deeply rooted love of the teaching profession. For the past 2 years, our faculty, staff, and students have made adjustments to their personal, professional, and academic lives. I would truly be remiss if I do not highlight and thank all educators within the St. Croix District, from our school monitors to food service workers, special education bus drivers, custodians, counselors, teachers, paraprofessionals, administrators, laborers, maintenance workers, all school-based personnel, as we have relied heavily on their resilience, flexibility, and commitment throughout this pandemic, which made transitioning within each phase of learning from virtual to today 100% in person possible. I extend my greatest thanks. The wellness and mental health within the St. Croix District. The educational landscape has changed drastically, especially in the Virgin Islands, due to the global pandemic. The nation's leading organization in advancing the development of academic, social, and emotional competence for all students, the Collaborative for Academic, Social, Emotional Learning, CASEL, affirms the district's focus on social emotional learning, SEL, as an integral part of education and development of the whole learner. The St. Croix District has crafted and is implementing a social emotional wellness program to provide our students the opportunity to reframe instructional outcomes. The objective of this program is to engage in the process by which children and adults can understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. Restructuring the way we communicate and respond will allow our students to have a solid foundation and the skills necessary to have successful relationships in life. In the wide scope of things, we will be instilling in our children healthy habits that they can utilize for the rest of their lives. The attached Appendix F outlines the district's SEL plan and activities completed for the 2021-2022 school year. To date, we have issued approximately 1,407 hours in professional development certificates to various educators in SEL-focused training, counseling services, and behavioral interventions. From the first semester, 2 deans of students were hired for the St. Croix Educational Complex and the St. Croix Central High Schools. The deans are an intricate member of each school leadership team as they work closely with school guidance counselors to conduct student activities, implement positive behavioral interventions, and improve school culture. Guidance counselors continually serve as instructional support and social emotional needs within the school building. it is important for me to note that a school guidance counselor in the eyes of a child serves as a conflict mediator, SEL wellness coach, confidant, family interventionist, and a cheerleader. The pandemic shifted the mode in which counseling occurred for students from in-person to virtual with an increase in services. Counseling Today, a publication of the American Counseling Association, emphasized in their feature article, School Counseling in a Time of Coronavirus, that the heart of what a school counselor does is safeguard the mental, emotional, and physical welfare of students, which manifested itself through problem-solving processes for technical troubleshooting, to identifying community resources, addressing attendance issues, and consistently meeting the increased needs of their students. On a daily basis in the St. Croix District, our guidance counselors continue to conduct one-to-one and group counseling sessions to address social, emotional, academic, and career development for students. They facilitate basic child study team meetings, facilitate and create 504 plans. They attend IEP meetings, implement SEL and character education activities. They engage parents through virtual check-ins and conduct parental conferences. They coordinate student sessions with private providers and community partners. Our guidance counselors administer standardized testing for all grade level, and they conduct graduate exit plans meetings as mandated by the Board of Education to discuss academic progress and future career plans. The district will continue to provide students with behavioral interventions focused on alternatives to violence and de-escalation techniques, self-awareness, and self-control strategies. Professional development. Our professional development continues to be ongoing with job embedding training opportunities for our employees. These training opportunities include a variety of topics in content-specific instructional practices, social emotional learning, mental health, and technology. The district is bolstering the competencies of all employees around social emotional learning, responding to trauma, and other preventative measures. We are ramping up our professional development offerings that will continue throughout the 2022-2023 school year by engaging our educators in professional development that include the following topics: integrating the 5 SEL core competencies into the classroom and workplace, trauma sensitivity training, restorative justice practices, leading trauma-sensitive schools, emotional intelligence, mindfulness practices for students, family, and staff. It needs to be noted that this list is not exhaustive, and we will conduct other professional development as we continue to analyze our data. Student achievement. On the 2020-2021 Smarter Balance Assessment, 47% of our students scored at, near, or above standard in English language arts, and 35% of our students scored at, near, or above in mathematics. On the iReady diagnostic in the first semester, the data collected highlighted that our students are doing well in the domains of phonological awareness, reading comprehension of informational text, numbers and operation, and measurement and data. The Smarter Balance summative assessment window for students in grades 3rd through 8th and 11th, and the Next Generation Science Standards window for students in 5th, 8th, and 11th grades are presently open from March 8th until May 6, 2022. After an analysis of students' first semester grades, there were decreases in overall student achievement amongst the schools in the St. Croix District, strongly reaffirming the need to have our students return in person. The third marking period ended on March 14, 2022, and our preliminary analysis of the district pass-fail rate, as teachers are currently finalizing their grades, indicates a 4.5% increase thus far in the number of students receiving passing grades from the second marking period. We expect to see a drastic increase in the pass rate for the second semester through the increase of in-person instructional hours. The district is continuing to work diligently to meet the academic needs of our students through a data-driven approach. Academic interventions within the St. Croix District is implemented both in and out of the normal classroom setting. Learning loss is addressed through daily intervention periods, our second semester credit recovery at high schools, K-6 and K-8 academic intervention and enrichment after-school programs for students identified as needing additional support, and 21st century after-school programs. During the summer months, the St. Croix District will offer a myriad of programs that will aid students in maintaining academic skills and practicing the much-needed social-emotional skills. The district will be providing programs to address learning loss by enhancing academic skills, recovering credits, and conducting interest-based programs. These learning opportunities provide an avenue for our students to engage in activities that return them to a long overdue sense of normalcy. The St. Croix District remains committed to our employees and students and will continue to work diligently to create innovative experiences that will transform our students into tomorrow's leaders. This brings my updates to an end. Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Superintendent of the St. Thomas St. John District, will provide updates from the St. Thomas St. John District.
Thank you for the opportunity granted by this body to report on the readiness of our schools as we continue to assess the lingering effects of the pandemic on students, families, the faculty and staff, and the entire educational system as a whole. Today, I publicly would like to thank the dedicated, hardworking employees of the St. Thomas St. John School District. It is through your efforts that we were able to keep our children safe and provide the best educational opportunities during a period of uncertainty and much mental upheaval. From the school administrators to the custodians to the coordinators and directors to the paraprofessionals and teachers, the bus drivers, kitchen and cafeteria workers, from our support staff to maintenance and the part-time laborers we hired right out of high school and college to perform so many of the tasks that came with the pandemic, such as checking temperatures, monitoring social distancing, painting, serving lunch, cleaning, and supervising children at play. While the past 2 years have been extremely challenging, we were still able to gain successes. Allow me to highlight some of the successes of the St. Thomas St. John School District that were garnered during the pandemic. Ivana Eudora Ken has received their certificate of accreditation, accrediting that institution for the next 7 years. Congratulations to Acting Principal Ledam and her team for all of your efforts to ensure that our children graduate from an accredited institution. Go Dynamite Rays. While we are still waiting to receive the certificate of accreditation for the Charlotte Amalia High School, CAHS did receive a favorable recommendation towards accreditation from Middle States Association of Colleges and Universities. Thanks to Principal Petrus and her team for your dedication towards ensuring that CAHS remains an accredited institution. Go Hawks! Gifted and Talented program expanded from 2 schools to 6 schools. This program is in collaboration with the Johns Hopkins University Center for Talented Youth. We added 3 pre-K programs at Sibley, Bowski, and Julia Sproul and St. John. Newly retrofitted CAHS Annex for the 9th graders have settled in nicely into their new building as the first of its kind in the territory. And our UVI collaborations invested in staff to earn teaching degrees and in the following areas: counseling, library science, and leadership. The Mental Health Wellness Plan has accomplished many of its goals, but it continues to be developed to meet the ongoing needs of VIDE students. The plan is a 3-part strategy with current, intermediate, and long-term goals to serve the students of the Virgin Islands. Current. Since the closing of the physical facilities because of COVID-19, VIDE, as a part of its 6-week mental health series, has produced 3 radio broadcasts on its Saturday morning talk show. The topics included weathering the storm, limiting TV and social media, learning from home with guest psychologists from Insight Psychological Services, LLC, Island Therapy Solutions, and representatives from DVSAC. In addition, other PSAs aired on 107.9, 103.5, Isle 95, Roomba 98.3 FM, and Sunny 99.5 FM, along with the release of posters and videos to engage audiences and social media. Recently, school nurses were guests on the Vibe Saturday VIDE radio show, sharing information such as how school will look when everyone returns in January and for healthy tips for parents. VIDE Emotional Crisis Intervention Team has responded to crisis within the department and in the community, addressing natural and man-made disasters, crisis incidents, and tragic events during fall 2021. The school counselors have produced intensive research services to students to include academic, career, and social and emotional guidance. While it has not been an easy task, school counselors have made it their goal to reach out to each of these students using digital tools at their disposal. Students are served through physical distance online platforms. Platforms use Microsoft Teams, emails, Edmentum Plato, YouTube, Zoom, Facebook groups, cell phones. Teachers are focusing on the delivery of instruction and academic content, while school counselors collaborate to support social emotional development and academic achievement, promoting physical and psychological well-being. While communicating with students and families has expanded beyond face-to-face, our counseling team continues to provide direct student services. Strategies implemented: contacted special education students and parents, conducted IEP meetings, updates and reviews, counseling of IEP students, FaceTiming students, providing tutorials for students, supporting teachers, calling students daily, sending WhatsApp videos recording to students and parents, reaching out to high-risk students, creating YouTube videos and posts on school pages, coordinating registration for incoming students from feeder schools, create forms to be created by parents, to be completed by parents and students, identify special education 504 and ESL students, identify career interests, select classes for 2021 and 2022 school years, complete students' online registration for the 21-22 school year, coordinate AP testing, provide scholarship opportunity for graduating seniors. Our school counselors completed the first level of training in mental health and emotional crisis response during the 2021 school year. In addition to performing their regular school counseling duties, counselors are learning mental health triage. While reaching out to students and families, our school counselors will serve as the first line of contact in identifying students in crisis supports needed. As customary, counselors will continue to communicate with students, provide the appropriate counseling services within the realm of social and emotional growth, and provide referrals for families needing social services. Coupled with our counseling services provided, we formed community alliances with several clinical agencies to provide the psychological services to address the deeper mental issues that require long-term therapy and support for students and parents in need. A listing of counseling and mental health services that are provided in the Virgin Islands Department of Education website includes the VI Department of Health, VI Department of Human Services, Beautiful Dreamers, JW Behavioral Center, the Family Resource Center, and Insight Psychological Services, LLC. In consultation with the U.S. Department of Education, Office of Special Education, the following actions were approved for the VIDE to continue providing special education services to students the best it can, given the COVID-19 pandemic. Each special education professional below are responsible for executing the task indicated in the bulleted list below task by telephone that are linked to their individual caseloads. That's individual counseling, therapeutic and physical adjustments are unique to each child and are identified in each child's individual educational plan. Intermediate, after-school counselors training is required to meet the current and upcoming needs of VID students as they come back to school in the spring. Future, currently we have segments of our crisis response plan that addresses natural and man-made crises such as earthquakes and active shooters. The department, with the support of VIPD and VITEMA, has developed crisis response plans for each of our campuses. To augment the crisis response plans, we will be formalizing an emotional crisis intervention and response plan, mental health and wellness plan, which will serve to address the emotional and mental health issues stemming from any crisis that may manifest. Our existing hodgepodge of practices and tools used to respond to emotional crisis will be solidified in grounded mental health clinical practices into a comprehensive plan. Partnership. As part of its protocol, VIDE is partnering with the Department of Health and Department of Human Services agencies who lead GVI's mental health comprehensive plan. In addition, VIDE has provided national and local hotline numbers to assist those in mental health crisis. Parental engagement. The VIDE places great value on our parent partners. Thus, parents have access to instructional platforms such as Schoology, our school parent portal, as well as parent conferences and teacher interventions via emails, calls, etc. Additionally, learning standards can be accessed via the microsite Go Open USVI. The VIDE launched a soft opening of the microsite and anticipate a public campaign in the near future. Parents will be educated more on this in the near future. Furthermore, the VIDE will ensure that parents receive communication on every level, state, district, and school, relative to learning standards, learning targets, and information to help students meet academic goals. It is customary for parents to receive scheduled official feedback via progress reports, midway, and report cards at the end of the marking period. In between the marking period, teachers are required to communicate via phone, email, and in person with parents. The parental engagement series included the following subjects: Power School for Parents, Interpreting Smarter Balance Scores, Schoology for Parents, Emotional Support for Students and Parents, Riding School Bus during COVID-19 and Mitigating Stress and Dealing with Trauma. Counseling Services. Professional school counselors continue to provide intensive outreach service to students to include economic, career, and social and emotional guidance. Counselors collaborate with teachers and their school-based professionals to support social emotional development and academic achievement, promotion of physical and psychological well-being. Our school counselors completed the first level of training in mental health and emotional crisis response during the 2020-21 school year. In addition to performing their regular school counseling duties, counselors are learning mental health triage, the following professional development has been planned: Bridging the Gap Between Kindergarten and Elementary School Annual Transition Conference by VIDE and DHS, Intervention and Referral Process, Navigating the New Norm, Anxiety, Anger, Stress, Suicidal Ideation, navigating remote learning for students with disabilities, college workshops for school counselors, reopening of schools, challenges, strategies, and COVID-19 updates, grief, loss, and trauma, disability awareness, conflict resolution, college and workplace skills, Board of Educational promotional policy and procedures, stress and mental health, HIPAA and FERPA guidelines, attendance protocols in the midst of COVID, and conversations about the changing world. Currently, we have segments of our crisis response plan that addresses natural and man-made crises, such as earthquakes and active shooters. Student achievement, pass rate for the first and second marking period. A review of student attendance shows a slight improvement in student attendance between the second and third marking period, comparing a time when students were learning virtually opposed to in-person learning. After an analysis of students' overall grades for both quarters, there were decreases in overall student achievement ranging from 0.98% to 8.33% among the schools in the St. Thomas St. John district. However, several showed increases: grade 3, 0.24%, grade 6, 2.81%, grade 7, 3.64%, and grade 11, 5.4%, grade 12, 1.8%. This validates the district's push to return to in-person instruction as soon as possible. Students are currently taking the Smarter Balance assessment in grades 3 to 8 and 11, and that data will give us a more accurate picture of how students are performing in English language arts and mathematics. Mid-year diagnostic for iReady and data will be collected once testing is completed. Additionally, students in grades 5th, 8th, and 11th are taking next generation summative assessment. This instrument will garner good evidence about our students' disciplinary knowledge and application of science skills. That concludes my testimony, and I now turn it to Assistant Commissioner Sohm.
Thank you, Superintendent Jorgen. It is clear that the Department of Education is not in the same place it was prior to the pandemic. It is transforming and progressing, all with the singular goal of educating the whole child for student success. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My team and I, both in person and virtually, are available for any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Sohm. What I'm going to do, first off, I have a quick presentation to share, and then I will, we're actually going to take a couple minutes, just a brief recess, and come back. But first, media, can you proceed with the PowerPoint slides? And we have a couple of videos. So for the public, as you will see coming up, these are just photos of, so this is back in this is July of last year, this slideshow of some of our schools. And the reason why I wanted to also indicate that, just for awareness too, the Department of Education was called today, one of the elements that they were called about, of course, obviously we're focused on school reopening, but even the concerns over the school's infrastructure. So these photos are not new. They were shown before. And I'm showing the, and we see this, and we see these images, I've seen them before, so. And what I asked earlier today when I was asking the superintendent and how often do you visit the schools, how often are you checking on maintenance, I do understand that visits are made, but I also want to say that as we go through a lot of your testimony, you had an appendix where you talked about what was in progress. Good example at Central, There's Central High School, there's a library that was set to be finished, right? And in among the numerous documents you sent last night, one of them was the appendix that laid out that, as an example, the library is in progress. So there's different stages of items you have. And to be very open, you send a testimony 11:47 p.m. and that between now, that's not even enough time for, think about us in respect to the senators briefing it, a 37-page testimony, and documents that, that we really now have to brief over. But I'm showing these photos because I, as a committee chairwoman, have asked on numerous occasions to receive updates on what's going on for every school. I've specifically asked for the work orders for every single school. To date, as I'm sitting here today, I have not from the Board of Education, not from the Department of Education, no actual reports as to the state of the schools. We know there's been frustrations, there's been stuff coming out on social media and the like, but what I really suggest after today is that we do receive concrete information. And I can only go based on the photos. I don't get any responses back. We don't get any information. It's just, this is based on some of these photos sent to me, my staff and I team going out, taking photos. I've sent in letters, asked it to come on campus, push back. It's just on. And I'm just hoping that as we go into this year, that we move away from that. I go into December, January, February, even after I saw these things on social media, the fact remains is that I have in fact engaged the department over following protocol as per Commissioner Barry Benjamin, yet and still instructing me and my staff that we cannot come onto campus unless receiving the permission to come onto campus. So the question is really, which is it? Also, last week, when I went onto the campus at Claudio Marco School, I was invited there on two reasons. One was their it was the VI History and Women Wellness Wednesdays, presenting to the primary intermediate school children. Part of that tour was going into the cafeteria, which we have seen on social media, a kitchen that's not operable, where when
Point of information. Point of information.
I will recognize you in Senator Stewart. It's almost finished with a couple more slides. It's a very brief presentation. And even going onto the campus, where even as an example with Claudio Marco, there was claims that the gym was complete, no work is going on. There's several issues, right? Several issues. We have schools in more disrepair than others. Just yesterday, I was sent a video of what was taking place at the cosmetology classroom. I've learned that since then it's been addressed. And so what we have going on are issues. We know that our schools are in total disrepair, some worse more than others. But what I'm really asking the department is that when it comes to those issues where we're talking about all this money received to improve the air quality in schools through COVID monies. We're talking about now where even in a number of the schools, you guys have purchased air purifiers that are small and not in the right square footage. The list goes on. But because, of course, while I've asked numerous times for us to get back in the school tours and know what's going on, I can only, get what I get from my constituents, what is sent to me, and that's where you leave myself as a committee chairwoman and leave my committee members. And so what I really suggest that we do is we really need to do a real. Let's get down to the grits. Let's get down to understand what can we done in interim, school by school. Every school has issues, but I shouldn't have to get it from a constituent, from online. I shouldn't have to keep on sending emails, sending letters, and getting a response that go through protocol. And some of my colleagues have not gone through. Maybe they went through protocol and they were allowed to go on campus. As a senator, I am here to represent my constituents, and to be told that I cannot get onto campus, to follow the procedure and still have that pushback, there's something wrong. And for me, what was most hurtful is when the children themselves told me their experiences with their lunch. They told me directly. I've had constituents tell me about their food, or food arriving late. Just a lot of issues, and it should make you feel uncomfortable as administrators for what the children are saying. And I get that. We have schools that are very, very old, but seeing it firsthand, yeah. So I will just say that at the end of the day, I'm really asking that we get communication to this body. We work and dig in concretely on these issues. I know this hearing, we're gonna have to likely take a recess because of the nature of the information, because it was received late at night. And because we need to, what I asked today was for you to brief the committee, yes, on school reopening, but I also asked about the American Rescue Plan, and there's nothing in the testimony that broke down the plan. There's nothing in the testimony that broke down, it provided different elements, and I'll give you an example. So I'll yield over to, Sir Ru had her opponent, but I will yield. I just want to make a quick reference. The American Rescue Plan, Assistant Commissioner Sohn, is supposed to be shared, where the plan itself, where is the plan located as we speak right now? Where can the public, other than going to the public drive, where can the plan be, where can the plan be located?
The plan was put together.
No, not together. Where, right now, as a member of the public, other than where I put it in the public drive for this on the legislature's website, where else can the plan be located?
As I was saying, the plan was put together by our federal programs office, and so that is where it would be located, in the federal programs office. I will ask that that plan, once it is, I know that it went back to the feds. It is on our website, I'm being advised.
It's on the website, okay, because
Yes, it's on the VID
because
website.
by federal law, the plan is supposed to, and how do I know this? Because I spoke directly to the federal government, directly to U.S. Department of Education, directly to the Assistant Secretary. I just asked about the information and how they can better support the department. And I was told that the plan has to be, number one, the plan has to be put on the Department of Education's website, and the public must be briefed on the contents of the plan. That is one of the main requirements. And so here we are today, of course, as I've asked specifically about the connection of the plan to in school, and there is a connection because there are various areas of the plan as is connected to the reopening of schools. What is the plan for the department to brief the public on the plan?
Honestly, at this point, I will tell you that that is something we have to develop. I think the best opportunity to share with the public the American Rescue Plan for the department is to do it on one of our normal public outreaches. Every Wednesday, we do a community connect. We may need to do an expanded program where we can get into the detail of the plan and share it with the public. So that's something I will definitely discuss with the commissioner and with our public relations representative to create an opportunity to share the plan publicly.
Thank you for that, Assistant Commissioner Soames. Dr. Stephanie Berry, I know this is unusual because the reason why I had to break like that, if you want to come into the well, is again because for me, the fact that I've continued to ask for the plan. So what I'm saying, you briefed on school reopening, but what you all did not brief on was the contents of the plan.
She hear me,
Senator, if I may. Senator?
point of something.
Senator Saru?
Senator Whitaker, you've belabored this plan from the crack of dawn, and the sun is about to set, and the testimony that was lengthy has been read. Can you make a decision? Are we continuing today's hearing, or are we not? As the chambers have, the attendance has dwindled. Are you continuing today's hearing or not? I'm so confused about the discussion taking place right now.
Thank you.
Because we're talking about
we
ARPA
had
funding, and you're talking about entering schools and they're denying you. I mean, Madam Chair, we have to do better. I am short on patience right now.
We have now.
What are we doing? Do you intend to release these professionals back to their jobs, or are you continuing today? What is your intent?
Dr. Stephanie Berry we had one last testimony from Dr. Stephanie Berry, who is here on behalf of the Board of Education.
So what is the intent? Do you intend to continue this hearing, or are you going into recess? I'm confused.
Senator, we're going to hear the testimony, and then we're going to have a quick recess, and then we will, as I indicated, we will likely have to recess based on the fact that we know that they've placed it in the items on the agenda, for which we'll need more time to ensure that we have a proper questioning of the contents for today.
What's a quick recess? Are you recessing to the next day, or are you recessing? What's a quick recess? Are we going to recess until the following day or days?
Correct, Senator, but I want to allow Dr. Stephanie Berry to put her testimony on the record.
Well, okay, and that's my concern. If we're going to have testimonies, testifiers should read their testimony back to back. You are pausing to interject in between testimonies and prolonging the meeting. Thank you.
Dr. Stephanie Berry, you may proceed with your testimony on behalf of the Board of Education. Senator Bailey, point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A 37-page testimony was just read, and we're going to have a next testimony. Okay, no, I'm fine with Dr. Berry testifying, but the people at the Virgin Islands want us to ask questions.
I know.
And I'm prepared to ask questions. And I'm not comfortable recessing and bringing them back the next day when they are pertinent questions in reference to the school reopening.
They're going to be brought back because they didn't brief on, they missed a key element of one of the topics.
But they provided enough information for us to be able to question, and whether or not it's in their particular testimony, that doesn't stop us from being able to question them on the concerns that our constituents have given to us, to question them today. You know, so many individuals are tuning in right now expecting that we're going to go into a round of question and to recess and then...
I haven't made a decision to recess.
Okay. So I hope that we're able to question. There are a bunch of appendices that were sent and all of that. We could ask, there's so much relevant questions that we could ask and be able to conclude this phase of this education hearing today. So I hope we're able to. My recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Dr. Berry, you may proceed with your testimony.
Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Development, committee members, other members of the 34th legislature present, and the listening and viewing audiences. My name is Dr. Stephanie Berry. I'm the Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Board of Education. On behalf of the 20th Governing Board, I am pleased to offer testimony regarding the State Educational Agency Plan for the American Rescue Plan Outlying Area State Educational Agencies Fund, submitted by and approved for the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and also to provide testimony as it relates to the 2022 in-person school reopening and the overall status of said reopening. As it relates to the State Educational Agency Plan for the Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, hereinafter referred to as the Department, and the Board are both responsible for the administration and expenditure of federal and territorial funds received for the operation of Virgin Islands public schools and public education. Their roles in these areas are quite distinct,
In terms of federal funds, the department clearly can expend federal funds received in the territory, but only by consulting with the board prior to making expenditures and thereafter reporting to the board about said expenditures. This is consistent with the requirement that the VIBE ensure federal funds received in the territory are properly administered, and all things are done to ensure that territory benefits from the funds federally appropriated, and I've referenced a few of the relevant sections of the VI code. However, the VIBE was not involved in the preparation and submission of the department's plan. Nevertheless, the board proactively engaged with Regional Education Laboratory Northeast and Islands, also known as RELNI, in early 2021 to ensure the VIBE had a high-level understanding of the ARP funds. The VIBE was made aware that the plan was approved and did not have an opportunity to discuss it with the department until January 28th of 2022. The department provided documentation the morning of the meeting, and the VIBE was in the process of following up on information not included in the documentation provided. Therefore, the board did not have an opportunity at that time to review the documents in its entirety and determine, based on the discussion with the department, if what is included in the plan is in place, in progress, or deferred as it relates to 2022 in-person school reopening. Subsequent to that, the board did meet with the department to receive an update through our executive committee on or about March 11th, which was just the other day, and we received an update regarding some of the items that were included in the plan as it relates to new school projects. New school project updates are still needed that include the intended use of demolished sites with timeline and projected costs, such as for Evelyn Williams and Arthur Richards School. An update will also be needed on the critical issues from the St. Thomas District principals that includes a timeline for completion on those marked in progress or being reprogrammed. And we will need to discuss the critical issues provided by the St. Croix District principals when the information is received. As stated in the plan, the operations leaders in the areas of facilities, engineering, and new schools construction will have oversight of its capital outlay projects, and the department will hire new personnel to manage CARES projects and to perform CARES preventative, routine, and emergency maintenance work. The CARES and ARP funds include maintenance personnel, such as maintenance mechanics, maintenance coordinators, laborers, and electrical, HVAC, and plumbing journeymen. The board supports funding for these critical positions beyond the grant award and any extensions, as well as funding for programs that train our students to become industry certified and gainfully employed by the department or other VI government agencies. As it relates to the 2022 return to in-person learning, the department shared its academic achievement action plan utilizing IDEA, consolidated grant application, and ARP funding sources for both districts. There remain concerns about whether the implementation of the academic activities and programs listed has actually occurred. The VIBE appreciated the information provided relative to the department having afforded its staff, including teachers and counselors, over 1,400 contact hours of professional development in social and emotional focus training from late 2020 to present. We are committed to continued collaboration with the department to further develop its support services team of school counselors, school social workers, and school psychologists. We also support the continuation of training such as the mental health and emotional crisis response training provided to the school counselors during the last school year. In addition to what was recently done, relevant and consistent training for our school monitors that would allow them to develop and apply competencies and skills that would make them more effective and committed is needed. For example, rescue safety, de-escalation techniques, CPR, and involvement in developing a safety assessment for their respective school. Now more than ever, our school community needs these resources on a continuous and consistent basis. School site visits were conducted in St. Croix by members of the board on January 21st, 2022, and January 27th, 2022 in St. Thomas. Schools are experiencing significant staffing challenges. With the receipt of much-needed equipment, lack of sufficient storage space has led to equipment being stored wherever there is space on campus until the equipment is installed. For example, back of classrooms. There appears to be no official staff tracking tool, insufficient staff training, and validation of the content provided. Also, emergency plans are not visible, or I should say were not visible nor accessible to teachers, parents, and students at the time of these visits. Schools need more signage, and school maps need to be updated and visible for campus safety. In conclusion, there remains much work to do. There remains much work to be done to ensure that all federal funding sources are utilized in a manner that is of benefit to our entire school community. Chairwoman Whitaker, thank you for allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide testimony. I stand ready to answer questions posed.
Thank you, Dr. Berry, and I really appreciate your testimony, especially you were spot on, you and the board with much of what I asked. And the Department of Education, I definitely know you guys were heavy on overall return to school, but also too, we have to dive in to this plan, the American Rescue Plan. And before I begin the round of questions, we'll do a 10-minute round. I want to just lay some key figures out that, and even reference the pages. So again, to the members of the public, we're speaking about 130, the total amount for the award is $138,158,430. And the plan is divided up into various areas. One on maximizing use of funds to support students returning to maximizing in-person instruction. A section on addressing academic impact of lost instructional time. Evidence-based summer learning enrichment programs, and then the administrative costs and emergency needs as is contained in the plan. And one of the glaring items, which of course we have two different districts we have in and these are totals based on the plan. The St. Croix total came to $55,883,331.96, and the St. Thomas St. John District total is $59,056,708.38, and the overall is $114,940,040. And then there's a differential between the districts, bringing us to about a $3.1 million difference. One of the things that was brought out in the plan was that out of, when you do those calculations, you have about $23 million when you go through the plan, that there's no breakdown for that. And so that is what I really anticipated that you all would have included in the testimony, breaking down those numbers, breaking down what each of those categories mean, and that's what I expected. Now, one thing that I want to highlight is can you, Assistant Commissioner Soames, really explain why we have a $3 million difference between the districts under this plan? What would account for that $3 million difference?
Thank you, Senator. My understanding, and I'll allow Superintendent Adley Herman to respond as well, my understanding is that it may deal with student population, seeing that the St. Croix district may have a few less students than the St. Thomas St. John district. Let me see if Superintendent Adley Herman can add to that.
Thank you.
Correct. The allocations are based on student population of public school and non-public school students. So based on that, there is a per student allocation, a formula to generate such, and that is why the St. Croix district number is actually, allocation is actually $58,975,486.98.
Thank you. And you noted that difference of $23 million, because when you go through the different categories, it came out to about 23 million. Like, there was a portion of funds not included in either district. Can you account for that? That leftover monies, what is that going to be used for?
So all funds, once we receive a grant notice, a grant award notification to the Virgin Islands Department of Education, it's awarded to a state education agency, the SEA. The SEA has operational costs, and so what you are looking at is the operational costs from the state educational agency. That is the only allocation that is not specifically outlined, but if you do look further into the programming, I believe based on the plan, it's page 50. Is it 50? 54. There is the administrative costs and emergency needs. It has the SEA State Administration Program description, and if you scroll on from page 54 to 56, you will see an additional $12,000 cost, and then it breaks down all of the individual administrative needs, and those administrative needs should assist with the gap. There are also some other additional programming needs that are outlined there as well.
Thank you. So you see the importance of the need to brief the public, break down, because those are the questions going to be asked. What's the differential? Why is there a difference between the districts? That's something you really need to break down. And the final, before we proceed with the questioning, I also noticed that in the plan, there's an actual narrative for the St. Thomas St. John district, a clear narrative, and then you go into the plan, there's actually not a narrative for the St. Thomas district. And there's a lot of, when you go through the different tables, it's just a lot of incongruence in terms of what's offered in one district and what's offered in the other. So those really have to be explained, why in one district you would have, in both districts have social, emotional learning and wellness, but then only have in one district have support for person with disabilities and vice versa. So there are a lot of incongruence throughout the plan, and of course it all depends on administration of the funds, but some of them kind of just in understanding it and reading it wouldn't make any sense, or even would cause probably pause for more questions. So I'll
and provide some clarity. Although it's one Virgin Islands Department of Education, it is two separate districts, and our allocations were given to us based on our student populations, both public school and non-public schools. For us to adequately write our plan, we needed to analyze our data, because one of the use for American Rescue Plan funding, 10% of it had to apply to maximizing in-person instruction and addressing learning loss. To do that, we looked at our vulnerable populations. We looked at special education. We looked at parent community engagement in the St. Croix district. We sat together as a district team, and we formulated programs and activities to meet the needs of the students of St. Croix. There is some alignment between the two districts where we have commonalities and programs, but in terms of our plan, it is organic to the St. Croix district because it was developed based on the needs of the students and population within St. Croix, even to the critical code upgrades and how we appropriated funds to meet the needs of our buildings. So I understand that there is some inconsistencies, there is alignment as well, but we have to take into consideration that the funds were allocated to the districts to meet the needs of the students within that district.
Understood, but I'm gonna let my colleagues proceed with their questions, but we're gonna dive into that. And I looked at a lot of plans, different states, I went to the territories, and the Virgin Islands still puzzles me. It's where I didn't come across yet, I didn't do every state, but I didn't come across yet where a state would be, one county do something and a county do another. I didn't find that. I found that there were categories, but of course you have different concerns. In one county they may have more issues with, that they need support for learning, and that they more this person with disabilities in one county than the other. But just looking at it, it causes you to pause. Senator Joseph, you may proceed with your 10 minutes of questioning. Senator Joseph.
pleasant good evening. Testifiers, you've been with us for a long day. I want to really commend you on your energy still that you have, and also to stay in the course here with us, asking you and drilling you down on number of measures in the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. I would like to thank you so much for all the information you provided thus far to the committee based on the chairwoman's request. I first want to go to your testimony regarding the status of the No VI Child Goes Hungry program. Based on the governor's order, is this program still in effect, or is it now null and void and it's no longer in effect because schools have been returned to in-person learning?
The answer, good evening, Senator.
Assistant Commissioner Sohn?
Good evening, Senator Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. You are correct, that program is no longer in effect as all students are now have now returned to school.
Okay,
but if
thank
we
you.
need to go back
Check that
there
out.
because of a change in our
Go
COVID
ahead.
status, we are prepared to do so.
We could not hear that last comment, Assistant Commissioner. Could you please be so kind to repeat yourself?
Not a problem. I was saying if we need to return to the No VI Child Goes Hungry feeding initiative, we are prepared to do so if the situation with respect to COVID resurfaces.
Okay, wonderful. Now, I read and followed you in detail when you talk about the clear waiver. Now, for the testing and to get the test results to the counselors and et cetera with your clear waiver. In getting that waiver, did you have to look at HIPAA laws? That is found on page 8 of 37. Did you have to look at HIPAA laws, and that is why you had to venture to go through the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to get that waiver in place, or was it associated with your funding?
No, the CLEAR waiver had, to my understanding, had nothing to do with HIPAA. The CLEAR waiver was necessary so that we could test, our school nurses could test in school. Because we are not a laboratory, we needed a CLEAR waiver which exempts us from laboratory status to be able to do the Binex Now rapid antigen test on students who proved to be symptomatic.
Okay, beautiful. That helps in my understanding. On page 9, there was a mention of the affinity empowering providing your PCR test. Was that something that was paid using COVID funding?
No, that was a free service of the United States Department of Health and Human Services. It was offered to all states and territories, and we availed ourselves of that opportunity. Regrettably, Affinity Empowering, which is a subsidiary of Eurofins, announced at the end of November, beginning of December last year, that they would no longer be providing PCR laboratory testing services across the nation. They moved into a different field. And once we found that out, we decided to partner with our phenomenal partner, the Department of Health, to do PCR testing.
Okay, now let's talk about the funding for the COVID. Now, the funding for the COVID, so you did school nurses, they were doing the testing. What funding source did you use for that? To purchase the supplies?
We did not
and
have...
were those...
I'm sorry, Senator.
Go ahead.
We did not have to purchase any testing supplies. All Binex rapid antigen test supplies are provided free of charge by the Department of Health to the Department of Education.
Okay, good. So you didn't pay any funding, use any COVID-19 funding to pay for any testing within the schools while you were doing the hybrid and moving into and migrating into in-person learning. Is that correct? Is that your representation this evening?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. On page 16, you mentioned that the pandemic has disproportionately affected students with disabilities and English learners. What about individuals who have behavioral issues and also who are from low income household, single parent household? Have you been able to ascertain that? And I would like to also get at least a little understanding how you were able to qualify this assertion based on data that you have collected within the department.
So I will have the districts respond to that. And I also believe we should have online our state director for data and assessment who can speak to that as well. So districts?
Senator, for some of the populations that we serve, we know it was a disadvantage because we know that they benefit best from receiving in-person services, such as students in special education. As far as students of a lower socioeconomic status, they were disenfranchised from the curriculum from the onset because they didn't have access to devices. And so when that was the big push behind why we needed to ensure that we had a one-to-one system where we could put a laptop and internet access in the hands of our children, because they just didn't have a lot of these equipment, the tools that they needed to connect at home.
Okay, and internet accessibility as well played a major factor, especially from those students who, as you say, are coming from socio-economic challenged households, correct?
Correct.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's look at what you're doing as far as intervention and remedial courses and what you're offering. How are you looking at your retention or remedial courses, especially in light that we have such a large number compared to 2018? We have based on the representation you had in 2018, 2020, 2019, 24.8 students who was reading at or above average, and 10% in the math competency in the same category. And then you had in 2021, the spring of 2021,
2 minutes.
it had a 20.6% of the students met or exceeded the standards in English language arts, and 11.10% met, this is the met, or exceeded the standards in mathematics. What are we doing? Because I know this is under the subject of learning loss. I note that you have some, you use a smarter balance as a tool. So indicate for me if the teachers and the students are receiving instructions in testing and being able to test effectively for the smarter balance. Because some students, as we know, they may learn and master certain concepts, but when it comes to testing time, it's a different outcome. And it's not always the true definition of a person's ability to learn, and their learning where it's showing that they have actually mastered any of the academic concepts. So tell me, are you providing any type of testing preparation for the Smarter Balance tests?
Good evening, Senator. First, I'd like to just clarify that the data presented is not by cohort, which means that it's not the same cohort every year, it's by grade level. So it's showing what the grade level prior to the pandemic scored versus the grade level during the pandemic. Also, in education.
Okay, so stop there, please. Which grade level? Because I'm reading from page 16 of 37, and I don't recall seeing a grade level here.
Correct.
I see
So
it
it's
on the next page, but this looked like it's an aggregate amount of the whole. So tell me where it says grade level here. I may
Okay,
have
so
missed it
on
because the
page
day is really long.
So on page 16, it gives you the comprehensive picture of the entire VID, 3rd through 8th and 11th grade students, how we performed and what that looked like overall. And then on page 17, you have the grade level data analysis.
Okay, so tell me, what are we doing? Okay, I understand
I
it.
like
You
to, I
have
like
it.
to
How it's
expand.
worded there is a bit unclear to me. But now I thank you for that clarification. But tell me, are we providing any testing or preparation for the students before they take the Smarter Balance assessments? Is there any prep courses that are being taught in the schools so our students can be refreshed and know how to really be able to pass these Smarter Balance assessments with a higher score?
Sure. Senator, what I would like to say, it's not about teaching to the test. It's really about student mastery of standards and skills. In terms of if we do anything, it's daily. From the onset of the beginning of the school year, the teachers assess their students and get a diagnostic, see where they're at. And we have priority standards at each grade level. So we want to make sure that our students can cite evidence, they could write a narrative. And so what the Smarter Balance does is assess where those students are in terms of their grade level proficiency. However, that's not something like a SAT that the students will sit and study for. This is a year-long comprehensive picture of student instruction and where they're at.
Okay. And our teachers also provided with opportunities, very well. Our teachers provided with opportunities on the remedial courses to get some professional development and also intervention skills to build their intervention and skills in utilizing and providing their teaching and how they approach certain subjects so that students' academic skills are being increased and their learning increased to make up for some of the learning loss?
The one thing that I will tell you about the teachers in the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and specifically for me, the St. Croix District, is they are resilient, they are researchers, they are borrowers, they dig deep. We at the department provide them training and database instruction, but they also work with each other. They work with the district content coordinators. They work with their leadership to delve into what do they see. So they take this assessment data and they tear it apart and they create a plan for their children. They work with them in small groups. They provide differentiation. They go above and beyond each and every day to ensure that the students are able to master. We are not aware that our students walk into classes some 2 to 3 grade levels below. And for us, the picture is student growth. How are our children growing? And that puts a sense of pride into the work that teachers do. So yes, they are professionally developed, but they have a lot of tools within their toolkit to continue to move the students forward.
And Senator, if I can just add that at the beginning of the year, while we were still in the pandemic, we did assess the students, and then we also went back when students returned to school to do a mid-year assessment using iReady, and that has given us a good window to determine where our children are, and from that, they receive a prescription to help them continue to work on building those skills. But as we move forward, with the intention of recovering where our students did not learn or did not advance, we have selected priority standards, things that each student should know at each grade level, and though that is the focus of what they will be learning.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so let me
you.
just say something. Sorry, Senator.
Well, this on my time because your time was long called.
You mentioned that you used Smarter Balance at the beginning to assess, and then mid-year or midterm you use iReady. typically, at least in my knowledge, you do use the same type of assessment tool to really determine if the students are in fact mastering and learning various concepts.
No, it's not.
How has that worked using the two different type of assessment?
No,
Is
we
it
didn't
two
use
type of assessment you use?
We didn't use two different assessments. We used iReady, and we used the beginning assessment of iReady and the mid-year assessment of iReady. What we did in terms of the smarter
good. You cleared it up
balance.
for me. That's it.
Right.
That's it, Dr. Jurgen, because I wanted to make sure is that same one assessment that you use at the beginning, and then you use the same one assessment tool at mid-year. That's all I needed. Thank you, just for that clarity, because I know typically you don't use two different assessment tools to assess numeracy and increases in numeracy and literacy levels, and to identify where the students need more academic attention. Now, Madam Chair,
Senator Joseph, I will let you. You have really gone over the time. I need to move on. We can always return back to you, but just in respect to the time, you're way over time. So I'm going to move now to the next senator. Before moving to the next senator, Commissioner Soam, in the Appendix C, you have Addendum C. You have critical issues for STT district principals, and I note that there were no listed critical issues for the St. Croix district. Yes, in Addendum D, there's a superintendent's priority capital projects territory-wide, St. Croix district, St. Thomas, St. John district, but is there a reason why there's no addendum listed critical issues for the St. Croix district?
Good evening, Senator. Victor Soam III, Assistant Commissioner. If I'm not mistaken, there is an addendum that speaks to, that may speak to critical issues in the St. Croix district.
Yeah. So I would just say this is part of submitting paper documentation at 11:47 p.m. at night. There's some mistakes made, but I definitely briefed that. And then the other item too is Addendum B, the PFA projects report. One of the things that's going to be really helpful, because what myself and I had to do was I had to actually take the PFA testimony that they gave before the Finance Committee during the last budget season to actually compare it now to your PFA report. And you have the location, the project name, the project budget balance, and the project status, but no year. And a lot of these PFA projects go far back as to, I believe, 2009. And so what I would really encourage, as you send documentation and you brief us, it'd be important to give us the actual dates, to include also like the OIA funding, what's local, what's federal, what's PFA, and the timeline. Senator, I think I see Senator Saru. You may proceed for your 10 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I see the discussion on page 16, learning loss, and it goes on and on and on. I'd like to know, and then of course you talk about student achievement and academic interventions being implemented on St. Croix. I need to know, for both districts, how are we using the funds that we were given to address the learning loss? Can you tie it for me? I don't see it tied in your testimony.
The districts can respond, Senator.
Sure thing. Good evening, Senator. One of our, and I'm not sure which addendum this is, but it's the action plan for CGA and ARP. Why it's combined between CGA and ARP is because historically we've been receiving our consolidated grant application funds to address innovative programs under Title V. And under ARP, what we've outlined is the need, for example, high dosage tutoring that we will be launching in the upcoming school year. We're expanding our AVID.
Hold on a second, Miss Deputy Superintendent. What do you mean by you said high dose tutoring? That's what you said?
Yes, high dosage tutoring.
I don't know if I.
So
Media, if you could just give me some more volume, please, just a little. Thank you so much. I couldn't hear you, Miss Herman. Can you tell me one more time what did you describe it as?
One of the main uses that we're going to be using our ARP funds for is to have high dosage tutorials. Our team researched the COVID slide and the COVID loss, and in that research, there is the term high dosage, kind of like when doctors are implementing antibiotics and you need a higher or stronger dose infused at a more regular basis. So what we've identified
What does that look like?
So
what does that look like?
So
is that in person? Is that
yes.
Go ahead.
So what that looks like is, and a description is there, intensive tutoring that occurs one-to-one or in a very small group, no more than 3 students. We would bring in additional tutors to sit in and have tutorials. This would happen during the day. The best implementation for high dosage tutoring is during the class period, where if a student is
Now hold a second.
Mm-hmm.
So based on the amount of students that you have performing below standard, how many students will be participating in high dosage tutorials?
So initially,
what is that amount?
So we have a very large amount of tier 3 students. So in terms of the implementation plan, we actually would work with the schools to identify the key and most critical needs of students to start to build at that population from the start of the school year.
So the question would be, because I just want to know how much, what's the chunk of the funds that we'll need to administer this program and hire additional tutors, and in what areas are we looking at? You haven't identified that far down the road. Is that safe to assume?
Can you repeat the question?
It's a work in progress.
Can you repeat the question, Senator?
So I'm trying to decipher based on the learning loss on how many students that you have in Tier 3, and I'm sure Tier 2 needs assistance as well. Based on, I just want to know what would that amount look like that you'll be using from our COVID, ARPA funds, all the funds that you do have to administer this program based on the need. Has the math been done on this yet?
So, Senator, the one thing that I would say, there is an estimation in place. What we've learned by going through the RFP and procurement process is that once we put that RFP out and there is bids that come in, many times the amount that was estimated needs to adjust. We are prepared to make that adjustment to meet the needs of our children. Our children come first.
And what does your tutors look like? Are you looking at retirees, those in UVI? What are you looking at?
So we are looking at, primarily, we would like to engage our students at the University of the Virgin Islands. We are open to retirees as well, but we would like individuals that are not too far removed from the present Common Core content.
Now, is this same high dosage plan across to St. Thomas St. John, Dr. Jurgen?
I don't know if I refer to it as high dosage, but I suppose it is.
What is it?
Primarily because...
Well, I'm using the terms I was given today.
I know.
So yes, it is.
In terms of why it's high dosage, is because of the ratio also of, I know the ratio that we are using is 4 students to 1 adult. As far as where we're getting the tutors from, we've found several tutoring companies, and we're utilizing those. We have about 4 tutoring companies. Some of them...
Dr. Jurgen, just 1 second. So when you said tutoring companies, you're going back online for this?
No. These are on-island services. One specifically focuses on mathematics, and the others are general courses. But one of the things I was mentioning earlier is we've spent a lot of time looking at the intervention block to be able to use that time to work with students on a smaller basis, as well as identify those priority standards so that we have more of a focus in addressing what students should know as benchmarks going into the next grade.
Okay, so I see there's Deputy Superintendent Powell on the line. What have you estimated what it would cost,
Well,
Ms. Powell?
I have different numbers, and you would have to go into the detail, but I know we have about 500,000 set aside for math specifically. We have, I believe, over $2 million.
This is K-12, I'm sorry, K-12, Ms. Powell?
For the math tutorials. It's not going to be
That's
K-12. It's going to be for the students who have that need based on the data, like Dr.
That's what I was asking you. So sorry, just before you finish, I just want to clarify that 500K would be for those who have the need in all grades. That's what I was asking you.
Okay, so yes, no. The company we're looking at is going to focus on students in middle school and high school. So though that specific company, but as it relates to hiring after school tutors, like you said, retirees, we've already started hiring some of our very own teachers. We've already started with tutorial programs in our schools this year. We're using our CGA funds because those funds were already approved and allocated for that purpose. So instead of running regular after school programs, we focus on the tutorial program instead, where our teachers should only have no more than 4 children in their groups. And so, of course, we focus on those students that were in Tier 3, the students in the red. We also have our Saturday academies that also have a similar focus for students in the yellow. So we've already started this work, but if you want some specific amounts, I can get that information for you as to how much we're spending on the different levels and the different content areas.
What about ELA? ELA will stay with the 500K too as well?
No, we have, I think we have specifically for students, I think we have like over $1 million in tutorials and other after school programs. We might have another $1 million. So we have, normally when we run our programs, it takes about $2 million annually. So we added another $2 million in our ARP grants.
Okay.
And we still also have money in our CGA programs. So we're just expanding some of the work that we normally do.
Okay, can I see that spending plan? And what about, I didn't see elementary. What's the plan for elementary? Because you know when you struggle in elementary, it's really hard to get them on grade level in junior high and high school. So what's that plan for, who's over elementary schools? Is that Dr.
So we are
Brown,
doing the work in elementary. The work has started in elementary. When I talked about a specific math program we're going to run for students, because of course, you know, we've been struggling with our math scores. But as it relates to students in elementary schools, we've already started those tutorials for students from grade 1 in our elementary schools and up to our middle school. We've been running tutorials from grade 1 through grade 8 in our elementary and middle schools.
Madam Chair, I can't hear if my time has been called. I don't want to abuse. Has my time been called?
No.
20 seconds.
Almost done.
Okay. Okay, so I'd like to see that spending plan, Ms. Powell. Through the chair, I'd like to make a request of spending plan to address the learning loss for all of our students. Now we talk about wellness and mental health. St. Thomas St. John District, our students are not having good meals and school lunch run out of food.
Time.
Can you talk to me, Dr. Jorgen, plans, implementation, ways to fix this? But school lunch is actually the state level.
Right, but I can tell you that right
you can help
now,
me? Okay, go ahead.
We have a close monitoring of the School Food Authority, and we are going to be making some changes that will be coming really soon. We did have an issue with our commodities, but we did reach out to our St. Croix district to get some of those needs supplied, and they've responded in the affirmative, as well as working with some of our vendors to supply some of the meats, as well as the fruits. We were having an issue
Because
getting.
when I look at St. Croix meals and I compare them with this district, we ain't doing too good over here. And if we're going to talk about wellness and mental health, you know, that's all psychological. If you could feed me that meal, then I would feel as a student that I'm not cared about. So if we could just make an improvement at that level. And I have one more thing too as well. We talk about guidance counselors and all these plans that they're working, and I see this whole list of things our guidance counselors are doing. But at Udarican School, there's not one working phone line for the guidance counselors. So if you could address that for me, please.
At Udarican, the guidance counselors are assigned to the modular. We are looking at putting some phones in there in the modular, but they were not originally assigned there. The area that they were originally assigned to got damaged from the storms. We moved them to another location, and that location did not work out as well. So we've relocated them to the modulars, and we do know that they need to have some phones and internet access in one of the rooms there in the modular.
Thank you. Because they really can't do their job if there's no phones, no internet access. You know, that concerns me. Thank you for the time.
Understood.
Thank you, Senator Rue, and I really hope y'all are paying attention to the concerns. I mean, again, I do respect the fact that, again, at 11:46 p.m., 9 of 15 deliverables, so we still have 6 deliverables, as my committee members ask for information and documentation. But I want to make a statement about the tutoring. Last year, I held a meeting with the commissioner over tutoring. Section 830 of the Dropout Prevention Plan, not a mandate because it's the word may being used every year. The Department of Education may solicit services for nonprofits and for-profits for to address learning loss and I'm summarizing and paraphrasing it, but it's connected to the Dropout Prevention Plan. So again, as I was in your testimony, you all are working on the Dropout Prevention Plan to have it ready by May, but I would submit that there are a number of tutors who've come through my office, who have sent to the commissioner. I have not gotten a response. Can you clarify the application process? If you're a nonprofit right now or a for-profit that want to provide services to the Department of Education, who is responsible for that at this time? Who would you send it to? I mean, I've sent it to the commissioner myself and no results, but what would be the process you would encourage persons who are interested in supporting the Department of Education?
If there is an entity, a nonprofit, that wants to participate in the form of tutoring, providing those services, they still would have to complete a vendor's package and make sure that they have all of the stipulation, taken care of before they would be able to perform those services for the department.
Thank you.
It's also
Thank you, Annette, but I'll put on the record.
It's also competitive, so it's also competitive, so they will have to compete with other vendors to provide that service.
Do you all have that on the website right now? Is there a portal that you all are working on developing for transparency? How is it? Is it just basically who would you contact? I've contacted the commissioner directly and gotten no response.
Senator, in the commissioner's office, we have Ms. Monique Cricky. She is our, I believe, community relations individual at the, that might not be her direct title, but she is the individual at the senators in the commissioner's office. Individuals like nonprofits have reached out to the district. They've either reached out to Dr. Bastian or myself, or they have reached out to our parent and community relations director, Ms. Karen Chancellor. Her email is found on the website as well.
But I'm telling you, I myself as a senator sent the direct communication to the commissioner to ask for that. But we'll see how this year goes. Senator Viollet, for your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me try to get in as much questions as I can. In reference to the Smarter Balance Test, because I'm seeing a lot of reference being made to the Smarter Balance Test, but what was really the validity of those tests, knowing that it was done virtually, right? A number of grade levels?
State Director for Assessment
Dr. Baltimore-Hofen is on, and I would ask her to respond to your question. She's the expert in this area.
Good evening, Alexandria Baltimore Hookfin, State Assessment Director. Yes, so that is correct. In 2021, we administered the Smarter Balance test virtually, and we used that mode of administration because that was our only option to get data on student achievement.
Okay,
So we have a number of tools to monitor students.
Stop right there. Stop there 1 minute. I say that because I don't honestly want us to put a tremendous amount of weight on the Smarter Balance scores that were done virtually. Validity is an issue. Testing environment is an issue. Student could have been taking the test on a sofa, their foot up, they're distracted, they're not focused on the particular tool, they were not in the right environment. And that's not their fault. So we are going to have to await the next round of tests that is done in the appropriate setting to make a determination as to whether or not the learning loss has increased by that, the numbers that you provided to us today.
I don't know if we're saying that it has increased at all, but I think our main reason for ensuring that students tested is because we don't want to lose another year.
No, I agree with you. I agree. I'm not against what you're saying, Dr. Jurgen. I'm just saying we did what we had to do because of the situation that we were in. But we know that the testing environment wasn't normal. So we do a comparison to a normal year for a situation that wasn't a normal situation.
Even though we made adjustments to the testing.
If I could interject, that's exactly what we posted on our website about the data from last school year, is that you have to take into consideration that it was a different test environment and that the data should not be directly compared to previous years.
Yeah, and I say that because I don't want the word to just go out. All the students are doing so. We know that we have some issues. We know that we had learning loss, but let's keep it in perspective. Now, in reference to the, what do you call it? Power something? What word you said? Arizona?
Power school?
No, your tutorial, power tutorial.
High dosage tutorials.
We ain't like that high dosage. Sounds like you're cool.
That's the research term. We will change it, but that's the research term.
High dosage of any type of medication ain't really good. I think that cannot to third, or at least first to third, we need to focus on some very basic skills. We need to make a determination as to whether or not those students could read, and we need to develop a plan with the high dosage tutorial to get them to read. We got to check the students' basic math skills, multiplication, addition, subtraction, etc., and make sure that by the third grade year, they're proficient. If not, you know what all the studies say, after third, they just go downhill, right? So let's really try to focus on those second and third graders. I would recommend that you spoke about tier 3 on more than one occasion, that if possible, and if you have the staff and we have the money, that they have an extended school year. Because the loss is going to be more if we break for some of those students don't have those basic skills. So if we know they can't read, we know they don't know the basic math, we ain't recommending. It's not a recommendation that you go to a summer program. It's a mandate. You don't move that student from one grade level to the next unless they're able to meet these basic requirements. So, and I know parents would like it because we're recommending, hey, we want your child to be able to read, so we're going to extend the school year by 4 weeks. An intense program, at the end of the 4-week program, if the child has shown sufficient growth, we'll pass them to the next level. We can't afford to lose this set of children. Now to the other question, I just wanted to say that in reference to the learning gap. Dr. Bastian is on. Quickly, Dr. Bastian, tell me the status of Claudio Marco cafeteria. Quickly. You could do it quickly.
Good afternoon. We are making the strides that we did promise Principal Gonzalez. I did share some updated pictures, most updated to the ones that were displayed by Senator Whitaker earlier today.
So
We are making the
it's
strides.
painted now.
Yes.
The cafeteria is painted now.
Painted. The vendors have been reached out for the services that we will need them to complete. It's ongoing, and we will meet our target.
Okay. Have the stuff been placed on the side so that you have sufficient room?
Yes, they have been
Okay.
shifted to the areas as promised.
Deep cleaning of the cafeteria?
Yes, and you can see that in those pictures that I also shared with you also.
I saw the pictures. I'm giving you a chance to put it there so that everybody could know exactly.
I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing
Okay.
and giving us that opportunity to share the correct information. Yes, we have made the necessary strides that we promised Principal Gonzalez, and we'll continue to do the work until we are finished with what we promised them at Claudio Marco.
Tables are going to be moved from Martha Richards?
Yes, we will provide the necessary tables. Principal Gonzalez also requested some like picnic benches and stuff to place around her campus, and she will also receive those items.
Okay. So now make sure that your press secretary don't write about me for asking some questions about Claudio Marco. Okay? It's questions. That's how we get stuff done. We work together and we're able to move the district in the right direction. Mr. Charlemagne, I think he's still on. I saw some, he's on?
Yes, he still is.
I saw some pictures of the cosmetology lab at Complex. Have you been able to address that? Severe leak.
Yes, that was
Central.
Yes, good afternoon. Davidson Charlemagne, District Director St. Croix. Yes, it was brought to our attention 2 days ago. A main line, copper pipe was busted, spilled water all over the place. After we actually fixed the roof leaks that was there from God knows how many years. After doing that, and we putting the drop ceilings back in, this leak just came out about 2 days ago. We went ahead, we completed that about maybe somewhat 6 o'clock yesterday evening, and that's fixed. And it's going to be an ongoing thing, Senator, because the mere fact that, you know, that whole facility is copper, and we've just been going from classroom to classroom, you know, taking out the copper and putting in PVC. So hopefully I pray that the Senate can allot some monies for us to revoke all the copper and put PVC in there, because it's a really big project.
Hold up, Mr. Charlemagne. You're going good for a while. You're going bad. So just hold it up there. Let me go back to Dr. Bashton. Dr. Bashton, the date for the cafeteria for the dining area for the cafeteria to open.
Repeat again.
The projected date for the reopening of the dining area at Claudio Marco School.
I think we gave ourselves till the end of the month, March, to get everything that we need in there.
Okay, that's a little bit of a while. Let's try to speed that up.
Mr. Senator, we are working. It will be completed, and we are focused on meeting it before the end date period.
Okay. We received $943,803 in kitchen equipment. They're sitting in all the schools and boxes. What's the implementation plan to get those equipment installed?
Thank you,
So
Senator.
I'll just jump in the absence of Dr. Wells Hendrickson, who could probably give a more in-depth. I think we're in the RFP process of getting the work done. It is our goal. We did select our priority kitchens. The priority kitchens are those kitchens that are currently not functioning. We speak about Claudio Marco, Eulalie R. Rivera, just to name a few. Those are the kitchens that will be addressed first. Once we get back the RFP and we go through the whole contracting process, we'll then be able to issue the award to the vendor and get the code violations in place and install those equipment. It's our goal to get them in as soon as possible, Senator Bailey.
Principal is good. I like that name.
I know, right?
That was my favorite position. I'm reading the paper. You're saying that you got the equipment, but we haven't paid AECOM the $940-something yet. I'm seeing the note here. Trying to get them paid. It needs to be paid. Were they paid?
I don't have all the information on that. Dr. Wells Hendrickson would be the best person, or Ms. Calwood, one of them from the state operations. So I don't want to speak on that because I don't have all the information on the payment for that.
Time.
School lunch warehouse. real bad condition, rodents, it's very
We are in the
hot
process of
commodities
moving.
spoiling. What's there?
We're in the process of moving school lunch warehouse to a temporary location to begin the renovation of that area. I know as of yesterday, speaking with Director Christian and her correspondences via email, she was in the process of getting the quotes to transfer all the goods, the dry goods, to the temporary location so we could begin that work.
Which is Juanita Garden. I'm seeing in the report you have here. Is that location temperature sensitive and all of that?
I don't want to think that Juanita Garden was the location we settled on. I will dig a little deeper in that, but we did have a back and forth with that area, and I do not think that was the area selected. I could be wrong, but as far as I know today, sitting here speaking to you, I don't think that's the area selected.
One last question.
Of course.
The governor said, I'm going to allocate $10 million to each district for maintenance and make sure that the schools are ready to open. 10 million St. Croix, 10 million St. Thomas. You got a 10 million? Has $10 million per district been allocated for repair and maintenance and get our schools ready to accommodate students during this COVID crisis? Does Mr. Charlemagne have access to money? Mr. Hu and St. Thomas, have we bumped up the maintenance budget utilizing federal funds?
If I'm
yes, go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, sir, I haven't heard 10 million. I know the governor has allocated, and
what you heard? What did you hear?
Through in the department, in discussion with the commissioner and others, through procurement in the Department of Education, it's $750,000, and the departments, the maintenance divisions are drawing on that money through OMB. OMB is actually managing the money for maintenance, upkeep, and repairs.
I think he's speaking about the money that that was allocated or set aside from the ARP, where each district gave maintenance a set of money within that ARP to deal strictly with the maintenance and upkeep of our schools. The $750 that Mr. Sum just referenced is just a quick delivery to us to help us address some of the low-hanging fruits at a faster rate until we received that ARP funding. We were not yet in custody of those funding. In the interim, he provided each district $750,000 for us to address those low-hanging fruits, and we have been moving that money through, and it's handled through the Office of OMB.
Does OMB have the ARP funds for the Department of Education?
Through the Office of the Governor, but not our funds. Our federal ARP funds are handled through our state education agency and the LEAs.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm over my time, but I have a lot more questions. I hope we have a next round.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Viale. Just to circle back on Claudio, Marco, the gym is not complete, right? And I have firsthand knowledge of, I've seen it myself, where there's apparently no more work to be done to the gym. And then they were owed a modular because the 7th and 8th grade classrooms are condemned. So that, those two items are Claudio Marco. Also, going to Central, there's a library that's set to be built, and in your testimony indicated that the work stopped because of funding. And then going into the question surrounding the personnel for maintenance division, that is in appendix.
Can I address first your
Sure, okay.
statement about the gym? The Claudio Marco gym is done in phases. What has been completed thus far is phase 1 of the Claudio Marco project, and there is a phase 2 that will commence shortly. So the phase 1 is where you saw that triangular library area and other areas of Claudio Marco being addressed. That phase was completed, and phase 2 will complete or commence shortly. So I don't want you to think that the work started and it stopped. It's done in 2 phases, and it was procured through PMP in 2 phases, and you could see those contracts and stuff on the PMP website. And Central High Library is also a work in progress. It's continuing. Yes, the project stopped, and it was due to the funding that was allocated in that portion. And a new contract has now been working through the process, and that new contract, once awarded, will allow the work to commence.
Thank you for that. In Appendix D, so that's the second to last page, we're diving into the personnel for maintenance division, contractual. What is not in this document in Appendix D is actually the breakdown of the amount of funds. So you have the activity to start, end date, hours of operation, purpose of program, desired outcomes, funding source, mixed between the ARP and the CGA, but to actually break down the costs. Well, I will definitely indicate to my committee members and to the public, this is not going to be the end to this plan. I definitely going to have another hearing where we continue to delve into this plan in addition to our other committee items. But really and truly, what is really important, we need to know the costs. Speaker before, Senator Vele is the chairman of the Committee on Finance, and when him and his committee members get together to put together the budget for schools, why not work with us, work between the committee and and give us the real numbers so that we don't have projects starting and stopping. They're starting and stopping. Also the modulars. I asked, one of the deliverables that I've not received status of is the AECOM contract. It was embedded in parts of the testimony, but what is going on with respect to the modulars? The modulars that have broken down. You have it, Matta Central, AC is not working. We know the crisis at Arthur Richards site. As you go forward and buy and procure more items, what is the department going to do to protect itself from maybe bad vendors, poor contracting? How will you ensure that for the next set of modules we buy, the next set of temporary equipment we buy, that we won't end up with broken equipment or something not working and things not working? Commissioner Soames.
So with respect to AECOM and the modulars, I know that there has been a lot of heated discussion, a lot of debate, particularly with the Arthur Richards site. And if Attorney Hudson is on, I would request that he respond to that question because he's the most knowledgeable as to where we are with respect to AECOM.
Yes, I hope to. That's one of the deliverables that you did not deliver on last night. Definitely the status of the AECOM contract, what is going on with it, and what you're doing in the interim. So we have modulars that are not operable. What are the interim measures being taken to address, particularly the modulars where there is use? All right.
Can I please add that needs assessment was done. I know questions were asked about the money for maintenance. So we spent over $2 million between both districts on a needs assessment, and so. We also have as I think it was Dr. Bastian stated, budgeted over $30 million between the both districts to address those projects. So a lot of money has been set aside specifically to address a lot of the needs of our schools.
Thank you. And I would really encourage that all the staff, top, bottom, that you all dive into the plan, because as you all are sending us stuff, digesting it and, for the public as well, for awareness to them. If there's even confusion right here as we sit here through a hearing process, imagine what the public hears and understands. So the plan has to be brief. We have to break it down layman's terms. We have to see that I shouldn't have to wait till a Senate hearing to get a message about photos. I can only show what I have. And I have asked for this information consistently. I keep on asking, what are the status of the schools? What is the information by school? That is what's being asked, and we're not getting it. We're not getting that information and receiving it on a regular basis, so it makes it very difficult.
Senator, if I may, most recently your office was making a request to visit schools the day before, but they sent the email to former Superintendent Carlos McGregor, and so I ended up responding and just letting the office know that I was the contact, or Dr. Bastian was the contact. So we just would like to be clear that you did.
Let me stop you right there.
No, but
hold tight. On February 1st, February 1st, that activity happened a week ago, 2 weeks ago. February 1st, the email was sent to the commissioner, copying Assistant Commissioner Soames. I was very clearly aware that you are the acting institute superintendent. That was an error on the part of a staff. Let me make that clear. That was certainly not mine. I'm very clear that he had retired, and that staff member responded and she apologized because it was her mistake. So I'm very clear who the leaders are. And we received yesterday, last night at 11:46 p.m., we received the updated listing of the leadership listing that went back to like December's hearing.
I understand, Senator, but what I'm clarifying is you're stating that you made numerous requests, and what I am saying is any individual who made a request, any legislator that made a request of myself or Dr. Bastian, we made arrangements to make sure that the campus was aware of their visitation. So once our lines of communication are clear, and moving forward, it is now clear, then we will be able to organize with our schools and inform them of the fact that you will be visiting the campus.
Thank you, and I appreciate that going forward. That other site visit was back in January, and that was something that Dr. Bastian informed me of, that they were gonna work on it, and that's what keeps on happening. It's we're gonna work on it. We're gonna get it done by 2 weeks. To Mr. Charlemagne, if he's still online, Director Charlemagne had informed me last year that the K-wing at the Synchro Educational Complex will start to be repaired. And as far as I can see, the K-wing still looks the same, the J, the H, the K. I know there are a lot of structural issues, but all I do get is statements and not any concrete documentation. So that's what I simply asked for. Mr. Charlemagne, do you have any update on the various wings at the Synchro Educational Complex that are in disrepair? Any updates on any of them?
Yes, yes, Senator, again, Davidson Charlemagne, District Director, St. Croix. Yes, definitely. As I told you, yes, we'll have some repairs. As you know, the culinary arts classroom, during this time with all of these copper pipes being busted all over the schools, and not only one place, both on the Ctech side and academic side. So that kind of defray just planning on one area, because we've been having a lot of emergencies with those pipes. For instance, the library in the academic side was a major leak there that we had to repair. Also in the east wing, we had major repairs on the roof just as well from the copper piping. We had the major one that I think Senator Viale, we spoke about, that he stated was even when he was principal there, was leaking in the gymnasium. I fixed that also. I totally gutted out all the copper in that area and put it with PVC. Then we also have, like I said, the culinary arts room totally gutted out and PVC'd. That goes straight through it's rain falling, all the way through to cosmetology. And like I said, planning on that one area was rerouted because of all of these emergencies. And we also had the issue with the pump. Now we have all of that stuff up and running. So it's really hard to focus on that K-wing, J-wing you're speaking about, because of the issue of how serious these copper pipes are. And every time I fix an area, the pressure is pressurizing and it's busting somewhere else. So it's really like a real emergency at this point now to figure out a plan how we can get all the copper piping out of this whole school and figure out where we get the funding from and could do that, because right now it's just every month or every couple of weeks we have a situation of that copper piping.
Thank you, Mr. Charlemagne, Director Charlemagne. That's why when you told me you were able to fix the K-wing, I did not believe you. That's, and right now I'm getting this information from you, but this is the most information I've gotten from you outside of the several months back. I do not get regular information from you through you going to the superintendent, from the commission to myself to the committee, maybe select individuals, but I haven't received that directly.
Senator Warnock, I just want to add and just make it known that the copper project at both Ctech and the academic side are capital projects. What the district has been doing is addressing as the emergencies arise. And we have been depleting funds just to make sure that as the emergencies present themselves, we address it immediately. Like Director Charlemagne mentioned, while the K-wing might have been our focus, it's hard to focus on the K-wing when the cosmetology room breaks a leak today, when the cooking room breaks a leak today, you shift your priorities from addressing the K-wing to addressing those emergencies as they present themselves. In due time, it is our hope to retrofit the whole copper piping system across the educational complex and Cmte building. But until those fundings become available, we'll continue to address in an emergency manner.
And that's completely understood, but it also has to be communicated to this committee so that we engage with the public as constituents air concerns, and we just have a regular, consistent communication as we repair and rebuild our schools. Senator Ville, you had some additional questions? You also, Senator Ville? And Senator, I see you, Senator Seru.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, are we having a second round?
Oh, you will go ahead to Senator Saru, I guess.
Senator Seru, you
No,
may
I don't have a problem, but what's the order of the meeting? Are you going to a second round, or are we just winging it at this point? What are we doing?
Senator Ville said he had a couple more questions as he concluded, so I was going to allow him to ask his additional questions. And for us to close up and wrap up, you may, if you have questions, you also may proceed.
And what is the time limit?
Would last 3 minutes, so as we close out.
You're giving us 3 minutes for a 37-page report?
Well, we know we're gonna have to come back and continue to, this is the second time the department's been asked to brief on this report, so we'll be doing it again, because until we get to what we need, information to the public.
Respectfully, Madam Chair, we had 2 bills on today's agenda, and we allocated the entire afternoon. This is not the departments. We can't keep putting it back on the Department of Education. We have prolonged the day, and we have been unable to probe as we should be probing as policymakers. So let's not put it back on education today. I really can't allow that to happen. We've wasted the day in back and forths and everything else. The meeting was just so, it was run in a haphazard manner. So let's not continue to tell education, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. You asked for plan, you asked for this, you asked for that. No, if we're going to ask questions, allow us the opportunity to ask questions and give us a time limit that coincides with the length of the report.
Thank you for that, Senator, but let me just stop it. We've had a number of testimonies. This is not the only committee where, in some cases I've seen where there's been even longer testimony. I understand that. What I indicated was that, first off, when it comes to this particular plan, this goes back to November, and in terms of this knowledge of this hearing, this goes way back. The plan is something that the public needs to be briefed about, and I'm certainly willing to bring them back again to continue sharing the information about the plan as we work with the department and as policymakers and oversight, so we can get the information to the public. Senator Saru, if you would like to proceed with your 3 minutes.
Let's talk about Viva. Viva is being funded through the ARPA funding. The Viva program, I sent some correspondence and I haven't seen a response back from education, so I'm going to take this opportunity to ask my questions. Is the Viva program, who is the observer of the teachers? Who's responsible for observing them and their personal evaluations? Who does that?
The contractor.
Like in regular school? Go ahead.
So the teachers are evaluated through the contractor because we contracted out the instructional portion. However, our lead team observes to ensure that the students are receiving the instruction as promised, as well as engage with the parents.
Okay, so is there anybody in the department overseeing the Viva program and stepping in classes to make sure that the curriculum is aligned with our curriculum and our students, so that an 11th grade Viva student is learning what the 11th grade in-person student is learning?
Yes, we have a virgin.
Who's doing that?
We have Principal Abel, we have a counselor, we have an assistant principal who does it part-time, we have a registrar as well. And then the district team, the 2 district teams support.
So you have wraparound services for the Viva program?
Not specifically, Senator.
Okay. I have a Viva student in my house, so I have to ask these questions. Now, if you are in the Viva program, can you participate in extracurricular activities
Yes,
in school?
yes, you're still tied to your
So
school.
that has changed.
Yes.
So the student that is in the Viva program can participate in JROTC.
Not specifically JROTC, but in the extracurricular activities. JROTC is a course.
What about band?
Band is a course. However, if they want to play with the band after school, they can.
So any special or elective is not afforded to the Viva student.
There are virtual electives and specials that we have through the Viva program, but there are certain courses that remain in the brick and mortar.
Okay, so the diplomas that a Viva student will receive, would it be a Department of Education diploma or would it be a Viva diploma?
It'll be a Department of Education tied to their home school. Viva is very similarly like to our alternative education program where students are still linked to their home school, but they receive their instruction in a different setting.
And the grading policy, are they mandated to follow the same grading policy as set forth by the Board of Education?
Yes, we did share the grading policy and as well as the Board of Education distance learning policy.
Okay. Now, Dr. Berry, you spoke in your email to me that proximity learning teachers have been certified by the board. What about the Viva teachers? The proximity and Viva aren't the same set of teachers, right?
Yes.
They are?
Yes, Senator, they are the same teachers. And
Okay.
Senator, if I may, just for a minute, clarify something. As of today, I have not received any applications relative to certification of the list of Viva teachers that were provided by the Department of Education. Of the approximately 33 Viva teachers listed on the submission to the Board of Education, one is certified in the Virgin Islands. The others are certified within their respective state. As presented in the list, I have not been able to verify any of the information that's been provided.
Interesting. Education? What's the hold up there?
Senator, I would have to get that information to you. It was my understanding that all information would be submitted to the Board of Education.
May I, through the...
Yes, you may proceed.
I would like to also point out to those listening that I have been in contact with Proximity Learning within the past 10 days relative to having these individuals certified. So the communication has begun, but I have not received anything as of today.
You may conclude, Senator.
Okay, so education, so you intend to fix that in short order?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, lastly, I want to talk about ELL briefly. What's the percentage of our ELL students falling behind?
District by district?
One second, Senator. Let me pull up the data.
Dr. Yergin, same for you. Huh?
What data point are you referring to when you say falling behind?
All of our ELL students, are they performing? Are they performing at a, what's their student achievement? High performance, low performance, mid performance, tier 3, tier 2, red, yellow?
Oh, you are asking about Smarter Balance. I don't have that information in front of me.
No, not Smarter Balance. What is, just based on all of tests that you've taken, the observations in class, in-person learning, what is the percentage of our ELL students who need additional help?
I would say the majority of them. I don't have the exact figure in front of me, but I know that there's a lot of work that has to be done in that area.
And what resources are we providing for them?
What services are we providing for them?
Yeah.
We have put in some additional supports, such as Elevation. Is Dr. Atherton online? For Ms. Clark is?
Diane Clark. I am actually not in. I can't see my video.
Can you turn on your
So
camera?
sorry. I'm unable to, but
Okay.
hold on one second.
Just go ahead and give the answer.
Okay. Diane Clark, District Director of Curriculum and Instruction, St. Thomas St. John District. Currently, we are using Elevation Math with our ELL students. We are actually also in the process of testing them via the Access Assessment. I believe that assessment hadn't been given for the past 2 years. So to give us a better idea of their language acquisition, that's pretty much where we are with them. But we do know that in addition to Elevation Math, they are also getting additional support with reading.
So what is their attendance? What does their attendance look like? Have you seen them in school? Do they have issues with, absenteeism, tardy?
Based on my conversations with Director Cruz Atherton, I do not think that their attendance is any different from that of the regular population.
In closing, Mr. Chair, I'm really concerned. On a typical day, you could go into, let's pick an area of Savannah, for example, and students that belong in school are walking the streets outside and not in school. And I've stressed this from 2 years ago, last year, the reclamation plan. The community is small, they know each other, and we really have to pay attention to that. I know we have our English-speaking students, but the ones who are English language learners, they are going to present themselves in our system, and they're going to become present in the juvenile system or in Golden Grove, in YRC, and I really need some attention to be paid to that population. Develop some connections, network with those with that community. They don't have to be on staff, but if you develop that relationship, give out your government cell phone and say, hey, if you see so and so and so, give me a call. Let's get them into school. We have to be unconventional in the way that we educate at this juncture. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you for that, Senator. For the record, I don't have a government cell phone, but I have no problem with sharing my number.
Superintendent
Thank you.
Jurgen, if you can also
Thank
talk
you.
about your truancy task force, that's a collaboration between your office, VIPD, and I think DHS, because you've had some successes there as well.
But we've mentioned that in this body before, that we've put together a task force, but we couldn't find where our students were. We knew that they were not in school, so we put together a task force with, Human Services, VIPD, the district office, and we actually went out looking for them with monitors, attendance counselors, and we were able to find over 100 students that were not attending school regularly.
And thank you for doing that. We just need to continue because we know that a number of students have withdrawn from school and continue to withdraw. In reference to the Viva Online school, is the home school the original school that they were attending?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Senator.
Are they using Power School for imposition of grades?
Yes, Senator.
Are they assigned a counselor?
So there is a counselor assigned to Viva. The company themselves, they use Canvas, but our team is inputting the grades into Power School, so parents will be able to access it. Parents also have access to Canvas. But however, it's a territorial team, so the counselor is out of the St. Thomas St. John district.
How many students are enrolled in this school?
In the program, I would have to get the exact final number for you, Senator.
We know the importance of making sure that those individuals are certified by the Board of Ed, because I don't think none of you as superintendents can bring on somebody that don't have certification into the regular school system. But we have now hired this online company, and they're kind of like automatically certified. So we have to make sure that we follow some of the same requirements that we follow for the Board of Education, or if the Board of Education is going to have a specific set of requirements for these online teachers. So we can't let it continue to drag on, because we really don't know who are actually teaching our children. I would hope that they're all educators and they ain't just somebody that they they just hired to put in a position to allow this program to run. There have been numerous fights at Central High School. Are you guys aware? They're being posted frequently. And I heard there were numerous fights at John H. Woodson School yesterday. Are we trying to speak to those principals to develop a plan, especially Central High? I think I've seen like 9 fights since school has started back that have been on social media.
Yes, Senator. We are in regular communication with our principals. We debrief with them when they have incidents on the school in the evening as a leadership team. The schools are working diligently to intervene. That's one of the important parts of the Dean of Students at the secondary level. They've been working to engage students in a different level of conversation.
So you have a dean of student at the 2 high schools?
Yes, Central High School has a dean and St. Croix Educational Complex has a dean. We are working to reallocate funding to hire a dean for John H. Woodson.
And Senator, I must add at the state level, in our Division of Disaster Planning and School Security, we are providing training. Every time there's a PD, district-wide monitors are trained. I think we've done 2 trainings so far. We have training scheduled on April 1st in the St. Thomas St. John District for PD and on April 4th in the St. Croix District. That training will focus on de-escalation. It will focus on the proper way to restrain students who are belligerent. And so that is going to be ongoing training for our school monitors so we can bring them into the fold better off to assist in de-escalating those situations.
What's the credentials for the dean?
The dean of students had to meet the EAA requirements. They had to have had the board certification as either assistant principal or something of that sort, and of course have that leadership experience to serve in the EAA capacity.
You know, and I'm keeping in mind that these schools have 4 administrators plus a principal, for a population of 800 students, and these are the lowest numbers we've ever had, and perhaps some of the highest numbers of administrators that we have had, because we're not. You had high schools with 1,300 students with a total of 3 administrators, 4 administrators, no dean, and you had to do what you have to do. We need to get that out under control. Are you aware that
Senator Viale, also before you jump in, I just wanted to not forget to mention that, yes, while we have been seeing a lot of action with fighting physically on our campuses, VIDE, the Department of Virgin Islands Police Department and the Department of Health all met, I want to think it was earlier this week, to discuss preventative approaches to the behaviors that we're seeing on our campuses. You would have heard, I'm pretty sure you did, about some of the actions that we have been conducting when it comes to searches on our campuses, just because of the tips that we have been receiving. So we are taking those preventative measures just to make sure that we're trying to get ahead of the students. The students have been in isolation for a very long time. They're now on the campuses and they're acting out on those behaviors. So we are putting the different services in place, human services, the Virgin Islands Department of Health, VIPD, we all met and we're coming up to a collaborative approach to tackle the issues that we're seeing on a daily basis.
And DOH is also involved in that.
Okay, you guys give me the perfect plan response. We have this group, that group, that group. Are they doing grade level assemblies? How are they dealing with these pockets of individuals that are consistently fighting? What area, geographic area are they coming from? Is there a feud? You have to deal with it at the school day, just and all that. I can't do anything for your school population. And when they're fighting like that, you got to find what is the core or the root of that particular problem. The fights at John H. Woodson were students from certain geographic areas, from Martha Richards, fighting against students from John H. Woodson. All I'm saying is, we have these.
Not necessarily school-based, Senator Viale, but residential areas.
Residential,
that's why we have VIPD involved, because what we see in the street trickle into our schools, what we see in our schools trickle out to the street. And they are aware of those residential beefs that occur, and they are there to assist us in moving through and addressing them.
So, Dr. Bashan, I'm glad you say that. So what I'm saying is, if you know a residential area, is having a beef you have to meet with all the students from that residential area. That's all I'm recommending. It's the easiest way to be able to deal with a problem. Are you aware of the issues with marijuana edibles in the school?
We are.
You know, it's quite rampant at the high schools, at junior high school and at elementary school. So we have to come up with a plan. We have to get out to parents, and I'm putting it on the record. Parents, please tell your children not to be accepting brownies and all type of stuff and purchasing from students. Marijuana edibles are being rampantly sold on our campuses. We need to put out a message to these students that we have a zero tolerance policy, and the selling of those items could result in placement to the alternative school. We have to seriously go after this issue before a student
We
really
do,
get hurt.
Senator. We had a meeting with various agencies, VIPD, DLCA, DHS, Department of Health, the AG's office as well. We had a full meeting to talk about the fact of, edibles, the impact to what's been happening in our schools, what do we need to do as agencies, and the campaign that we're going to put forth from all agencies, including DLCA, will be identifying the individuals who are selling this. So we know that there is an issue. We have an interagency task force, and we're working with our schools as well to try and combat this.
And just adding to that, we do plan to roll out some of those agencies and our community connect, I think in the upcoming, either this week or next week. I want to think it's next week, where the agencies have agreed to come on and start that campaigning and trying to make that that call to our parents to get them to be a little more proactive and assist us in implementing those preventative measures, especially from the home's perspective.
And thank you. Let's aggressively try to deal with that issue. If we have businesses that are selling marijuana edibles, you need to stop. If we have adults that are providing marijuana edibles to our children, you need to stop immediately. So I am hoping that along with having partnership with all of these different entities, that the principals are meeting with the students and telling them that it is illegal, it is not allowed in the schools, and they will be dealt with if they're caught. That's all I'm hoping for. Is the alternative school open? Student voice.
The alternative school did return to in-person on the 14th.
Okay, all alternative students?
There were some students who were identified because of specific risk who we weren't able to have returned to the campus.
Okay. Bertha Bachelta, Mr. Dr. Jurgen, they declined to seek Middle States accreditation, and you guys allow that?
It wasn't a direct decline.
Okay, are they seeking Middle States accreditation?
We are in talks with Middle State. There was a change in administration, and we're in contact with Middle States now about that.
Okay, let me change the question. Whether there's a change in administration or not, when you're a Middle State candidate and you have already received accreditation, it is the job of the incoming administration to continue with that process. So administration can't be allowed to not have or not to pursue accreditation because of whatever reason.
It's not just that the administration didn't pursue it. We do have some things that we need to cover, and we are in touch with Middle States.
Okay, that's a good political answer, but you know a lot about Middle States, because I think you got accredited and you know what needs to be done. Have we had any part-time staff, custodian, laborers, etc., utilizing the federal funds that are covered to be able to make sure our schools are clean?
We hired full-time laborers. In terms of part-time custodians, we do have, I believe, one part-time custodian on staff. And we will continue to identify as the needs come forth.
We've hired about 38 laborers in the St. Thomas St. John School District.
So the schools should look a lot better.
Schools should look a lot better.
We gave stimulus payment to teachers, counselors, I think administrators, school lunch workers, monitors. How come we didn't give to the registrars and the computer staff, the system analysts who have to set up all the software, make sure that the students have to sign in, where they just like maybe just an error in forgetting?
You're referring to premium pay?
No.
You're talking about the first set of stimulus?
Yeah, the first set of stimulus, because your registrars played a big part, and your computer staff in making sure that all the passwords and all of that was set. I mean, they did tremendous work. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think it's something that we need to revisit because we have another request from state-level employees who worked during the pandemic. So that's something that we will sit down with the commissioner to revisit to make sure we capture all of those groups.
Okay, and lastly, well, I'll finish. Senator, sorry, you had one more question, or you're good? You're good. Oh, you have a question? Okay, one more, go ahead. So we're gonna wrap up now, guys. You've been here a long time. Go ahead, Senator Sorrow.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner, some quickly, how are we doing on the arts programs? Because a lot of focus in all of our testimonies in the past couple of years has been academic, loss, math, science, English. And we never really talk about our arts programs, and that's a gap of students. That's an academic intervention. Those who are not or don't want to, focus on academics, but they're really into those areas, they flourish. So can you tell me how are we looking with our music programs, our band programs,
Thank
our
you.
athletic programs?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for that question. The arts are near and dear to my heart, and having overseen the Division of Sports and Athletics, I know that when I retire, I'm going to become a sports manager. But that is now the bailiwick, if you will, of my good friend and colleague, Dr. Renee Charleswell. But before she goes on, I must say that Territorial Director Donadell has been just absolutely dynamic in pushing not only music education, but art education as well. She's meeting with the music teachers on a regular basis. If I'm not mistaken, she had a program last week, Wednesday. I want to think it's Women in the Arts or Women in Music. I'm not quite sure because we were doing the vaccination webinar, so I wasn't able to attend. She has identified over $1 million to purchase instruments for both districts, so we're extremely excited by that. She's working on several other projects to include work with Deion Parsons, the notable jazz musician. DC Charleswell can definitely provide much more information on that since she now oversees curriculum and instruction.
Before because you kind of really, you highlighted the senior level high school, but even in the elementary schools, that's where you learn your lines and your spaces and your order of sharps and flats and the circle of fifths and fourths and stuff. So how is, even on the band programs and the elementary levels, because high school sounds good, junior high sounds good because they have good feeder programs. So did your answer include the elementary level as well?
No, it didn't. And the problem we're having, particularly in the St. Croix district, is identifying and being able to identifying and recruiting music and art teachers at that level. That's a huge problem in this district, and I'm sure the districts will be working on.
Dr. Chaswell?
Yes, good evening. So I want to first say it's really a pleasure to actually work with professionals such as Deion Donadell, who is passionate about her job and what she does. I know she's in process of actually writing music curriculum, fine arts. She's really delving into the fine arts and actually working programs to actually reach those students on the elementary level. Phenomenal work. She continues to push forward in what she does, but she does recognize that music is not all. She really wants to delve into the fine arts, and she is working in doing so. So we're going to continue to push that forward. As it pertains to sports and athletics, we had a meeting with the IEAs in both districts, and we're looking forward to ensuring that sports comes back to our schools now that we have had some recession now in terms of masks and vaccinations. So we're working with that particular division, Division of Sports and Athletics, to get things back online to ensure that our student athletes receive the fair treatment that they deserve.
Thank you so much.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, just a part B to that, Dr. Charles, or the wraparound services as well, because we have so many seniors that I have encountered, they've been calling, they haven't even taken a PSAT or SAT, and we're in March. And you can't pass NCAA clearinghouse or even be recruited by anybody not having an SAT score. So is that a part of your discussions on the college preparation before, so they can actually get to a national letter of intent?
That discussion will normally take place on the district level. I'm not sure what conversations the districts have had. I will defer to the superintendents.
SATs, PSATs is stuff needed for clearinghouse. Counselors are making sure that seniors and juniors are doing what they're supposed to do.
Senators, they are. Our counselors, especially at our high schools, work with our seniors and juniors to ensure that they take their PSATs and their SATs. I would have to get a number of students. I do not have that right now, who have taken it and who have not.
But it is better now that the
If you could
students
just add that to your
returned.
task, if you could add that to your list before we leave tonight, on our student athletes, the number of student athletes there, and tracking their progress on the SATs and the essays and applications and all of that, I think they're falling through the cracks. I have a few of them that I know personally. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Can I just add real quick that the PSAT testing did occur in the St. Thomas St. John district for both high schools. And also, I just wanted to add to the conversation around music and the arts that prior to this $1 million that Director Donadell identified, we've already provided more than $1 million under CARES for instruments, and we also budgeted additional funding to even continue to maintain those instruments, keep them clean, and things of that nature. And we also budgeted funds to support the art programs in our district.
Thank you so much. Last question. When are you submitting the plan for the reprogramming of the PFA monies? I see a lot of, I went through the list and I see reprogram. Some of the schools have been closed. When are you going to submit a plan as to how you're going to reprogram those monies for projects?
I'm going to ask, I don't know if she's still on, but Chanel Carwood, I think, in the absence of Dion Donadell, Dion Wells Hendrington, may be the best person, because that's something they work on in facilities.
I'm not seeing her on. But just, we need a plan. I'm seeing reprogram and we don't have a bill. So if you need the money to be reprogrammed, please submit it to the legislature so we can pass the legislation.
So as Senator Soro had said, unfortunately, Dr. Wells's dad has passed, and the funeral, I believe, is Saturday.
Right.
So hopefully she's back to work after her grieving, and we will get that to you, because her involvement is extremely instrumental.
And I've spoken to her before about just resubmitting the plan before summer's here so we could get those repairs going. We can give you the authorization to utilize the monies. I'm getting texts that a lot of those grade level assemblies are not taking place. Those schools that have serious issues with fights just mandate that the administrator hold grade level assemblies and smaller meetings with those particular areas that are continuing to fight. You can't just hope that it's going to go away. It's not going to fade. You got to have an aggressive plan in the school to deal with it. And that plan, it doesn't involve...
I got notification from Central High School, actually, that they did have their grade level assemblies with their students. And even up to today, they had their parent meetings.
Okay, well, the parent meeting is automatic because an incident took place. So I'm just asking, gotta be strong grade level assemblies, you know, in terms of laying out the mandate of the school and how you expected the school to run. You know, you're seeing these fights, you're seeing students just with cameras taking a bunch of videos, it's uploaded, and the student, I mean, we got to have some semblance of order. That's not normal behavior.
So,
you know, and the reason why we allow students to go to schools with phone isn't to film fights and post it. So we gotta put that out there. It's not allowed. You can't do this, you can't do that, because sometimes you make the situation worse. A student could film a fight and upload the fight before the end of the school day, and then somebody from the outside, from the community now waiting to deal with a particular student when they come out. So we got to be careful. We've been lucky so far, but we really have to be careful. But it's been a long day, and we want to thank you guys for your testimony, for coming before the legislature and providing as much information as possible in reference to our questions and concerns. We're at a difficult juncture in Virgin Islands history and the history of the world. Well, Virgin Islands, we got to really concentrate on. And if we are not able to fix some of the issues in education, 6-7 years out, we're going to have some very, very serious problems. So once again, I'm recommending that you take a serious look at that extended school year for those Tier 3 students who are really, really struggling. And I think it would benefit the entire school system for school year 22-23. I would like to thank the staff who have worked long today and from early this morning. Thank you for being here. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development, on behalf of Senator Genevieve Whitaker, is hereby adjourned.